fucking having a fucking party. Thanks for putting me on big screen. Yay! You can't do that, Vincent. Do it. Right. My neighbours are having a party. It's a fucking absolute fucking thing. I'm going to stop the cam until you fucking show your cam. I'm muting as well. If you tolerate this, your children will be next.
Hello, can you hear me now?
Yo!
There it is.
There he is, Vincent Vega, Pulp Fiction.
The volume had gone down on my phone. I didn't know why. I couldn't hear a thing, and I was rattling away to myself. You missed the brilliant speech there. I'm not doing it again. It's fucking great. It was a YouTube career-defining speech that was, but it's not happening again.
Yes, Vincent, how are you?
I'm good, girl. How are you?
I'm good, man.
You've had a rough night.
It's been a fucking rough night. I wasn't expecting it. I was just having a chill fucking Tuesday.
You hold your own, though.
Do you? Do you think?
Yeah, you do.
That's good, isn't it?
Which leads me to think that you, in some way, sort of accept the challenge of it.
Sort of, a little bit, yeah. I think you're right. I sort of do. I expect these dickheads. I'm expecting them, aren't I? You know,
Yeah.
if you're like, if you're putting yourself out there, then you're fucking expecting it, aren't you? But what really annoys me is like, just like, and I have to challenge that, you know, like this factual shit. It's just shit, isn't it?
Well, the simple fact is, you know, nobody's got a halo above their head around here.
Right, my neighbours are having a party and I'm fucking jealous as fuck. Anyway,
I know you've made comments against people, but those people have been pretty vocal themselves as well. So I consider that a fair exchange.
I think it's a fair exchange. I think in Love and More and all that shit, I think it's an absolutely fair exchange. I think you're absolutely right. I think, you know. I'm
going to bring another guest on.
Yay!
Master Ron. Thankfully, I don't have to tell Master Ron to keep it calm and keep it measured, because he's calm and measured already. Hello, Ron.
Hello, mate. Come on, you show me my sexy body. You know you love.
Have you got to do this right now?
Oh yes, you got to show people my body.
Official. I don't know if you're aware, but StreamYard now has the ability to switch on. You can switch on people's cameras. You know those who don't like to come on camera.
Yeah.
You can switch their cameras on now from within StreamYard.
Go on, do it then.
And let's have a look and see what Ron's doing. There he is. Oh, he's having dinner. Ron's on his dinner again.
Ron. Oh, isn't that nice?
He was eating last night as well. The man doesn't stop eating. You love that, don't you, Ron?
Don't you all wish you had a body like mine?
Yeah.
See, we could take the piss out of each other.
Well, that's what you've got to do, isn't it? There's no fucking delicate hearts around here, I'm telling you.
No hurty feelings around here. Hurty.
Let's not get hurt now. Fucking hell. Everyone's playing with every fucker, aren't they?
Yeah, it's getting beyond the joke, really.
Yeah, but listen, Vincent, right? It's not got to the point for you yet. No fucking disrespect. I'm not being fucking like large or anything, but like I've got this fucking racist thing going on and stuff, and it's really offensive. It offends me.
Yeah.
It offends me.
I do have my detractors. I have a couple of people that aren't a great fan of me, but I can be honest with you, Official. I have quite a good and strong presence in the real world.
Yeah.
So coming onto YouTube, which I consider my telly, I'll never take it seriously enough to take it personal.
I know. Even Under a Blood Red Sky is there going, I'll listen to Masteron. I'll listen to Masteron and stuff like that. So Masteron might be able to persuade like Under a Blood Red Sky that I'm racist. I don't know. Whatever. Well, it's ridiculous.
Let's be honest. You have made a comment. Do you feel as though you have to defend it?
For my mate. I feel like I have to defend it for my mate because he made that comment. So I feel like this video that's like going around is my mate saying these comments.
Can you not? You know, if somebody had something on me, which I'm sure at some point it will, I'll say the wrong thing. Sometimes you get sleepy on these lives.
I always say the wrong things.
You can come out with the most inappropriate thing. If a video flies around, all I would do is I would write a very short and precise statement regarding it. I would put that out, and I would put it next to every single happening of that video across YouTube, and I would be done. I don't feel as though I have to be held to account any more than that. An explanation should be enough.
It should be, yeah, but I don't think I can be arsed and stuff. I think like tonight is just like fucking like. I think that's the thing for me. I think I might have just like explained it to everybody and gone into a chat which has got 120 people in it and just said, you know, I'm not this. I'm not having a go at anybody, but you know, it was like this and that and like.
So be honest. Let's be honest. Because you had a great time tonight. I could see you were having a bit of fun with it as well. Do you enjoy the baiting? Do you enjoy the sport?
I just enjoy fucking sorting these dickheads out. Just like it bemuses me that these dickheads are dickheads. Just like I can't even believe that actually dickheadishly. They're just like dickheads and they just like, they come out of nowhere and stuff. And it's just like, you know, I don't want to speak about anybody, but like, you know, it's like people are just like on clout and that, and they're just clouting and stuff. And when people are sort of doing stuff and your like channel goes up a little bit and stuff, they start getting a little bit worried about other people and they start like dragging them down a little bit. I think, I don't know, maybe I'm wrong.
Are you attempting, Official, to be a reality check for them in a convoluted way?
Yeah, nobody knows what I'm doing. I'm a fucking absolute madhead. You know, nobody knows what I'm doing.
Why don't you then, after a few hours or a few minutes or whatever, why don't you point that out? Because maybe it's not obvious to some.
What do you mean, Vincent?
Maybe sometimes you have to point out what you are attempting to do with your approach to it.
I can't know. I can't tell anybody on YouTube, can I?
Some people won't catch the subtleties.
Yeah, but that's a secret, isn't it? That's my own sort of like thing and stuff. I have to surprise people, don't I? Surely.
So it would be the easier route to do that. So you're perfectly fine with the rocky route then.
Yeah, I think so.
There is a massive question. It's been asked in the chat, and I've got to ask you this, and it's probably the most difficult question you'll get tonight, Official, especially from me as well.
Well, it can't be hard, husband. Come on.
Mr. Deegan wants to know: did drone ram raid your back doors last week?
No.
There it is. There's your answer, Mr. Deegan. I believe the girl, and I'm sure you will too.
Woman, Vincent, woman.
You're just
James Patrick is done.
My mother's a woman.
No, I'm definitely a woman, Vincent. Master Ron, what did you say?
I was just sending a message out to James Patrick. It's done. Somebody asked me. Sorry, it's just a message I was giving him. Sorry.
Mr. Ron, you were in there all night. Give us your view on it. On it all.
Oh, I wasn't.
Was
I
you?
called the last 30 minutes of it, mate.
And what did you think, Master?
Well, I'll put it this way. Yeah, I'm done. Yeah, no problem there, James. Put it this way, I wasn't really taking much notice what was going up on the panel, mate. I was having my own little debates in the chat. I got to be honest with you, with hurty feelings in chats, you know. So I really wouldn't know what was happening on the panel. I
I
cannot
didn't
add.
look at the chat. Was it a mess?
No, it's best
Was it a
not
mess?
to.
Was it
There's a
mess?
lot of hurty feelings in there.
And this is the thing, you know, like under a blood red sky and everything. I always think of you too and stuff, but he keeps persisting with this like fact about like this person and stuff, and it's like it's nothing. It's fucking nothing to do with him, and it's like it's just it's
Well,
really.
are you talking about a racial thing here?
Well, this is what everyone's talking about, Master Ron. Yeah,
Right.
that
See,
racial.
I know that months ago, this was last year, months ago,
Yeah.
that there was something said on a live that you were supposed to have said something on another live and what have you. But what I found out on that actual night as well, that Nanya come back and said that nothing was actually said racial.
Yeah, he did.
And that was Nanya because he checked through it.
Yeah.
You know, you didn't how can I say the word? It was said on the panel that you had used what's the word when you shorten the name?
I said Pakistan, yeah, and they
Pakistani, but they come across and said abbreviated down
they
to
abbreviated Pakistan, yeah.
But then so there's commotion, and then Nanya come back about half an hour later and he said, I've gone through the whole thing and what have you, and there wasn't anything put there. So some people put it out of context and what have you. If you did it before, if you've done it after,
I've never abbreviated it, Master. I've never abbreviated it ever.
If that's what Under the Blood Red Sky is on about on that particular night, and it's to do with a female, I do believe, then Nanya did check through it, and he did come back in chat, and he did say about half an hour later that no, that didn't actually happen. It wasn't said the way it was portrayed to be said.
Exactly.
But that's all I know. If you've been that way since or before, I would not know.
Master. I've never ever abbreviated it. I would never abbreviated it. I've never abbreviated it until tonight when I spoke to Gypsy and I said what my mate had said. So it was sort of like jumped on a little bit and highlighted a little bit more than it probably should have been fucking highlighted. But
I've got to be honest, I wouldn't know because I don't follow you, so I don't know what what sort of person you are. I just see you on certain lives that I've been on, but I don't actually follow you, so I don't know how your lives go. And there's particular people's lives I do not entertain at all, and I believe you go on their lives, so obviously I wouldn't know what's said on there, so
definitely.
I can't really comment.
It's like Under the Blood Sky keeps saying, but why is Fischl copyrighted a video if she has nothing to hide? This is what people struggle with. And it's not a struggle, it's the fact that I'm like, it's not me who said that, it's my mate who said that. So I'm like, I'm fucking watching his back because he might have been a little bit like politically incorrect in what he said. So I don't want his face all over YouTube, but unfortunately it is all over YouTube, and I don't have a problem with my face being all over YouTube and everything. That's the fucking point, isn't it? To get your face all over YouTube. But I do have a problem with people sharing a video and putting my mate's face saying something which is politically incorrect to people and then saying that I'm a racist. It just doesn't make sense.
Well, I can't comment on it. This was during the autumn time. I think it was autumn, late summer, autumn, when the stuff happened, and Anya checked and what have you. So
yeah, he checked. He came back and he went, "No, officials, not a racist."
Well, he didn't say that. He actually turned around and said that those remarks were not made.
Yeah, I know.
He just corrected that the remarks were not made the way.
I'm definitely not fucking racist.
And I remember the two now. It was a male and a female who come over and actually said it was. Yes, I remember now. I do remember.
I'm a lot of things, Master Ron, but I'm definitely not a racist.
Yeah.
So official, in the nicest way possible. Imagine you talking to your old Sunday school teacher. Why target Maggie?
What? Maggie?
Target Maggie?
Because, like I mentioned before, if this is a discussion and everything, is because she was the one that started putting that link out and sharing it all over the place. And I saw her in certain chats, putting the link up about 3 or 4 times and stuff, and she like put it out there. I'm quite happy to remove the video and stuff, but she just needs to just like get on with her own business and everything and do what she's doing and moderate her chats and do what she's doing and I think the damage is really done though, because people will, so I can remove the video, right? But I think the damage is already done with what she's done, and she's done all that. So I'll be the bigger person. I'll remove the video, but it doesn't make a difference to the fact that like people still think that
it's been done.
Yeah.
Do you want your video removed that she's posted?
It has been copyrighted several times, and I have asked YouTube to stop repeating the copy and stuff, but YouTube is shit, obviously, and they don't do that and stuff. So people put that in there, and there's nothing I can do about it. So that is gonna go on and on and on because Maggie put that link out there and stuff. So I'll remove the video, definitely. I'll fucking put it on private or unlist it or whatever and stuff, because I'm not really arsed. But the fact of the matter is, it's still going to be out there about me, and people can think what they think, and that's it. I've even had another channel who has shared that, which I think is her partner and stuff, and they're on a fucking mission to do whatever they're doing to anybody who comes in the way and stuff, and it's part and parcel of YouTube, isn't it, I suppose.
And another part of YouTube is in respect to Under a Blood Red Sky is for people to choose sides, which I think is probably not very helpful. If 2 people have an argument, then those 2 people should be having an argument, and that's it. When other people pile onto it, it just makes it it drags it on, really. They give it extra inertia, really, on the internet, and it's just not very healthy. I'm not having a dig at you, Under a Blood Red Sky, and I appreciate, and I'm sure Maggie, appreciates your support, but it just exacerbates things. Can
I just say something
her video, and that's the end of it.
Could I say something that I saw in chat? It's to do with using certain words, and me and Maria Moon didn't know it was racial. Maria Moon put it on Facebook saying, "Oh, we are going to get," or we've. Yeah, she's just about to type it in Facebook. She turned around and said, "Did we just have it, or was we getting one?" No, we got a chinky coming. meal
yeah.
and everything. And Maria Moon got a, what was it? A 3-day time out. See, to us, like, that's normal talk. But now,
I
like,
call it that.
Yeah, I haven't said that for ages, Master Ron. You know, when I was 15, we'd be like, we're going to the Chinky for
that's it. And we really, and it's like, wow, what, just to say, we couldn't believe it. She got through.
Exactly. I've got to even, believe it or not, agree with Agent X. You know, she says people call Asians, Muslims. What did she say, Gina? People call Asians and Muslims Pakistani, and they're not, because they're not. Asians are not Muslims or Pakistanis. Asians are Chinese and stuff. So it's a completely different thing. It's a completely different thing, and people get that mixed up. But I'm not even here to say that. I'm just fucking here to, like, just say, you know, it's a little bit.
See myself personally, yeah. If you shorten the word from a Pakistani person down to the other one,
yeah,
I don't know, because I'm going for a no, because you're normally saying see, like I've had discussions more likely on Vincent's and a few others, you know. I mean, because I'm older and I grew up during the skinhead National Front era. And I think this, you know, when it was, you know, strong and what have you. Yeah, exactly. So those words were used as a racial slur, especially
just hang on a minute, Master. Right, Mags Maggie is still in the chat, and like she's a joke and everything. She's a joke, and she's gonna release the video again, and it's like, what's the point? So because, like, you know, it's the way
I won't get involved between what your problem is.
Absolutely don't.
I talk with Mags Maggie, and she's a really nice lady to us. So you know what I mean. I'm not gonna.
I know she is. I know she is. She's nice to a lot of people. That's the thing, though. She is nice to a lot of people, and she picks her people and stuff. And, like, you know, it's my sort of right thought that she picks the people and stuff like that. The fact of the matter is, she's come at me. She said that I'm racist, and I've made a video about her. And I think, you know, me removing the video, like, won't solve anything, because you'll carry on with this shit, like, say she's a joke, so let me release the video again and I'll block the old man's face out. He's not fucking old, he's 50 years of age and stuff. He's been my mate for 15 years, and, like, he's a fucking guy and stuff. And, like, she's going, let people decide. It's like she's just coming against somebody, a woman who just, like, is doing something, and she's a fucking disgrace to the human race. She needs to.
Now, Visual, hang on, come on, let's not do that. Let's do a different bit here, please.
Yeah. I said, let me release the video again. I'll block the man's face out. What? So block the man's face out, and let him speak the racist comments. But I haven't spoke those racist comments. I haven't said those racist comments. She's calling me racist because my mate said a racist comment. So what's fucking happening then? Why is she putting that video out, and why is she sharing it to other streams and everything when I'm not actually saying those words? Yeah. What's her problem? What is her fucking problem?
Let's say things like that nicer as well, please, Fisher. I know that sounds a bit Church of England, but let's just try it for once. Mags Maggie, I don't know if you go on panels, but you're more than welcome to come up and give us your.
She said the children were in bed. My children were in bed. So just close the door, mate.
Just to explain to you, Mags Maggie, I know it was a bit contentious in Film Boys. I was very aware that everyone was screaming at each other.
But
Fisher
she's
was the
trying to
first
get Vincent.
person.
She's even saying you laughed along and told someone to shut up when they said, "Are you being funny about my colour?" I'm not. I've never ever said that. I've never ever said.
I
She's a
think you've
fucking
defended
white
that
woman.
already, Official.
Sorry.
So, Mags, I just wanted to get it sort of from Fisher and possibly from yourself.
And so I don't have
an ordered
respect for my sleeping children, my sleeping child.
Hang on a second. Hang on a second, I'm talking.
Sorry.
Fisher has happily said she'll remove the video that she's put out there. Whether you want to remove yours is down to you. And Fisher is happy to just let it go now. But in the start of the conversation, we did sort of get from Fisher that she's a playful character and she likes to jibe people. And if she feels that people are jibing her, she'll jibe back again. And that's what most humans do anyway, Max. That's what we do. And that's where we are now, is it's just grown and grown and grown. So if you want to talk about it, Max, or just put it in the chat, that's fine. If you've got any questions that you'd like me to ask Fisher, I can do that as well.
Yeah, that'd be nice.
And I'll try and get Fisher to answer them in a nice way without all the swear words and the Docker style approach to doing it. So that's all I want to say.
She's got mine is copyright already. Copyright already. She's a fucking dickhead.
Oh, Fisher, you did it again.
But why would you do that? But why would you do that initially? Mine is copyright already. So what's she gonna do? Fisher copyrighted Mags Maggie. What has she to hide? I copyrighted her because she put up this video saying Fisher's a racist. Fisher's an absolute racist. I never was racist. I was never racist.
Okay.
You know. Look, listen, I'll re-release the video and you can see yourself. Tell Nigel to shut up when he pulls your racist mate. She's an horrible bastard. She's an horrible
Fisher, you're doing it again.
She is though. There's no fucking going with her though, Vincent. There's no going with her.
Okay, so if that's the case, because I will only do it one way on here. If that's the case, we can't discuss that anymore. And we've got to go back to discussing you and Southampton Drone, and a minute by minute account of what exactly happened.
Right, all right.
Right up to the bit where Mr. Deegan said he smashed your doors in. So if you wanna go ahead with that, we'll just listen.
No. Oh my god. This is what I mean. People are following me now. People are following me into chats and stuff. I can't even go into chats. Like, it's offensive. It's like, is this it? I'll take a second strike to show you all. Come on, Mags Maggie.
Fisher, leave it. Don't sort of continue the.
It's pathetic though, isn't it, Vincent? It's pathetic, isn't it? It just shows the caliber of the fucking woman. It just absolutely shows the fucking woman, right? Listen, you've got a fucking.
You're doing it again. We don't have to do swear words and. No,
I know, but that's how I talk. I swear and stuff.
You had plenty of opportunity to do this at Film Boys. Here, we can just discuss it, in a calm and ordered manner. And if that's of no help to you, I'm sorry.
Well, it isn't for a minute.
Who are they referring to then? I've seen that in the chat. I take it what people are saying that you hang around with somebody, I take it, that does make racial remarks. Not
really. He's a friend. My daughter's 23, right? So I've been friends with him for like 18 years, and he's a bit politically incorrect and stuff, but he's all right. Have
you ever tried to rein his neck in though?
Oh, listen, Master Ryan. Yeah, there's no reining his neck in whatsoever. He's his own person and stuff, and he's my mate and stuff.
Yes, that's the problem you're always going to come across then.
This is something that I've brought up a few times on here. Who decides the standards? Who decides what exactly is racism? Who decides what exactly is sexism?
Maggie, she decides it. She decides whether you're racial or not.
Yeah. So I'm told by society that a chinky is racist, but I'm sorry, I still think of ordering a chinky, even if I don't say it out loud. I'm going to order a chinky.
Yeah,
and other people still have those.
Brain can't.
Exactly.
My brain can't compute it.
But when I used the word chinky, I wasn't in any way trying to offend anyone. It's just I'm lazy. Chinky's easier to roll off the tongue than Chinese, you know. And it's the same for people with words like the P word, the N word, and all sorts of other words.
Yeah.
I don't get offended by any words. I don't deliberately not use them. They're just not in my vocabulary because I've never really spent time around people that use them. I have a lot of Asian friends and they use the B word all the time. All the time. They describe themselves as it. They describe their friends as it. And it's a joke word.
Listen, at the minute, I call the corner shop boss man.
Hey, that'll be racist soon. You won't be able to call him boss man anymore, you know?
I was going, all right, boss man, how are you doing? And he goes, oh, I'm really well, mate, thanks. Maggie called it the corner shop.
So who gets to decide the standards? There is no standardization. There is a law against using those words in a hateful manner, but I know from experience it's incredibly difficult to prove that word was used in a hateful manner.
Blood red sky on because he's so fucking vocal in the chat.
Sure. Let's ask nicely then, and I'll invite him on. Rather than going F.
Right, please, under a blood red sky.
Under a blood red sky, would you please join us?
And Margaret. Look at them, both of them.
You've got to be nice, though, official. You've got to be nice.
Yes.
Right. Yeah, I know. The thing is, though, Vincent, right? I can't have I tell you what, I can't have there's about obviously Big Up London's there now and everything. So there's Big Up London, there's Maggie, there's Under a Blood Red Sky. There's about
I haven't seen Big Up London in the chat.
So I'm the only person, right? So I'm one against these lot, right? And they're going, oh, you're a racist and stuff. And I'm sort of getting bullied a little bit. So I can't retaliate against these bullies.
That's what I was concerned about earlier in Film Boys. That's what I was worried most about.
It's and I've dealt with bullies all my fucking life and that. And
I'll put it this way, official. I haven't followed you, so I ain't got a clue really. Well, all these videos which are supposed to be snipped and all this crap and bollocks which is going on and everything. I haven't a clue. All I know is of that one incident and it is cleared up. So I will be sitting there impartial.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm doing my own thing, Master Ronya. I'm just doing my own thing and I'm being an horrible fucking bastard. Yeah, I'm fucking getting on with my own shit. And these are fucking official. You're a bully yourself, Baz Outdoors. Are you even joking? How can I be a bully to millions or hundreds or 50 or 20 people? How can me on my own be a bully? I don't get it. I don't get how they're saying that I'm bullying people and being, I've just fucking created another fucking thing, haven't I? But how? I don't get it. I don't see how people can get it that one person can bully 5 people or be racist when I haven't actually, the words haven't come out of my mouth. None of your business. The big fucking fella who fucking chucks in 50 quid from everywhere says she never did it. She never said fucking. I've never.
So none of you supported you.
Absolutely, yeah.
That's good. None was on my channel last night. It stayed for about 5 hours.
I don't even like Nunya. I don't even know Nunya. I think he's a twat.
It was brought up on Film Boys Live. and the two people turned around and said what had happened. And a while later, Nunya come back and said, you know, that wasn't said the way it was said. So, you know what I mean? So that really, that one should have been dropped if that's what this is all about. Because
absolutely, Maggie says she's calling Nunya to speak to him to see. Fucking call him.
Okay, so from what we know so far, Fischl, we established at the start of this chat when you joined me that you do this in a playful manner, sometimes to goad people, and if that's a nice way of putting it. And the people who receive those comments don't quite take it in that manner. Would you say that's an accurate description of what's going on?
Say it again.
At the start of this conversation, when you joined me on the live, you said you do have a very playful sense of humor, and you do say these things in a playful manner to goad people.
Yeah, but never racism.
No, okay, I didn't say racism, did I? So is it fair to say as well that the people who are at the arse end of your comments don't take it in the way that you intend it? Just a yes or no, Fischl. Don't start effing and jeffing.
No.
Okay, they don't. So that sounds really easy to fix, doesn't it?
Yeah, but fucking Maggie is fucking saying I'm going to send him the real video, not the rant. Yeah, there's no fucking real videos. It's like I've got absolutely nothing to hide, Vincent. Absolutely nothing. There's nothing there that would actually say that I was a racist ever.
Do you remember when you were a kid? Do you remember when you were a kid, for sure?
Yeah.
Your relatives come over, and that cousin that you fucking hated, and you just didn't get on with him or her, and you were killing. What would your mum do?
No, I got on with all my cousins. I got on with all my cousins. No, I got on with all my cousins.
You liar.
No, I'm not lying. I love my cousins. They were adopted and everything. They're amazing. I love them. I love them. I still love them. I love my cousins.
Well, I remember situations like that, and my mum would quite simply separate me from that other child. And the trouble,
just a minute, Vincent. Right, fucking Maggie officially so innocent. Why does no live want her on? Well, I've just been on Film Boys. I'm on this one, and I'm on other ones. Stop being a fucking horrible bastard and fuck off.
Oh, Fischl.
Sorry, but it just fucking annoys me though, Vincent. It's like she's just a fucking horrible. She's a horrible fucker, yeah. She has just fucking played me for like about, I don't know how long, I'd say 2 weeks and stuff, maybe longer. Just fucking putting fucking links in people's chats going, fucking Fischl's are racist and everything. Honestly, trust me. I shouldn't say trust me, but she does, and I've watched her and I've seen her and I've fucking watched her put links up and everything. She's an horrible twat. Oh dear, Fischl insulted me. I don't even like her. I don't even know her, Vincent. I don't even know her. I don't want to know her. I want to know nothing about her. She's just a little fucking fangirl who fucking goes into people's chats and gets spanners and that. She's a dick. No links, liar. You got the video taken down in a day. Yeah, easy. And you've got fucking pictures of your fucking children up, and you've got your fucking son's fucking thing to share on Twitter and everything. You're a fucking dickhead. You put your children at risk. You're a dickhead.
Oh my God.
Sorry, Vincent. Can't help it. It just annoys me because she's a fucking dickhead.
But do you not see how you describe these things and how you approach it? It's not helpful at all.
No, it's not helpful, is it? I don't know how to help it because it's fucking, she's just stupid. She just put smiley fucking like that. She's just a dick. She hasn't got, she's got fucking children. She's got a family. She's a mum. That's a family channel. She hasn't even got a channel, Vincent. She's got about 10 subscribers. And she's got her children all over YouTube. It's just really ridiculous, yeah? She's opened a whole family. She's gone into YouTube. She comments. She does like loads of shit. You call your 13-year-old daughter a cunt? I don't think so.
Fischl, for
Why is she
Christ's
saying
sake,
that?
woman,
Why is she
where
saying
is
that?
your filter?
That's what she's saying, that I'm saying. I call my daughter a cunt. She is a bit of a cunt, but like, you know, fucking
Right,
hell.
I'm gonna add one more person. It's Joe Kerr. Joe, can you control this woman? I can't.
I don't believe I've ever met Mr. or Mrs. Shorts.
All right, Joker.
How
Hello,
you doing?
Joe.
How you doing, Master Ron? How are you?
Mate, I'm all right. How about you?
Not too bad, not too bad. So what's the topic of conversation this morning?
Maggie, she's a cunt.
Fischl.
I don't.
That's the last swear word you're allowed to use for the next 10 minutes. I'll allow you one in 10 minutes time. If you use one in that time, I will put you in the back room.
All right, I've got 10 minutes then.
Okay.
Naughty step. On you go. So apart from the Tuesday, what else is the topic of conversation been?
Yeah.
Are you any good at mediation, Joe?
There's no mediating here, Joe. This fucking horrible bastard. Oh, sorry.
So I take it the folk have been having a cat.
Lasted a minute.
Listen, we've been here for ages now. I think I need to check on Ron, see if he's finished that pudding yet. Let's open up Ron's camera. No, he's still eating, the greedy fucker.
Nah,
There
mate,
he is.
that conveyor belt, when it breaks down, I'm making a PayPal account saying fund my conveyor belt to feed me more.
Joe, you must have saw Fischl get a bit of a pasting on Film Boys, and that's what I saw. I mean, I'm so detached. Hang on a sec. I'm so detached from the story that's going on. So all I saw was one person getting pasted a bit by a few guys. If I saw Maggie on there or Under a Blood Red Sky in the same position, I would feel the same way. Well, it turns out there's a bit of history. One of them has posted a video and the other posted a response video. The first person is willing to remove the video they posted, and they're not bothered whether the response video is removed. So there we are. We're at that position. I mean, there's lots of detail, but I don't feel that detail helps anything. What would you suggest, Joe?
Well, if the first person's not interested, then whatever.
But Fischl does still harbour a little bit, because as you'll hear, she'll use a few swear words when describing people. So there's something going on. There's a bit of angst, you know.
Yeah, but that's human nature, isn't it?
It is.
Some Tuesdays just don't get on.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I said earlier when I was a child and we had the relatives over, if I didn't get on with a cousin, my mother would separate me from them and I wouldn't be able to play with them, and that was that. And maybe we need to do that with these YouTubers.
But why would you need to separate anybody? Like, surely they're adult enough to make their own decisions.
Well, yeah.
I mean,
They
it
are.
kind of leads to a nanny state, that doesn't it?
Would you like to end it all, Fischl? I don't mean topping yourself after your sexual experience with Southampton Drone. What I mean is, would you like to end this feud with Maggie tonight?
Well, I can't fucking speak, can I?
Of course you can. You just can't use swear words.
All right. Oh shit! Yeah, I'm in the live show.
for fuck's
Fucking
sake.
hell! I was just unblocking Maggie so I can block her in your chat. You know.
So it's as simple as this. I couldn't care less whether you resolve it, to be honest with you. It's nothing
Yeah,
to do with me,
I'm
but
not
would
fucking.
you-
You know what? It doesn't fucking. See, the thing is, it doesn't fucking bother me. The thing is, I'm getting fucking relevant through her sharing my shit, yeah, for bad reasons. I know, but like, Well, what can we say?
We can use less swear words.
I'm trying not to swear. Yeah, it's really difficult for me not to swear, but I won't swear.
So where are you from?
What?
Where are you from?
I'm from Lancashire.
They wonder you swear. They wonder you swear.
What state are you? You've got no teeth, you dickhead.
That's not very nice. It's a cat picture. What are you talking about?
No hair. She's got no teeth.
Right.
Mine.
Official. That's of no consequence here whatsoever.
I know. It wasn't relevant, that was it?
No.
Such a dickhead. I'm so horrible, aren't I? But like, you know, like, don't drink, Official. Help yourself. You're vile. Well, I'm vile, so fucking I've learned to fucking live with that shit, haven't I? But it doesn't matter, does it? You're vile.
And what are you vile of?
I'm just vile, Joe. I'm just fucking
Oh, it's an
evil. Yeah.
Alright, okay.
But you know, it's got nothing to do with her. She's like claiming that I'm like she's just jealous, mate. She's just like she doesn't like the fact that I'm like, you know, mingling around YouTube and doing what I'm doing, and she's got some porcelain veneers coming. Oh my god, whatever. But like, you know, she's just a bit gel, really. This is a sad fucking situation. You know, when women are having a go at women, it's like it's really bad, man. Isn't it?
It is.
And it's all over Southampton drone.
No, it's nothing to do with Southampton.
They're not fighting over drone.
No,
They're not fighting over the drone.
No.
They're not fighting over to see who gets the team.
No,
Drone is not the prize here.
This woman, yeah, she's been around for a bit. She's a moderator on people's chats like Live Free. I think she's on Uncle K's. She's on a few chats and stuff like that, and she just doesn't like the fact that, you know, like people are like getting on and stuff. So she like goes forward in fuck's sake, she goes forward in like a vile like thing and stuff, and she's just horrible. She just doesn't like it. She's a bit she's a bit jelly, really. But like it's you know, I think I'm going to remove the video of that I made.
Well, you said you were going to, so you think?
Yeah, I'll remove it, Vincent. I'll definitely remove it, just because I am the better person, and I'll remove it.
Okay, so leave that right there. So let's ask Mags, would she consider removing that video that she posted? Then that's a simple one, isn't it? And that's half the problem gone. Then
She
you've
doesn't
just
want
got
me
the
to.
beef
She doesn't
between
want me
you.
to
Hang
remove it.
on. Then you've just got the beef between you, which can easily be solved just by one blocking the other, and you wouldn't see those conversations anymore. You may come across somebody talking in a live, you know, one of you might be in a live panel, but you don't have to watch that live panel. So that would resolve it all, wouldn't it?
She doesn't want to remove it.
No, she says you don't have one up, for fuck's sake.
I don't have one up, for fuck's sake. So she has a response video.
Oh, does she?
So
let's have a look at her response video. Share the stream.
Well, let's not worry. No, hang on, Official. Let's not worry about the response video, because I think I know what it is already. That's the one you regarded. So if you remove your video and Mags...
A response video. It was struck. What was struck?
So if you both just remove those videos, we're nearly done, aren't we?
Yeah. I'll definitely remove it, because it's not that good anyway. It's fucking shit.
I'll be honest with you.
What?
I don't like getting in the middle of women, not in this manner anyway.
Yeah,
I think that's the best.
It was a shit video anyway. It was a fucking.
We're back to swear words, Official, which we're trying to avoid.
Because I can't fucking speak and not swear.
Vincent, this time at the moment, mate, it's the worst time to be a white straight male, mate.
I know
We
that.
ain't gonna fucking win.
We are a dying breed.
We get attacked from all places and we can't say nothing back. From all fucking directions.
I would be more than happy in knowing that you'd both just remove those videos, and then we'll go from there. I'm no great mediator.
Yeah, like if you
I've
remove
made
the video,
plenty of.
Listen, I'm
fucking
removing
terrible
it because
mistakes.
it's a shit video. It's a shit video. It's fucking ugly. It's horrible. It's gone.
And if Max says she's removed hers now, then we can move on to far more pressing issues that we have to discuss, Official, and you can be a part of that.
Thanks.
So what does Max say?
Oh my God, why is everyone got... What's the problem with being drunk?
Mag says, Fickle can go fuck herself. I don't give two flying fucks.
She's stolen all your swear words, Official.
Yeah!
Yeah, Tuesday.
Max in the house.
I'm only joking. Mag never said that. I just thought I'd interject that there. Just have a wee bit of laugh there.
I think we knew, Joe.
Right, sorry.
So Mags, I know it doesn't solve anything. It probably doesn't make you feel any better. I'm sure Fischl doesn't feel any better. But
she had my video taken down. Somebody wants.
Well,
to
some
tell
people
something.
call you feces. So
Fiscal. Only white people can be racist. The sooner us dickheads in the West get that, the sooner we can hand over our houses to them. It's fucking loads of twats. It's fucking Andrew. For fuck's sake. Get Andrew on. Give me some shit. Right, hang on.
Yeah, I'm gonna bring Andrew on in a second. I had a panel of 10 last night, and it gets really hard to handle, and the conversation gets diluted down so much.
I'm going to do another nighter tonight, even though my child's in bed and she's fast asleep in her beautiful little fucking like bed and like all cozy and everything with the cat and stuff. It's all good. Yeah, I'm going to do an all-nighter, I think. Let's see.
Well, we'll stay up with you, Fischl.
Thanks, Vin.
But I've got Ronnie London in the chat, who will probably like to come on, but he'll be on best behaviour. Or
Ronnie will be up telling you how disappointed he is that you're a pure letdown tonight, I heard.
Or Baz Outdoors could even join us. He's a nice guy.
He loves me too.
I'm going to bring Andrew on in a second. So there's one more seat if anyone wants to come in, and then we'll do it from there. Ronnie London's not bothering. Baz, do you want to come on? You did say a few things, Baz, but it's not to settle any scores, Baz. You know, if you want to come on and do it in an ordered fashion. No, it will end well, Baz. Come on, you're decent to me, and I'm no more of a human than Fischl is. So let's do it in a good way. But please do come on, Baz.
Yeah,
and keep it nice and calm, nice and ordered.
Oh, Ronnie.
Every time she swears, I'll tell her off. Promise you. Okay, Baz is not coming on. Let's bring Andrew on. Here's the voice of reason. He's in bed.
Oh, get up, Andrew.
Hello, Andrew.
Hey, Andrew.
Hi.
Hey, it's not Andrew.
Going on? Hey, Master One, Fischl. I'm Southampton Tom, Mrs. Fischl. Can you hear me, guys?
Yeah.
That is Andrew. Oh,
right. It is Andrew, yeah.
It is Andrew. His laptop's so far away from
hey,
we won't
big up Ronnie, you fucking shithouse. We've been all night, sunshine. Crying in the fucking bed, in the fucking under your pillow, you fucking faggot, man.
Andrew, we're having a swear-free zone tonight. Thank you.
What, with me and Joe on here? That ain't gonna happen.
Well, in fairness, you and Joe don't wear that much.
Big boy, little pigeon face, mate. Fucking big.
So I had something. If everything's resolved for tonight, then.
Who is Maggie?
Hang on a second, Andrew.
I know, I'm gonna be a nice movie.
Andrew, hang on a second.
I don't think big mate.
Oh, come on, Andrew.
I'm muting
Don't
you,
be
man.
tearing the community. Come on.
Vincent Vega apologised to Mags
I never
Maggie. She
forget
doesn't
what I
have a video up. Official. I do apologise if that doesn't exist.
Why did
Honestly,
me?
I can do better, Andrew, and that I don't have to mess about with the mute button then. So I do apologise if I'm wrong, Maggie. You know, I don't know anything about what's gone on.
This is the thing, though, Vincent. She carries on, and she goes,
well,
she forgets what she's done, like an out of control teenager. I never forget anything ever.
Right, okay. All right. Well, let's leave that there now. I think it was decided to remove some videos, so that's as good as I can hope for.
Yeah.
So I had a pretty yucky story to go through. I've got to find my folder.
Okay.
I was shocked at this earlier today when I saw it. Bear with me.
Buzz Outdoors. Stop being a fucking bitch, Buzz.
So this, I've got the entire article from the Daily Mail earlier today, and it lists quite a few what I consider to be really offensive.
Do you mind taking Maggie's fucking thing off the bottom and put somebody else's up? Do you mind?
Let's just get rid of that. There we go.
Then we can see the thing. Yeah, go on.
So this was the headline on the Daily Mail News website today. Calls for Cressida Dick to go now as report exposes how officers joked on WhatsApp about raping and hate-fucking female colleagues and killing black children, with one cop dubbed McRapey Rape Person, and 9 of them are still employed. This article, it's about 8 or 9 pages, and each page just lists some of the conversations these people were having, and it was just disgusting.
She's disgusting, isn't she? Look at her fucking ears, look at her fucking hat. How can does she even look like that with that uniform on?
Well, she's
and that's all you took from that was the way she looks.
What? Look at her.
No, look at what it says.
I know, she's a fucking crest pit.
Look what she looks like.
Horrible bastard.
Man.
So how many folk were fired then?
Well, we're going to find out. Not many. I think there was 14 of them in total, and 9 of them are still employed by the police force.
I wonder how many of that 9 were new, and they got to keep their jobs because they were new, if you get what I mean.
Yeah.
And how many of them were actual pips on shoulder or strike rather than just being PCs or WPCs, for example.
Yeah. So exposed, as you'll see as we're going along, sick jokes about rape, race, pedophilia, and how victims were silenced. Now, the first bit of that, I kind of expect that humans are very, we have a very dark sense of humour as humans, and especially in the West, and especially British people, incredibly dark sense of humour. But how victims were silenced is something that fills me with dread, you know, because that's going to impact how people are dealt with by the police, and and how or whether they get justice or not. And if victims are being silenced, it's a fucking sorry state of affairs.
Definitely. Disgusting.
She's clearly she's an agenda hire, you know. She's female. I don't
Lesbian.
think she's a lesbian. I don't think she fits the requirement in height or physical fitness for the police force. But those standards seem to be disappearing. These are some of the conversations that the police were having on their WhatsApp groups. I fucking need to take my bird out. Won't see her until next Saturday, then I have to work. Promise to take her out on the Friday after, making it up to her from when I backhanded her. A colleague replies, grab her by the pussy. He replies, you ever slapped your missus? ? It makes them love you more. Seriously, I did that. She won't leave me alone. Now I know why these daft cunts are getting murdered by their shitty boyfriends. Knock a bird about and she will love you. Human nature. They are biologically programmed to like that shit. And his friends replies with, laugh my arse off.
I'm right, though.
There was a report that was done about 10 years ago. They looked at police recruitment and they looked at all of the psychological assessments. And the way that the psychological assessments were done on the police was in a very sort of veiled way. But they transposed those results onto a medical psychological assessment. And it turned out that every single person that was offered a position with the police force had a very high propensity to psychopathy. And those that were refused positions with the police had a very low propensity to psychopathy.
I always thought most police were bullied at school.
I would assume they go into the police force for very set reasons. You know, it's not considered a career choice. It's more it's a lifestyle, isn't it? It's, you know, you're deciding your wife's, your family's, and your children's future by becoming a police force. Because once they become police officers, the divorce rate, the family lifestyle, and the children's upbringings are always severely affected. It's not just the police officers that suffer from PTSD, it's their families as well. I had that massive fight with my bird because she found out I'd been on the piss with this girl who's a high-class hooker a couple of weeks ago. Ha, ha, ha. Make friends with high-class hookers. I had one in Watford from adult work. Used to fuck her all the time. Yes, ha, ha, ha. Used to just hang out and blast her on the sly when I was on roids and needed it every hour. These are police officers. These are
Who
people that
fucking
we
said
trust.
that? Who said that? Who said that? I used to fucking blast her every half hour. What
One
did
of the
he
police
say?
officers in the WhatsApp group.
Horrible fucking bastard.
Vile.
Disgusting. Dirty cunt.
Well, hold your judgment, official, because it gets worse soon. it steps up a little. Let me get to the bit where I would happily rape you. If I was single, I would actually hate you. If I was single, I would happily chloroform you. This is a mock-up of
Dirty
messages
fucker.
sent by a male officer to a female colleague.
It's a mock-up, isn't it?
Well, of course, but I would assume the words are the same that was used in the original messages.
Who's mocking this shit up then?
Well, it's just a graphical representation. If you look on WhatsApp, WhatsApp has a particular format. They haven't got the screenshots from WhatsApp, so they've had to
Right.
recreate it here, is all it
Yeah.
is. I don't think the words have been mocked up. I think just the physical representation of it has been mocked up. I'll let you read this one, Official.
Fucking hell. Getting a woman into bed is like spreading butter. It can be done with a bit of effort using a credit card, but it's quicker and easier just to use a knife. Dirty, fucking, horrible bastard. Fuck knows what she's on about. I just want to spread. Is that spread on her?
I think that might be UNK.
Bunk.
Spunk on her. Dirty
Possibly,
cunt. Sent by an officer in reference to another police officer's girlfriend. Mate, my missus is driving me mad. Come and shag. Oh my god, that's disgusting. A baby into her, it might shut her up, bro. You dirty fucking horrible officer number 4. You dirty bastard. You horrible fucking dirty. I hate it. Can't even stand it, Vince.
I wonder what the replies were in between.
Well, I would assume there are none because we got the replies with a message like that. And unless they were unreleased in the court documents, then I would assume that's just a.
The only reason I'm asking is because it says "fuck knows what she's on about," as if it's a reply to something that's been replied, yeah, to something else.
Yeah, you're right.
So it's like
you're right.
You could actually have that Officer 4. That's 4 different messages at 4 different times, and that's messages that Officer 4 is sent rather than being 1, 2, 3 in sequence. And that's why they're saying it's a mock-up, because they're not giving you the full messages, which they seemingly do have. They're just giving you what they want to sell you.
Of course.
There might have been females in between these that were having laughs and jokes, but then they only got triggered at one message. Yeah,
you're right. There might be context aspects to it.
Yeah.
But be honest. I mean, this is a question for the chat and for the panel. Be very, very honest with your answer. Does anybody here have a friend that they communicate with on a messaging service and it goes as dirty or as filthy can be?
No.
I'm surprised at you, Official. Joe?
No, 100% no. Definitely.
Well, that shocked
not.
me.
Shocker. No.
Joe's ex-forces, so Joe's got quite a sick sense of humour.
There we go. That's a yes then. Master Ron?
No.
Well, I do. I'm in a WhatsApp group with 3 of my colleagues within my industry, and I'll be honest with you, sometimes
you dirty
that way.
And they're all men. It's nothing sexual. It's more sort of ribbing and very close to the bone. But sometimes it makes me fucking cringe, and my limits are.
What do you mean ribbing?
Unlimited.
What do you mean ribbing, Vincent? Ribbing. Ribbing.
Cringe. Ribbing is taking the piss out of each other. You know.
Ribbing. Right. Oh yeah.
So it's very cringe sometimes. It's very funny sometimes as well, but sometimes I feel that it gets very close. But it's still humorous, you know. It's within a group of adults who expect that, and they give it back as well. Nobody's being targeted.
I'd have to agree with Mr. Deegan. Yeah, none of my friends have conversations about that either, Mr. Deegan. But there is some. You could say, when you read something that's in the news, sometimes there is a joke that's made, you know, like when that boy got caught, well, Fritz, yeah? You know what I mean? You would have people making jokes about Fritz, if that makes sense.
Yes.
You know, they weren't directed at anybody in person, and they weren't put around anybody else. It would be like a joke like that probably wouldn't go down well. You know what I mean?
Fuck off under a blood red sky. Get a fucking grip of your life, you dickhead.
For
Sorry.
sure.
He's just pissing me off though. I just fucking
ignore it then. You should be talking to us, not watching the chat. That's the rules in a panel.
Sorry.
If there's anything relevant, I'll let you know and I'll ask you that.
Thanks.
But another question when I read this article earlier was, what do we expect from our police force? Do we expect a higher standard from them?
Raping people. That's what we expect.
Well, they're only talking about it. We are aware of cases where police have raped and murdered people in the past. You know, one quite recently, which was horrific. But when it comes to just messages between them, what do we expect from them?
Yeah, they shouldn't be speaking like that, should they? Nobody should be speaking like that, really, should they? Really? If you're fucking speaking like that, then you need to fuck off, don't you?
I do have a story to tell, and that's the reason why I've brought this up, and I wanted to talk about it.
Right? Yeah.
Well, it's not really a story, but it's somebody I know who works for the paramedic service. It's not UK Medic before you think. It's somebody I know in the real world. The real world. You know, when you look out your window, that place, the stuff with the trees and whatever.
And like rocks and rivers and all that shit, butterflies and all sorts. And it was a conversation I had with them about 2 years ago. And the bees and the trees. Yeah.
Everything. You know all about the birds and the bees anyway, Fischl.
You know it.
Drone taught you. And the conversation I had with that person who works in the paramedic world is that he sees some of the most disgusting things. He sees some of the most disturbing images. And there's resources available to them. There's therapy available to them. There's counselling. There's PTSD sort of counselling and treatments as well.
Yeah.
But he readily admitted that the only way him and his colleagues really get past it is by laughing and joking. To the point where he told me about a really serious accident that happened maybe about 5-6 years ago. And the body was literally spread, and him and his colleagues were making a joke of it while they were removing the body.
Right. Yeah, that's different. Yeah.
Because that's the only way they could cope with it.
I get that. I get dead bodies. Yeah, I get that dead bodies being moved and having a laugh and stuff. But what I don't get is people talking about rape.
Well, it's the police talking in that manner just their way of coming to terms with what they see on a daily basis?
Yeah.
Because it's only words. They, effectively none of these officers here have been accused of anything more than writing texts.
Yeah. No, the fucking is this real? Are these people chatting?
Yeah, this is an article today in the Daily Mail.
Well, that's absolutely fucking disgusting. I need to be fucking.
It is.
Removed.
I agree with you. I was shocked when I read it. I agree with
you. I don't have a problem with dead bodies being joked over, but these people are fucking talking about fucking raping people and fucking being absolutely vile and disgusting.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. Let me just, Andrew, give me a thumbs up if you can come in and just be nice and polite. There we go. Big thumbs up from Andrew. Hello, Andrew. Sorry to remove you earlier.
Oh, did you? Yeah, my laptop was fucked with. Someone has blocked me in the lobby. Well, when you might just blocked me as well in the chat.
Andrew, what do you think about what you've heard about how these police officers communicate to each other?
What, communicate to each other? Well, they're wrong, mate. That's a fucking wrong when they communicate to each other.
What? I'm a wrong one. Did you say that, Andrew?
No. What? When police communicate to each other. Who the fuck? I know. Who mentioned your fucking name for sure?
Oh my god.
He didn't mention you, Fisher.
That's all right then. I thought you
He
weren't
was
official.
talking-
I
No, he
hear
was
it all
talking
the
about
time.
the
It's like official.
Can you find out which mod timed me up, please? I haven't said anything wrong, so.
Yeah, it wasn't me, Andrew.
Oh,
He didn't say anything wrong.
no. Thank you, Ron.
He didn't actually say anything.
You, Ron. Yeah.
Fuck
Fuck you. Fuck you.
I can say a lot of words than that, but
Right, so what was he talking about? These fucking horrible, fucking dirty bastards in the police force.
Fisher, you use more swear words than
I
you do
probably-
actually non-swear words when you make a sentence up. Are you aware of this?
I'm so aware of it. It's a
You
fucking.
just said a sentence
absolutely-
with about 12 words, and only 4 of them were actual commonly
It's not
used
fucking
non-swear
great. Big up
words.
London fucking timed you out, Andrew, because he's a fucking dickhead. Yeah, I can't fucking stop.
Yeah, but at the same
swearing.
time, though, Fisher, you have been
Fisher.
timing out Baz as well for no real reason.
What? I've been timed
You
out.
have been timing out Baz as well for not hardly any good reason. So,
Yeah, timed out Baz out. Of course, he's being
yeah, I'm watching. I'm watching.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know. I am
Yeah, he's
watching.
just being dead rude though. He needs to stop being rude though. You can't have people in your chats being rude about people in the panel.
A lot of it wasn't rude, though, Fisher.
You can mod it yourself, man. I never said anything, bro. So.
Yeah, big up London. Big up London.
Andrew.
Yeah, he timed you
Andrew,
out.
what said in the chat it was him. He did it by accident, and you've
And
only
I tell
been.
you what, I'd fucking time out under a blood red sky if I could, but I fucking blocked him, so I can't.
I haven't said anything wrong, so. And, I mean, he's obviously doing it on purpose, Vincent, so shut your minds out a bit, really.
Yeah, can we... this is not something I press all the time.
Can I
but
just
we not-
say though, Vincent, there is a sort of kind of thing. Look, I'm going to try and not swear. There's a sort of thing with the people in the chat.
Yeah, of course he was.
Looking up to go at me, like I said, swearing. Like, there is though, isn't there?
And I know you can it for me, and can it for you as well.
But in fairness, Fisher, and I'm aware of this, and I think you are as well.
Yeah. Or we
you
just
are a
ignoring it
little-
then.
Well, no, I'm gonna comment on that now. You are a little bit of a controversial character. I
I'm
like
not
you.
controversial, Vincent. I don't think I am, but go on.
Well, there was a bit of controversy earlier this evening, and there's a few loose ends to tie up.
Yeah.
So that leaves you prone to it.
Under a blood red sky went in your face, me and Vincent are tight, you racist. What's that about then?
Okay, I'm going to comment on that now right away. Please,
Yeah.
under a blood red sky, let's not draw any
Wow.
associations. Let's not call anyone racist anymore, because that's unacceptable. If ever you want a debate on racism, I'll do that, and I'll give you my viewpoint on that. And it might shock you, it might please you, But no more timing out. But Fisher, no more comments that
No, I won't.
probably warrant a timeout either, and that's the
Right.
easier way to avoid
Defo.
timeouts.
100% agreed.
Locals just ask a question. It's to do with a police report that's come out and it's in the newspapers. That's what is on the screen about private messages between officers and crude
Exactly,
messages.
That's what we're talking about. We're
And
not
that sort of
talking
thing.
about Baz Outdoors being called a dickhead with your guitar and other
No,
shit.
no. Local was asking me a question. Official, hang on. Local in the chat was asking me what the
Vincent, I
screen
can't
was
even
about.
be arsed with your chat. They're just fucking having a go.
Baz is a
Listen,
good guy. Baz is a good guy. I know the reason why Baz is starting on you, Bishop, because you started on fucking him, mate.
no, I didn't. Oh, it was in a jokey jokey fucking way. Listen, I like his
I hope you
fucking
heard
music.
me,
I like the fact he
Logan.
plays Pink Floyd. I like the fucking fact that he can play Pink Floyd without even ever going to a fucking music lesson. I like his fucking Tracy Chapman. It gets a little bit boring sometimes, but I do like it because I lived in Switzerland and there were people who lived up there in a sanatorium who were fucking hooked on drugs, and she used to listen to Tracy Chapman 100%. So when I listen to Baz Outdoors, I always think of this woman in Switzerland. I never said anything horrible. I never said anything horrible. Under a blood red sky. But let's just get over it, Vincent. You need to shut your fucking mouth and stop fucking going over it and fucking leave it fucking behind you. Move on, move forward, shut the fuck up and stop fucking going on about it. Big up London. Shut up. You're a dickhead. Aaron
All right then, official.
Let's get back on with the press pit, should we?
Yeah.
Thanks.
Let's stop looking at the chat. Then. The chat. Hang on a second, Andrew. The chat will be what the chat will be. I can't control them. I could block them all, but then there'd be no one in the chat. So there's not really much. They do feel sorry about it.
Do it, Vincent. Block them all. Block them all.
But Fickle, I didn't really know you much, right? But it could just be.
It's official. You can call me Fickle if you want.
Okay. Fickle, fecal matter, whatever. It could just be that most people think you're a cunt.
Yeah.
Oh, Joe.
It could just be, and it could just
Joe,
be
I'm not going to start dropping to these standards with lots of people
Exactly.
on stream. Seriously.
People think I'm a cunt.
I'm not going to do it. So, official, I'm going to ask you for the last time, please, official. No more swearing.
I'm interested in the subject.
I'm interested in it too, Andrew. So, Joe, don't do that.
What about listen to that tramp?
Oh, listen, official.
Sorry, official, but I just can't do it. I set out to just have an ordered panel every time I do it, and I'm not going to be anything other ever. So, sorry, that went on for far too long. Apologies, chat. Hey, Local, how you doing, man? Do you want to come on, Local?
Who's it do?
It was only a
Joe. Joe. What do you think, Joe?
What are you laughing at, Ron?
I love panels sometimes.
Yeah.
Oh, good boy.
I did say to you, me and Joe on the fucking panel, you ain't gonna get a bit of fucking not bad language.
Listen, guys, I was quiet. I was just sitting there listening.
Hey, Local, how you doing, man? Well, Joe's you're normally very well behaved. The odd swear word, but nothing too offensive. He never makes targeted attacks, and that was a targeted attack then. So, Joe, that was a bit unfair, man.
You think that was targeted? No, that was placid.
You
that
said
was
she was a bit of a cunt.
I never actually said that. You listen to the words I used, Vincent. Now, I know you did, right? Because it's what you do. I said, maybe some people think you're just a Tuesday. I should have used the word Tuesday. I forgot to use Tuesday.
Yeah, but Joe, it's all about interpretation. You know, when you say something, maybe, people think you are. That's what they hear. You are. When you say maybe, people hear you are.
It's not my fault, though, Vincent. People need to listen to the words, not just the hurty words. Because words are powerful and they have meaning, although they're all made up.
And I'd like to just point something out here. When Rally Ali is the person in my chat getting upset the most, something's wrong somewhere. I'm sorry, Rally Ali. I'm still a Buzz fan though. If that sort of. Oh, Andrew, we don't.
And to be honest, Vincent, I was just making an observation. That's all it was.
Yeah, that's fair enough.
It was an observation.
That's fair enough.
I don't even know who she is. I didn't even know what she was greeting about. But I was wondering when she started talking about the teeth. I was thinking about asking Drone if she took her teeth out as well.
Well, I brought her on because I kind of hoped it would be a bit more of
You're fucking classic, mate. You're a classic.
A bit more of a calmer way to approach it. I knew it was going to be delicate, and she was. She was. You know,
She didn't look delicate. She looked rough.
Well, oh come on, Joe.
Seriously.
We're not about that.
No. I mean, but I mean, come on. What I mean by that is, like, what age was she, and why was she acting like a child?
Joker, come on. I've seen you on the ropes. When Master Runner's had you on the ropes and he's running rings around you, you go desperate mode. And I've seen all the obscenities and the way you behave. Come on.
I don't think Joe.
He's got
You promised you wouldn't tell anybody about that, Vincent. You know what I mean? And I tell you what, Ronnie, I came what you mean now, Ronnie. He told me he wouldn't tell about the Ron story, and he told everybody he wouldn't talk about your camping trip. You know what I mean? You're always at it, Vince. You're always at it.
So, Official, if you're still watching, I apologise. I did try to just do it in a little bit of a better way for you. That's all it was. I'm not invested in all the troubles and the strife that you've had with other people. I just tried to do it in a better way. So I apologise. It didn't quite work out. We'll have a go another time.
And
that's that on that, guys.
Is gone and I'm here.
But you know what I haven't done for a long time? I haven't checked on Ron. Last time we checked, Ron was eating his pudding. So let's see how he's getting on. Yeah, he's still eating.
No.
Still stuffing himself.
Looks like he needs a cuppa.
I'm going to drink my Coke in a minute.
Sorry, I couldn't resist. When you see cream, you automatically think of tea. Hey, it's like tea and cream cakes. You know, that's what it is, eh? Tea and cream cakes.
I think he needs a cup of tea.
Oh, you're going to have to do something about it, I'm afraid. Vince, somebody's still timing out people in there, and by what it's saying, there's no reason.
Oh, is there a rogue mod? I like rogue mods.
So who's doing the
Logan
timing
Rouge.
out, do we know?
It could only be the Spanners.
Just bear with me a sec. I'm just going through my.
Yo, Vincent, make me mod, will you?
Vincent, you know, if you download Nightbot, but don't just switch it off in the chat so it doesn't pop up. With Nightbot, you can see which moderator is blocking people.
Yeah.
I know what you mean. I'm just looking at.
Make me a mod, will you, mate? Because I keep getting signed up for no reason.
Okay, I may have removed the rogue mod for now.
I had this problem in another community, but the host was shit with tech. So, yeah.
Yeah, so I might have removed the rogue mod for now. Just let me know if it happens again, chat. Oh dear. Yeah, there'll be none of that silliness around here. If I end up just talking to myself, hang on, Andrew. If I end up just talking to myself and watching myself, that's going to be the happiest place I'll be. So, sorry, guys, trolls and instigators and trouble causers, and those who want to sit on my panel and F and blind, Andrew, will not live very long around here.
I'm not effing and blinding, mate.
Promises from Vincent Vega.
Promises. Ronnie London, there's no one up here to upset you now. You're coming on for 20 minutes. I'm not going to hang around all night, guys. I've got to go to sleep for about 3:30 because I have to do a full day's work tomorrow, unfortunately.
Yo, Vincent, can you make me moderator? Because I don't get time like this. You know I'm a good gamer.
Well, Andy, I've got plenty of mods. I'm not going to be like SG to hand out mods to just anyone, and I am looking at an automated system that I'm going to use going forward anyway.
All right, so you don't trust me then, Vince, do you?
Well, it's not about trusting you, Andy. I don't need to mod anyone else up, you know. So if you're able to cope with that news, then great stuff.
Oh, very nice.
And here's Ronnie London.
Yo,
Ronnie,
big up, big up. Yes. What's happening, bro? You alright? I'm just in bed, laying down, man, waiting to just doze off. What's happening, Ron, Joe?
How you doing, Ronnie?
Vince, local? Is that local there?
It is, yes.
Yeah, hello.
Oh shit! What's happening, mate? I ain't spoke to you before. You alright?
Yeah, how you doing? You're another Londoner like me.
Yeah, Camden.
Oh, you're next to Crinkle. Fuck.
Yeah, Somers Town.
But you didn't live in Camden, though, do you?
Like, yeah, I've moved out of Camden. I sort of go back now and again. Fly all around North London, really.
Oh, yeah, I'm North London as well.
Oh, but you're from Turkey, really, aren't you? You're Turkish, yeah, you're from Turkey. You're not from London.
Well, no, I was born in London, born and raised.
Oh, you were born? I thought you were from Turkey. I thought you came here when you were wee. I thought that's what you said before.
So, Ronnie. Yeah, no, go on, local. Sorry, I didn't realise you were still talking.
I was going to say, big up London. Do you know North Middlesex Hospital?
What was that? I didn't hear you. There was some wind.
Do you know North Middlesex Hospital?
Yeah, North Middlesex Hospital.
That's the hospital that I was born.
Oh yeah. I was born in one called the Royal Free.
Oh shit! Yeah, my brother was born there.
Yeah. Hey, whereabouts are you then? Are you near Camden, yeah?
Nah, Enfield.
Oh, okay, yeah. I know a girl up Enfield called Victoria. She's a proper girl.
A lot of girls called Victoria.
Yeah. What about Tommy's Bar? Do you know Tommy's Bar in Enfield?
I haven't gone out much recently.
You alright, Ronnie?
What's happening, Andrew, mate? I'm just chilling, man. Fucking, it's cold tonight.
Fucking freezing, mate. Fucking freezing. I tried to go to bed, fucking took your laptop and tried to jump on and fucking.
Quite warm up here in the Midlands, Ronnie.
No, is it?
Yeah, I went out for dinner earlier and then I went out for a walk at about 10 o'clock. 10, half 10. It was perfectly warm. It was almost like a cold summer's evening, you know.
Oh, I do like a summer's evening, though.
Yeah, so do I.
Are we cool now, Ronnie? Are we cool now?
I'm chill, man. I'm chill. I could just chill in.
Andrew asked you if you're cool now with him.
I'm cold now. I'm cold, mate. Fucking freezing.
Cool? Are we cool?
No, Andrew asked if you're cool now with him.
Yeah, I'm cool. I'm always cool with you, Andrew. I'm always cool with you, bro.
It didn't seem that way earlier, but
nah, man. It's do you know what?
Cheers, Baz. Baz, do you want to come on for 20 minutes and entertain us with your guitar? That would be nice, please.
Oh
yeah.
Vince, before I go, just like to say, I do a panel every Friday. Joe, why don't you jump on this Friday?
Why don't I?
Yeah.
Because I'll just sit in your chat. Because why would I would much rather hear the host's opinions on things on panels. I much rather hear hosts actually interacting with a panel just rather than sitting there and letting the panel do the whole panel for them. I'd rather hear your opinions, what you're all about, interacting with the panel. Let's hear what you really think instead of like the bullshit like you're a baker when
I
you're not.
agree with that. A silent host is no good.
Silent host is just gay, and it's pointless. It's just
With
you.
a H.
It's just you grifting. No homo, but that's all you do is grift because you can't make any content. I'm still waiting for you to go audit the bank because when you go audit the bank, you will get arrested for auditing the bank being fucking stupid. But that's just my opinion. That's what it is. My opinion. Whether you, it's up to you.
I thought, since you bring it up, I thought it'd be better than auditing a police station.
Well, it'd be frowned upon. There's more regulations in the fucking bank. You're guaranteed to get lifted. All that was doing was getting you lifted so you could push out there that you were a good
Joe,
guy.
hang on. Let local reply. He was replying. Sometimes people don't speak as
Sorry,
fast as others.
I do apologise.
A lot of the time, the auditors on YouTube, they tend to go after the views. You know, I want to more go on the educational approach. So if I have a police interaction, you know, instead of calling them saucy or swearing at them or cussing at them, you know, go at them at an educational approach.
Well, be nice to
them. So that you can, yeah, exactly.
But why would you be nice to them?
I think it might be wiser, Joe, to view the video after it's made rather than comment before, because we don't know what he's going to do.
Why would you be nice to them?
Well, why would you be nice to people that are there to oppress you? Is that not Stockholm syndrome?
But some people don't see it as oppression, Joe. Some do.
No, some people don't see it as oppression because it's Stockholm syndrome, Vincent. That's the reason why.
I wouldn't go with the aggressive approach.
No, I get what you're saying there. I fully comprehend what you're getting there, right? Yeah. But the words that people use, like sausage, you cannot breach the peace of a peace officer, so it doesn't make a difference. No, but 2 seconds, Andrew. 2 seconds, Andrew, please. 2 seconds, Andrew, please. Right. The whole point here is to show the people that when they tell you to shut your mouth, you don't need to. When they tell you don't use swear language, you do not need to. It is a request, not a fucking order. And they need to realise that as officers, as I prefer to call them constables, because that's who really works for us, not the state. But they didn't have constable and big letters on their ID. They have it in very small letters because it means nothing.
I'm not disagreeing with that. I'm not disagreeing with that.
Andrew, hang on. Let them speak together, please.
Joe, I'm not disagreeing with that, what you said. I'm not disagreeing with that.
Yeah, I mean, of course, you're going to get better. You're going to get better interactions with the police by being nice to them. But the minute the police become...
At the same time using the law.
Yeah, of course, but it's the minute they then try to twist the law, or they then try to infringe on you, then you should round on them straight away. Full force. Fuck you. Who the fuck do you think you are, crackpot? Sit back in your fucking box. Because you work for us, not the fucking state. Yeah?
Well, then I would pick the best way to deal with that situation. You know?
No, I get that, right? But when I brought up the banking thing, yeah, and we said what he said, it was like, that is stupid.
Yeah, I know it is.
Very exceedingly.
No, it's for YouTube, isn't it?
Well, dude, it'll get you like shares. It'll get you like shares and all that shit when you get lifted, but then it becomes fake because you know you're getting lifted. You get what I mean?
No. I will go in there and ask questions that needs to be asked.
Yeah, I don't care what questions you would ask a bank manager that they'd be able to tell you.
One question is, where do the bank get their money from?
Well, the answer to that will change in March.
Why did you go on to the fucking people house in the parliament, the coppers down there?
Say that again, Andrew.
I was going there, Andrew, every weekend at a protest. Nothing happened. Outside Downing Street, outside Parliament Square.
So what are you saying, Luke? What are you saying, Luke? That do you want to do police officers and police stations, or you got ideas to move on to other things?
Well, I was talking the other day to a couple of mates. If the lockdown didn't happen, and the pandemic didn't happen, I was going the auditing way. You know, I did my first COVID center audit. I wasn't doing any protests. I was just did other videos, you know, auditing videos. Then the protests come along, so I just started like streaming the protests. And now the protests have died down, I can go back to doing auditing again.
So, how many years have you been auditing for?
No, I hear that.
How many years have you been auditing for? Local experiment.
No, I did one audit. I did one audit, and then straight after that, it's just been protest video after protest video after protest video.
You know what? Yeah, target the bailiffs, bro. Target the bailiffs or something like that. Because, you know what I mean? There's no one really doing bailiffs that I see. Bailiffs fucking, do you know what I mean? They think they're the law. So when you go there, you know what I mean? They ain't got no authority over you. You don't owe them no money. You know what I mean? Like, I don't like bailiffs. They prey on people that get put in debt. You know what I mean? So stuff like that's good. You know what I mean? Yeah, there is a couple of things. There's a couple of things.
Not UK medic, right?
But I'm with local as well with the approach. I don't think you should approach them saying, "Oh, you sausage, tell me your collar number." I don't think that's a good approach at all. I think calm and collected.
They don't just go over and fucking say that, though, do they? They do interact first.
Some of them do, but what the approach I like is that when the policeman comes to you and he starts talking down to you, it reverses. Yeah, psychologically, you could just sort of, you get me, you can make him look stupid with his own words. You know what I mean? If you know what you're allowed to do, where you're standing, if you know you're not breaking no laws, he's just gonna make himself look stupid.
So the policeman comes up to you, or the security car comes up to you, or whoever comes up to you, the person that thinks is in charge comes up to you, and what is the first thing that you say to him?
Well, if a policeman was to come up to me,
and
I was auditing, I'd probably just say, "What's the problem with me filming the police station?"
What you say is, "Officer, what are you doing here?"
Yeah.
And then you get into conversation with them, and then you bark orders really nicely to them.
Yeah, there you go. See me, I'm not an auditor, bro. So I ain't been in the situation that you've been in, like where police has asked me why I'm filming. So I wouldn't know the interaction. But what I do like seeing is a policeman digging his own grave. You know what I mean? That's the best.
I got a lot of videos from, the first lockdown in London.
Yeah.
I was out every day filming, so I used to get stopped by police all the time. A lot of videos. I used to trick them with the YouTube because they knew nothing about YouTube. I used to base everything.
Well, I'll put it this way: you got AB. He doesn't go around saying sausage and everything, and he's got a pretty big following. So,
DJ Audits as well. DJ Audits has gained like 8,000 subs in the last week or something. No lie.
What about Coley? What about Coley?
Coley Burks, I was watching his live tonight. He reckons auditing will be dead by the end of 2022.
I think he's right.
I think he's right.
I think
he's definitely right.
Where's that wind? Where's that wind from? Is that?
That's what.
So
that's what I was gonna say to local as well. Anyone planning on getting into auditing now, it's a bit late for that sort of content, I'd say, because a lot of it's been covered, memos have been sent out, and so especially to the police, auditing can be easily done anywhere.
I think we're going to see a repeat of what happened to Torbs and the other two guys in Manchester. I think we're going to see that a lot more often going forward. The police are exercising their rights now, and I think it's due as well, because the auditing thing has been proven. They've achieved what they set out to do, which was to prove they can take video and hang on, Andrew. I'm getting to a point. So they proved what they needed to prove, and I've said to them continually, let's move on. Andrew, hang on, shush. Let's move on to the next lesson. Don't fucking hell, Andrew, I'm talking. You can talk afterwards. So they need to move on to the next logical step. I don't know what that is, but they need to start exercising other rights. Andrew, stop bloody hell, Andrew. Stop talking during me. So they need to start testing other rights which are available to us as well. And it's for entertainment, you know?
Yeah.
Well, I struggled there with Andrew.
Yeah, I said about 2 months ago, yeah. Mate, I started work. I said about 2 months ago, I said to the auditors that if the police are leaving you alone now, and you lot have said that they've all got the memo, surely that's job done. But I said to them that the more you push them onto their back foot, the more they're gonna come back at you. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So it's like you've pushed it over the line now.
Well, it's going to start to look like harassment, you know.
The reason why that happened was because they were using a certain. Hello. Go on, Andrew. You go first, and then I'll speak, mate. Go on.
I'm joking with you, mate. I thought someone interrupted, or someone else interrupted. I thought it was, you know. Sorry, Master. On crack on, mate.
Okay, then, mate. Yeah, the other reason why that happened was, let's be honest, is because they put their legs over the sensor.
Yeah.
Well, so it forced the gate to be, because I remember about 10 months ago, I saw a Marty's video, and he's with his brother and one of their mates and what have you. And they did exactly the same thing because he had a magic leg. And that's basically what they actually did, was because of the sensor, and that drew out them to come out of the police station, and that's
Master
what did
happen. You know, Master Ron said, you know what, Master Ron, sorry, right? You know, what Vincent just said is, it's Penlat movement. Photography is not a crime in public, so it doesn't matter whether it's a police station, a fucking security guard in a fucking shop. Or...
They broke the law, though, Andrew. They broke the law, and that's why they got arrested.
They forced the doors
no, hang on a sec, right, Ronnie. Marty Blackmore called the cop an idiot, right? And he got arrested. 3 hours, de-arrested, £80 fine. I mean, for calling the copper.
That's cool. That's fine. Pay the £80 fine and not call the copper an idiot again would be my lesson. But can I just say, before they got arrested that night, before they crossed the gate, when I was watching the video, I can't lie, I saw intimidation, because there was loads of them with masks, and they were shouting out to the PC. They were shouting out his PC. He's shouting
against them, money. Nothing.
Hold on a minute, Andrew. Hold on. Stop.
Holding a fucking phone up, and they didn't.
Andrew, hold on a minute. If I had people outside my house or my workplace screaming my name because I once arrested them, and they were screaming my name. Wait a minute. All right, cool then. I'm not going to speak.
Well,
go on, Andrew. You make a point, Andrew, because you've obviously got something serious to say. Go on, because you can't wait for anyone else to finish. Go on.
Yeah, well, it's like you last night, then, wasn't it? So, I mean,
what?
They get paid for that. They get paid for fucking. How much do they get paid an hour? Fucking.
Andrew, stop swearing, please.
Right. So my point was, before they crossed the line, in the video, I thought, my God, they could get done for intimidation here if they've made the policeman feel like he can't leave that building to go home because they're there screaming his name. Do you know what I mean? There was more charges they could have got hit with that they didn't, because that is a form of intimidation.
How can they get hit with more charges already? For what?
Because intimidation is a charge, Andrew.
No, it's not.
And
No,
it's regarded as a breach of the peace.
No, it's
not.
No, two ticks, you're lying. It's for breach of the peace with a red number on it, right, which includes the intimidation. All right. And as I already stated, categorically, proven in the High Court and the Supreme Court of the UK, you cannot breach the peace of a peace officer. That's a police officer, a police constable, a sergeant.
So what about
their peace? What about they are supposed to be above and beyond and the cool, calm, and collective head in any situation. They're not allowed to be offended.
I'm almost certain.
30 words because they're supposed to be better than us. No, but they're clearly not by utilising
not 30 words. Did you know? Did you know? Yeah, that the gate opened because one private car left the car park. That's what opened the gate. A private car, someone going, a civilian at this point, on their way home.
That does not make a difference. All right, they take an oath and they're working 24 hours. That's why they get paid as much. All right, the bottom line is they are not allowed to get offended. And I tell you what, if you believe for 1 second, right, 2 seconds, fucking Andrew, right? If you believe for 1 second the caliber of police officer that we deserve in this country is somebody as poofy as that, then you're fucking mental, mate. You should be weak officers, because it's the weak officers that give every good officer a bad name. Whether they're weak because they make themselves look pussies, and it means every other officer gets treated the same, or they're bad officers, they're corrupt officers. So you don't make them weak. So that's my
I didn't say that I would charge them. I didn't say I would be the judge in the court of law. All I said was, from my perspective, they could have got more charges from what they were doing.
I think it's shocking they got any charge. The only charge they should have been given was for blocking the sensor on the gate, because they blocked it with somebody blocked.
I know it was. I know why they got charged, mate. I know why they got charged, Joe. What I'm saying is, they could have had more charges on them if they wanted. The police could have put more charges. So wait a minute.
Rather charge they're going to walk for.
So look. Andrew, please shut up a minute. So Joe, yeah. So when they crossed the barrier and they held the sensor, that's when they broke the law. But I'm saying, previous to them doing that, within the last 20 minutes of them doing that, they could have caught more charges. They could have. It don't matter if you think that they shouldn't feel hurt or they shouldn't feel intimidated. They're meant to feel safe in their police station. They've got 6 people with masks around screaming a policeman's name, telling him to come out and face them.
Rodney, the point Joe's kind of trying to make is that when it comes under the law and everything, they cannot take their personal feelings into effect. What it comes down to, they are there to serve and protect. They are supposed to be professional enough to just shrug that aside, water off a duck's back. That is the sort of temperament which they are supposed to have. If I turn around and say, "Look here, you pig, shut the fuck up," he shouldn't take that personal.
Yeah, they're not allowed to. They're not allowed to. So how can Marty Magler get arrested for calling a cop an idiot then?
Exactly.
But why would he pay the fine?
Well, why did he get arrested for it?
Why didn't you just go to court and buy out the park, Andrew? Because that's what I did. Why did he pay the fine?
Why did he get arrested? What was the charge?
He called him a twat or something like that. He called him an arsehole twat.
Okay, Joe. 9 months ago, Marty Magler called the cop a pig, and he got arrested for that. And they didn't even turn up to court because the cop is another court case because they can't be offended in the line of duty, mate.
I fully comprehend that, Andrew. I've been took to court by calling a police officer corrupt before, aye. And because when I went to court, I said because he is corrupt, and I still walked. I never got done.
All right. We'll call him a cunt in a nice way.
Was that in England or Scotland, Joe?
Scotland, and our law's worse than your law.
Your laws are different in Scotland.
Yeah, it's worse than yours now. You've got better law than Scotland now. Funny that we used to have a better law than you. You now have a better law than us. Right, we've now got the civil law and the criminal law, which means the burden of proof is 60% less. You go to the same court for some charges as where you go for council tax. It's not
Right,
even a
so
criminal
hold on a
court.
minute. Yeah.
I mean, you can go
So
for not
wait.
paying your fucking TV license and shit. And
Yeah,
whatever.
some crimes that the police charge you for now in Scotland, you go into that same court, not the actual common law court. You go into the civil court, the same court you go for fucking fight for no paying your bills, the same court you go to see your kids.
Research it, Joe. You can't. Well, a copper shouldn't be offended. The only person.
No, I hear what you're saying, but my point is this, right? If you still get took to court for the same thing up here in Scotland, right? And I went into a court that had a 60% less burden of proof. And wait, and I still won. What the fuck is Marty Bagber and crew paying these fines for? Because they're not doing nothing. They're not proving they can do anything if they pay the fine because they're admitting guilt and taking liability for what they've done.
When is he admitted guilt for it?
Well, if he paid the fine, he admitted guilt.
He's never paid the fine.
Right, well, so he must go to court for the fines then, and he must show us the thing that he's fined
for. In court, like he did when he got arrested for calling a pig, a copper a pig, fucking 9 months ago, and the coppers didn't even turn up in court, so he got up, and he got arrested the other day, 4 days ago in fucking Metropolitan Police for calling a copper an idiot, and. He had a ticket. He had a ticket for 80 quid, and he's just going to fight it because he's not going to pay it. And
then he'll go back, and then he'll get an extradition. He'll get a summary warrant issued, which there is no warrant issued. It's just that extract to it, and then the police will come round and say, "Give me the fucking money right now, £80, or I'm going to take you to the police station and you take you to court the next again day." And he'll go in there and then he'll get given then what they'll do, if he refuse to pay the fine, they'll then give him a community it's not a community payback order, it's something else. They call it something different, because if he then doesn't it's basically community service, right? And then what they then do, Andrew, because they can't jail you for fines, right, is if you fuck up the community payback order, they give you 6 months.
Of course they can jail you for fines. They can jail you for fines, yes. They can jail you for fines.
Can't jail you for fines. They can't even jail you for debt, mate. No, they can't.
They can. It's
that community payback order.
It's a criminal. If a cop arrests you, you get fined for it, and you don't pay the fine, you can go to jail for fucking 3, 5, 6, fucking 10 days.
No. What Joe's trying to say is that if you don't pay the fine, in other words, if you end up going to court, and if it's because you called a police officer, and if you take to court,
Andrew and Joe as well, please. No bad language. And Andrew, please stop interrupting. When you say something, people will respond.
I'm not interrupting anything, Vincent. I'm not even swearing, mate.
Master Ron was talking there. Sorry, Ron.
So that's all right, mate. So if you're taken to court for calling the copper an idiot, it'll be thrown out of court.
Well, yeah, it's thrown out of court, so we don't have to pay the fine.
Exactly. So you're not going to get a prison sentence. If anything, the copper's going to get a slap on the wrist for hurty feelings.
Yeah, exactly. And so Joe just said that he's going to pay the fine. And
should we all just fuck up to police and call them cunts and pricks and that all day long then? So
what it means is
I've been beaten up many times.
Let someone else talk. Good night, everyone. Good night.
I've been beaten up many times by coppers. Yeah, I probably.
Pick up London.
Not in that. I mean, photography is not a crime, guys. For fuck's sake, Jesus. Yeah, really.
So Joe,
Andrew, but when people are trying to get a point across, it's really difficult. If halfway through their point, sometimes it takes a little while for them to get the point out, and they want to put some meat on the bone before they get to it. If you start talking halfway through their point, it doesn't help anyone. And Andrew, please, hold on. And remember, most of all, there are people listening, and nobody's coming here to listen to everyone shouting like they tend to on other channels. So it's nice and calm. I'm still talking, Andrew. And if there's two people talking at the same time, you just can't hear anything. It's impossible, you know.
What's the point?
Sorry, it always seems like I'm picking on you, Andrew. I do apologise, but you know.
Well, you are picking on me actually, so.
I'm not, Andrew. If you feel that way, then please leave.
No, he wasn't, Andrew.
And if I can't put my point across to what Joe was saying about, or because Joe said you could be arrested, Vincent, for what? I mean, the coppers have got no argument. It's the same when Marty Bagley got arrested for calling a copper a pig fucking 9 months ago, and nothing happened. The coppers didn't even turn it in court. It's going to be the same thing. And Joe said that he's going to have to pay the fine, and Marty Bagley is not going to pay the fine because he didn't do anything wrong.
That's not what Joe said either. That's not what Joe said. You weren't listening to Joe.
Well, you said,
it's not what I said. It's not what I said. It's not the words I used because you didn't listen to me properly because you were trying to talk over me. I'm sorry, Andrew, and I think you're sound, right? What I said was, why did he pay the fine? Yeah, because you said he got, wait, please. See, you're doing it again. Because you said, right, he got an £80 fine. He got arrested, de-arrested, an £80 fine. And then I said, when you said he got an £80 fine, right, yeah, I just took that as he got a fine and he paid the fine, right? What I said was, why did he pay the fine, right? Now, 2 ticks. I then went on to explain that if he got an £80 fine, right, and you did not pay it, and you just patched it and said, I ain't paying this fine, what would then happen is you would get a letter telling him it's late and all that kind of shit, right? That happens 2-3 times. And then what happened is the court issue what's known as a summary warrant, but there isn't any real warrant. It's fictitious. It's just an extract with loads of names on it. The police then come round and say, give me the £80. If you say, no, I'm not paying it, they take you to the police station. They explain some shit to you, arrest you, put you in a cell, take you back to court. When you go to court, if you say, I am not paying this £80 fine, they do not just go, right, neighbour, we're chucking this out, right? If you've been issued the fine, you're signed for that.
No,
you've accepted it.
He didn't find anything, Joe. This is what I'm saying. He got arrested, de-arrested, and an hour he went in the custody probably or whatever, and they give him an £80 fine, but he never signed the signature to say that I owe the court £80. He's got charged with it. He got a court fine, but he never signed the signature, so that's not legal binding, and he would not have to pay it because it's a fucking total fixation. Look, a cop got butt hurt because he called him a fucking idiot, and an idiot. Come on, Joe, for fuck's sake, man.
Listen, I'm not saying that, right? Listen, I've paid fines, but I wait until they come round and threaten me, and then I claim it back, right? That's what I do, right? I do it differently, and I can prove it. Well, it's like you said, Joe. It's you fucking Scotland is different to Wales and England, mate, isn't it? Yeah, it's worse.
Oh, goodbye, local. Bye, mate.
Bye, local. Sorry, I thought you wanted to talk. I was just about to bring local in, but he's off to bed. Andrew, there's another facet to this as well, is that we're on the precipice of the police being given extra powers when it comes to auditing, which is specified in the new Police Crime Sentencing and Courts Bill. The police are going to have extra powers when it comes to protesting and gatherings. Now, gatherings can be a family of 3 at a supermarket. So, sort of let that sink in a little bit, because that's a gathering. Yeah, I know. So hang on, Andrew, please hang on, or else I'm going to chuck you backstage, man. I'm not about that here. I know it happens elsewhere. I'm not going to do it here, Andrew. I'm sorry, but it's harsh, but it's true. So the police are starting to exercise these new rights with a view to being able to exercise them fully in the future. And it's clear to see that in the auditing community, because you're involved with the auditing community, same as we are, we're seeing those instances. Hang on, Andrew. We're seeing those instances, and it was evidence with Torps and his 2 friends the other day. It's not happened before. We've had people breach a police station's gate before. We've had people cover a sensor before, and it's been very funny to watch on video. But on that particular day, the police decided not to put up with it anymore, which indicates to me they're not going to put up with it going forward either.
Well, look at Vincent. Look at when Marty Blackburn put a pig mask face on outside the police station with a few other people, and he had a pig face mask on outside the police station, and he didn't even get arrested. He didn't even get questioned or nothing. But another time when he went outside the police station, and he got arrested for calling the cop a pig.
Yeah, it's a case of that was then,
and
this is now.
Yeah, and he got arrested for calling the cop an idiot, and he wasn't even.
Yeah, but it comes down. But Andrew, what you will come down to is that, or because one police station and they decided to just let it go, but then you go to another police station and you might have one that decides, fuck it, I want to lay down my boot on this person.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, that's up to the auditor's prerogative for doing that in the first place. He's putting himself in harm's way, basically, for doing, being an idiot if he wants to shove a camera in a cop's face. I mean, they're trying to take away protests. Freedom for protest.
Yeah.
They did that years ago. You mental. You need permission to have a protest now. They took your freedom of protest away in the 80s. You're crazy, man. You're so behind. You're talking about stuff that happened 2 decades ago. What are you talking about? They took away your right to protest 2 decades ago when you need permission to fucking protest.
Well, Joe, that's not necessarily true. Protests which are arranged have to be applied for in terms of permission, but random protests are still allowed. And most of the protests that we've seen and experienced in London so far have been random protests.
Peaceful protests.
So it's not necessarily that they.
I don't know about that, Vincent. That's the problem that Indian pirate
half the protests you've seen in London were set up by the government, and the other half was set up by the stooges.
Okay, then, Joe, if it's so illegal, why haven't they arrested every cop, or why haven't they arrested every protest that they can get their hands on them? If it's
wait. You're going off track here. You're going off track. Right.
Yeah.
The protests which are going on in London, have been organised. You've had to start at the beginning. You're supposed to stick to a route and what have you, and you can't deviate. And that's why. That's where the problem has been. People have been saying, like, no, we shouldn't be protesting in this way, because then it becomes a farce. And that's what's become of a protest. It's become a farce. It's become infiltrated because the powers that be are in control.
Yeah, that's why they march you on. That's why the cops.
That's why they took you down. That's why they took you down all the places where the CCTV was, so you'd all get took. You all gave them your faces. They took you up to a shopping centre. What the fuck were you going to a shopping centre for? Oh, that's right, because they only took half you in, and then you walk through every camera angle they could possibly get of you. You're all mental. You all got took like sheep. Some of the biggest streamers were taking you doing these paths. Some of the biggest streamers now want to bad mouth people about it and say, "Oh, I can see this." No, they couldn't. Well, if they could see it, they were part of it. Because I was shouting about it over a year. And
looking on the Protest.uk website, when it relates to protests and marches, letting the police know. By law, you must tell the police in writing 6 days before a public march if you're the organizer. And it states that, hang on, Andrew, and it states the details of what is required by the police for that protest stroke march. If there's no march involved, if there's no march organized as part of your protest, you do not have to tell or inform the police. And in my opinion, a standing protest, very much like the November the 5th one, seems to me to be a far more powerful message than marching on a designated path around London for 3 hours, which is a waste of everyone's time.
It's like Vincent. If I go to my town city centre and I hold the fucking thing up saying, anything I wanted, as long as it's not abusive or racial or anything, then I can stand there all day. And I wouldn't I couldn't get charged.
Yep.
But Andrew, that right is going to be taken away from you.
Yes, I know, Vincent. I know. That's what they're trying to do.
And that's the problem which I've had with protests is that they go to a place where they begin and then they walk to the park. To me, that's taken a stroll around the city of London and end up in a park. Whereas to me, it's right. Where's Parliament? Parliament Square. You congregate there and you fucking stay there.
I agree. Don't do it on a Saturday.
That's what is a protest. I'm not on I'm not on about marches and
I don't see the point. I've never seen the point of marching around. You know what I mean? It's supposed to be Downing Street, Parliament, in that area, not marching around fucking London. I'll say, fuck off. Here is where you need to be, not all fucking around there.
Across them, it gets the point across if you're gonna march.
Yeah.
Well, march for a
congregate and close off them fucking crossroads. That's all you have to do. Just fucking close off them crossroads. That's it. Don't go anywhere else.
That's what the cop was in the front and the back for, to try to block it.
At the very least, with the police crime sentencing courts bill, when it comes to protesting, there's no out and out ban on protesting. What it does is gives the police the ability to stop them if they want to. So whereas they were obliged to give you permission to do a march or a standing protest, they no longer have to. But when it comes to a standing protest, that must not interfere with any major road artery wherever the protest is. And that's the whole purpose and point of a standing protest, is to disrupt, and they're taking that ability away from us.
Cutting off that crossroad, the most important crossroad of the whole of Parliament. That is the crossroad. That's what you take.
Yeah, absolutely.
Fuck all the rest of London, just that place.
Yeah, and stay there. Have a party.
Yep.
Have your picnic. Let your fireworks.
Yeah, if you're gonna have it, fucking have it there. Not go down the park and have a party.
Yeah. It's what the French do. The French tear up shit whenever they have a bill going through that they don't disagree with. And in history, I think every bill that's been opposed by the French people has been cancelled. I can't think of one off the top of my head right now that went through with the French protesters.
So do you reckon it's okay for a cop? Come on, guys. It's
Andrew, are we back there? Andrew, you have to move forward, because what happened before is no precedent for what will happen now. You're going to find. Hang on, Andrew. Andrew, hang on. You spoke. You're going to find more auditors will be arrested for calling them sausages, for calling them idiots. The police are going to start flexing their muscles.
I don't see it. Unless the government, houses of Parliament will do something about it, like they did in France.
Andrew, sorry, mate. No, what we're talking about, is that Parliament are passing bills like there's no tomorrow. So this is it. One bill has been blocked. One bill has been blocked through the what they call the next stage, fucking Lords. House of Lords rejected the bill, but obviously that's going to be re-looked at, reworded, read this, read that, until it gets through. Until it gets through the House of Lords.
Yeah, exactly.
They're going to come back with something else.
That's what they're trying to do with peaceful protest. They're trying to ban protest.
That's what they're going to do.
Yeah, I know.
See how it's going. You will have a China state where you can't go to any official building and you can't film any official person, and that includes a police officer.
Yeah, I know, but I mean, they've got to pass the bill through first. They haven't done that yet, have they? So they're going to pass it through the House of the Parliament, then it's got to be voted in to get passed up. So same as the protest.
Well, that's the problem. It's a touchy road which we're in at the moment. Is that you know, is all it has to do is just pass through it and get signed by the Queen, and we're fucked.
I know. That's what I'm
But
saying,
as long as if everybody like actually like emails their MP and writes to them a letter as well, and saying if you pass this bill, you're fucking gone, cunt. You know, at the end of the day, that means that won't happen, right?
Until that happens, then you know, it's still lawful right to do what they're doing. Photography is not a crime in public, and the same as a peaceful protest. You know, until they pass it through the House of Commons or Lords or whatever, you know, it's still law. It's your right to do that.
It's your right at the moment. Yes, I totally agree. You do have the right to protest and what have you. If you want to march through London, it has to be an organised march. What's the point? There's never been any point in one of those ever.
Yeah,
ever. There's never been a point.
In London, London's a bit different to Wales. Well, probably Scotland as well. So.
Yeah, and to be honest, people are at work, so obviously it's on a Saturday. If you really wanted to protest, you're out there on a Wednesday when it's Prime Minister's question time and a load of them turn up outside the Houses of Parliament. Not all of them have the luxury to be able to go in the back way. They have to go in the front way. And that's when they hear your protests, is the ones that happen to come through the front way. And they're the back lobbyists. So if you get the backbenchers on your side, the cabinet have nothing.
I don't know about fucking
nothing.
I can tell you now what would change government policy instantly is if every single voter emailed their MP to say, I'm not voting for you next time, fucker, unless you decide against this bill. That would change it immediately. Do not ever underestimate the power of your vote, guys. I know we all dispute democracy. I know we all dispute the accuracy of the count. But if the people that we do have in power, whether they're elected or selected, if we tell them directly how we feel about something, you'll see change. And you will see change fast. It's as simple as that.
Yeah, well,
but nobody does it. Nobody seems to think.
We still have our rights, basically, Vincent. We still have our rights to do. So.
And disrupting them in Parliament. Do it on a Monday or a Wednesday or a Friday, not on a Saturday.
Wednesday is always the best day, Vincent. Wednesday is always the best
perfect day. Yes.
Most cameras there, that's for sure. Most news people there, that's for sure. And imagine if they would. Imagine if you were.
You would find very quickly, sorry, Joe, I did let you go, but you stopped as well. You would find very, very quickly they would find ways of stopping us from protesting without finding laws to stop us from protesting. Yep. They would change the bills, pure and simple. They would have to falter. I'm sorry, we have the weakest government in history that faltered to other... Andrew, hang on. That faltered to other countries very, very quickly, and they faltered to certain agenda-driven groups in this country. They would falter to us as well.
I don't think they would fall to us, actually. I think they would actually double down with us, which would then push us to where they want us to be, which is kicking off, so they can then implement more laws that way and blame us.
I don't think we'll see many wars over the next 30, 40 years, Joe.
Say again?
I don't think we'll see any wars over the next 30 or 40 years.
Depends on what you define a war as.
Nobody can afford to. The British Army is its lowest point ever, lowest number of members.
Which is where the warrior attrition would come in, eh?
Of course. Russia doesn't want a war. China most certainly doesn't want a war. China's cash cow would be destroyed if China ever went into war. It's ludicrous when people write on all of these groups, China's going to take over the world. It's ludicrous. They've taken over the world already. They've done it already by selling you £1.99 pieces from AliExpress. They don't need to fucking gun with guns.
Well, AliExpress is actually having issues right now, the same as all Chinese businesses are. Yeah, whether it's made up issues or no, it doesn't really make a difference. It's market issues, right? China's economy is starting to falter. It's one of the heaviest wind downs in the
weaker
in the
now.
system.
You wouldn't want to balance them books.
No, you wouldn't. No, clearly no. But they're going to have to, which is where, like I said, it depends on how you define a war. Now, war attrition will basically do protectionism for every nation, yeah, which means that it's going to get tougher before it gets better, Vincent.
Yes,
on that war attrition.
We've had that already, effectively, over the last 2 years.
Well, no, really, it's about to get worse if the war attrition steps up, because we have no manufacturing, and most trade routes to here are pretty much controlled not by us anymore. When you think about it, Vincent.
Yes, but Joe, we have one thing that the rest of the world doesn't have if a war of attrition happens, because it would impact every single country. And what do we have that no other country has?
I don't know.
It's going to be more
huge, hang on, Andrew. Let me make my point, Andrew. We have a massive wealth to protect us. We have a massive income from banking, which we can utilize if we want to. We have the strongest currency in the world. We have the strongest political system in the world. We have the greatest influence in the world. We have our fingers in lots of pies all over the world. So if a war of attrition does come along, however it affects us, it affects other countries who are behind us already.
No, I fully comprehend that, right? But half the battle of having a decent country is having decent subjects, citizens, however you want to look at it, right?
Yes.
That are happy. And that's not going to be easily achievable, yeah, in the short term, if that makes sense. And it's at that point where most rules and regulations and all the other bullshit of the day is going to come in to kind of like dumb us down, subdue us, and to stop us from being crackpots and just doing what we want anyway, right? But all of that groundwork's been put in the last 2 years with the legislation that's in place.
Yeah.
You know, so it's like people are all thinking that this is over, this is fun, and this is shit. No. You've all been taken for a ride. You've all been taken for a ride. You've all been given misdirecting and subterfuge, which is tactics that are born from the state. They just done to you in World War II, right? The only difference they gave you two seconds, Vincent. What they did is the exact same as what they did in World War II. The only difference is they gave you fake protests that were giving all your details up, all your fucking stingrays and all that stuff, grabbing all your personal data, all your IPs, all your email addresses, all your facial recognition, right? That was the Nazi. They got chucked. That was the fake officer that got chucked out the plane so the Nazis could get him. So we got landings. All right? And for 2 years, you've just been fed through various entities online. Yeah? Bullshit. That's it. With that groundwork that's been put in place, you're now getting mainstream. 2 seconds, Andrew. Mainstream media is now pointing to you who you should be getting upset with, rather than the fake friendship that they're now doing. The tunnel. You've heard me say this, Ron, for a while. They're going to become friends months ago, right? Rather than saying, let's reduce these laws they put in place. Let's revoke them. Don't freeze them. Let's get rid of them, because it's coming again.
Well, you know, it's the same old fucking story, mate. You know, they've been saying it for 40 years, 50 years. World War III has been coming for fucking centuries and fucking.
Yeah, it's not coming, Andrew. So for the uninitiated, Joe, if the war of attrition starts or continues, depending on your viewpoint,
I mean,
what are what are the downsides to that war of attrition? How will that affect the normal man?
Yeah, exactly. And you know what's happening with Ukraine and Russia?
Andrew, I'm going to mute you if you carry on, Andrew. I've just asked Joe a question.
You finished.
Well, straight away, you getting products out of shops is going to become difficult because we don't make them here. You know?
That's obvious. But there's a country out there who's more than happy to fulfill all of those orders.
Of course, but who wants half of their shitty food and systems? Who wants that shit?
Mate, we've lived off our own land for centuries and centuries and hundreds and thousands of years, mate. You know, we don't need third world countries to make our clothes and shoes and whatever. You know,
we do, Andrew, because we outsourced it.
Because we haven't got the industry at the moment.
But listen to Joe's reply, Andrew. So how do we suffer, Joe? Where do we suffer?
Look, the bottom line is, right, the people of the UK won't be eating that fucking bleached chicken and all that kind of stuff that they want, right? Yeah? There's loads of things that they can fulfill, right? But that's not what we want at the end of the day, or most people want at the end of the day, right? So there'll be shortages. You've already had people talking about ration books. We should have been on ration books for the last time because that's their plan. You're going to get rationed.
So are you saying supply chain issues are or is a war of attrition?
No, supply chains issues is part of a war of attrition. You've also got like all the freedom of movement and all that kind of stuff, right? You've got to look at where your products actually come from, Vincent. They're coming through like either the Silk Road, which China, Iran, and Russia have just done a great new deal, which pretty much shafts anybody else realistically, right?
And they built the railway to service it.
Yep. And that railway, like I explained when about troop movements had been there when the troop movements were happening. They didn't need to drive everything. That's been there for ages. You know, I remember them celebrating it with the big, all that stuff, right? You know, so what's going to happen is, whether we like it or not, right, we're moving from a fiat currency back. This is the transition stage. Yeah, right? We're going to have hard times moving forward. We're going to more than likely have inflation. They're saying 20%. Come on. Try like 25.
What do you think's happened the last
books to get rid of the derivatives?
We've been in the...
There is some funny lights.
The last 30 years, it's been the highest in 30 years. You know, that's what, since 1980.
Well, that's 40 odd years. It's for the 90s because it took about 10 years for inflation to start going down, Andrew. That's right.
The biggest.
Do you really think, Joe, that they'll subject us to very high inflation rates? Do you think they'll allow that?
It's been the highest in 30 years, Vincent.
Andrew, I know that, but it's a marginal difference. What Joe's talking about is a 15 to 18% rise if you go up to 25%.
And that's where we were 40 years ago, Andrew, because we go up to about 28, 30%, and that's when the last housing crash happened in the 80s. Not the last one, the housing crash in the 80s happened. All right. See, what you got to realise, Vincent, they're going to have to get that way, because when the shops start shutting, if the shops do continue the trend, Vincent, and shutting, right, and with the government's new tax system, any new business actually joins with, when you'll know yourself, Vincent, most small businesses fail within the first 18 to 24 months. And you know it's
94% of them.
Yep, and that's because they're robbing Peter the people, because it takes 18 months to get your first year's tax, and then you get hit 2 years later, 6 months later for the second year's tax. And they've robbed Peter the people to get their business going. They're not going to be able to do that anymore, Vincent. The new tax system on the electronic system, the government gets its tax straight away. You know this shit, right? Any new businesses coming in is on the new system, right? This is paving the way for, you know, cashless society.
This is the way it's gone for years and years, though. Years and years. This is the way.
Yeah, but Andrew, you've got to realise that everybody's living in a fake bubble, man. They all think their house is worth 200k. It's not worth that, Andrew. It's fake. 2 seconds, Andrew, so I can explain it, Andrew. 2 seconds, Andrew, so I can explain. There's no point you saying something, let me explain it, and then starting something else, because I'm not going to be able to keep that going, brother. Right? You know what I mean? But everybody's house price that they're relying upon as their value in that 9 times out of 10 is based upon is based upon the rental values of shops. And when shops are empty, the rental values plummet.
Have you looked at your local high street recently?
It's no shops, man. Local high streets are now getting councils leaving buildings that they just purposely built 10 years ago to go in there. It's not.
Are you aware of the law recently, which you can automatically, without application, change from commercial to residential status for a house or a property within a city boundary, a commercial boundary?
Of course,
that's massive. That takes those out of the equation.
Well, it doesn't. Because what are you going to peg the rental values to if there's no shops to peg it to? It's a bit like saying, oh, housing associations, affordable homes are pegged to council homes. But when they sell all the council homes off and there's nothing peg it to, what's it pegged to? Thin air. It's not pegged to nothing. They'll decide what it then is. So they'll falsely inflate it, which is just feeding the derivatives, Vincent, which is never going to get the system to be any better. It's just going to.
So I'll ask you the question again. Do you truly think that they're going to exposes to a 20 or 25%
I think my honest opinion is folk are going to be exposed to a whole lot more. What do you think the Great Reset is if it's no robbing Peter to pay Paul? And by the way, you're Peter, and none of us is Paul.
Mine goes Paul as well.
You get what I'm saying?
I'm Peter, and the rest of you are Peter.
Yeah, none of us are Paul. None of us are. You know what I mean? It's robbing Peter to pay Paul, the Great Reset, and you learn nothing and you like it because we let you live.
What do you suggest then, Joe? What do you suggest should happen then?
Well, listen to him, and he'll come up with a few more bits of info first.
I don't know what the solution is. I know what Iceland did.
So what's the first thing that happens after a war, Joe? Because that's effectively what we've just seen is a war period of 2 years. What happens after a war? What happens with inflation after a war? What happens with investment after a war?
Investment normally goes up.
Investment goes up and inflation goes down.
Yeah.
To promote that investment.
Yeah,
overseas
but
investment.
I don't think we've seen a war yet. I don't think we've seen a war. I think all we've seen so far.
We've had it in every form apart from boots on the ground. We have. It's been war conditions for the last 2 years.
It's no finished, Vincent. It's no finished. We've still got another 2 year to run before anything changes. Going by the last time, it wasn't until 84 that we started getting a bit more bright light. And just like they said they were expecting 4% and they only got 2.4, that's the exact same thing as they were expecting in 79, and they only got 2.4. So, and they did tell us at the start, it'll take 2 years, and then they went, oh, actually, we only got 2.4, it'll take 4 years. It's the worst it's been in 40 years, and that takes us right back to, again, the 40 year ago. So you've still got the house market crash to come. You've still got the shops to be shut in. The only thing that's been different this time is everybody was paid to sit in their ass for 18 months, so they wouldn't have been out actually protesting and kicking off. That's the only difference. That's what they learned for the last time, the miners' strikes. You've still got
more people benefit from a house market crash than don't, though.
You can think that.
The only people who suffer are the ones who effectively created their wealth whilst sitting on the property.
Yes, and those people are generally the normal people. The people that don't consolidate, and they don't because they've bought their house, they've paid their house, they've lived off their equity, and they're about to lose it all. It wasn't actually that folk couldn't afford their houses, Vincent, as you well know. It was they couldn't afford the extra years they had to put onto their mortgages. They had 5 years left. In order to be able to get something that they could be able to pay, they had to put another 10 years on their mortgage. They couldn't do that because they had to be forcefully retired at 55 and all that back then as well.
My fear, Joe, is that every apocalyptic event that you're describing there, apart from the rate of inflation, is an invigoration for the country. It's effectively it's a farmer burning his fields.
You could look at that, but it was at that point the country started getting asset stripped and everything was privatized.
Well, they've done that already, Joe.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying, and it didn't help the country moving forward, did it? It didn't help the country in the long run. The fact that our public services are now private, we all moan about. The fact that you didn't have apprenticeships, we all moan about. We all agree that the way it works now is not as good as the way it was before. So, like you said earlier on, it was what? Yeah, but not for us, the bottom people. Maybe for the people in middle class and higher up, it was good for them because they had the ability to utilise the downturn. But for the downtrodden and the minimum of the rest of the society who don't have the ability to utilise the downturn, apart from 2 seconds, Vincent, as everybody knows about the 80s, apart from to commit crime to be able to feed your families. That's what happened in them real times in the 80s for normal people, for the average person in society. Yeah?
Under a blood red sky, this doesn't signify that I'm right wing.
See, if I can go by the town that I grew up in.
Come on, Ron, save us.
When I grew up, that there was only X amount of industries. There's a textile industry, there's a window industry, there was a pie factory, and there's a textile industry, right? Oh, and a coal industry. None of them exist anymore. that was around about 95% of the people in the town worked at one of them places. None of them exist anymore.
All my family.
Everything to do with that have all gone by the mid-80s because everything was being shut down. By the mid-80s, by the late 80s, completely gone. Everything's gone in the town that I grew up in.
Well, it depends where you live.
Nothing now.
What area or what city or what area.
No, it was just as bad in the city, Andrew. It was just as bad in the city. In the city, it was the same industries apart from the coals, right? But you would have had, when all these other things shut down, the continuation of businesses shut down. Aye. What we then did is we then changed our economy into a service-based economy and then started importing minimum wage workers. It wasn't because we wouldn't do the work, Andrew, that they get sold. It's because people couldn't do that work and be paid as less as that because it was pointless. They kept minimum wage low to keep wages not going up in line with inflation. And that's how they kept people downtrodden. Aye. They then turned around and sold it that you didn't want to work. No, that's not true. Aye. They then paid people to sit on their ass as they imported the third world to work for nothing, which is how they kept wages low and not going up with inflation. They wouldn't have been able to do that for 30 years if they didn't have the immigration policies that were put in place by Labour whilst they were paying the indigenous people of this country to sit on their ass.
I have to give Rally Ali some credit here because that's the point I was slowly getting to with you, Joe, before it was sort of went off in a different direction. But
of course, but I would still answer
with
to you,
invigoration, with investment, with people just basically getting off their asses and doing something after 2 years of being in a warlike state. The country, the invigoration in the country will be so massive, the inflation will likely remain or fall. It cannot go up, Joe. It cannot. The only way inflation goes up, Joe, is if everyone still stays at home wearing a mask, shitting themselves. And that's not going to happen.
Well, the way I would look at it is like this, Vincent, right? Is that will only work. Your theory will only work if wages go up. And when I do see wages going up...
nothing to do with wages going up.
It does, really. It does. Because you won't get people not sitting on their arse if it doesn't be financially beneficial for them. Right? So that's a fact. Right? Now, whether you like it or not, gas prices are gone through the roof. You've been told to expect 50% on top, right? Do you think that might drive inflation? Maybe it will. I don't know.
Of course.
People aren't going to be able, Vincent, think about it this way, right? So if your cost of your living's going up, why would you take a job that you're going to do 30, 40 hours a week for £15 extra now when your gas bill is going to be 25 quid extra? Why would you do that?
You're talking about just one snapshot. I see people who spend hundreds a week on going out, entertaining, going to restaurants, buying new cars, buying holidays. All it is, for the most part, for the large... They're what?
They are the yuppie sect.
Well, no, they're the normal people that I see around. I mean, Leicester's not that affluent, but I used to say this.
My son works here, and his partner, our daughter-in-law, actually owns her own business. They can still only own one car. They just sold their house, buying a new house. They can only afford to actually buy one car and have a holiday.
And okay, just to say one more point, and then I'm going to make myself a cup of tea and everyone can talk, and I won't, I promise, and this will just solidify under a blood red skies theory that I'm a right winger. Just take a look at the demographics and the amount of spending on Just Eat and all of the other home food delivery places. It is horrendous. You have some of the poorest households in this country spending £50 to £75 each and every week on Just Eat. And I'm sorry, guys, that money covers your fucking gas bill and your electric bill, and it puts food on the table. That kind of money a month.
It is crazy, man.
It's madness. It's madness.
Was that pre-pandemic or after pandemic when the government?
I think this is pandemic numbers.
Yeah, but the government kind of like made restrictions and told people not to leave their house. So let's be honest. And they were also, Vincent, they were also giving them extra money, weren't they? So they could actually buy the takeaway.
No, because on the whole, people, 3 million self-employed, lost out on money. The furloughed, which is about 2/3 of the country, had slightly more than normal.
But if you had kids,
I agree with that.
If you had kids, right, you were given extra money because they were moaning about it, weren't they? So on the universal credit, they were giving them extra money for food, and they were spending that extra money on takeaways. Heaven forbid. Because they took it off them now, weren't they? Because they didn't get that extra money anymore, didn't it?
Yeah, I think it was only about £20 a month or £20 a week.
£20 a week.
I didn't receive anything, not one penny from the last
But
2
now
years.
they're taking £20 a week off of you.
They take that back. I thought they took, I think, innit? Yeah, so they
Yeah,
gone.
now taking £20 a week
I'll leave you to it for 2 minutes.
Out of your universal credit, you're actually losing now £20 a week. I do believe it is.
Aye, they took it back off them, mate.
No, well, I didn't receive not one penny of the fucking government when I lived the last 2 years of the fucking government.
We didn't get anything either.
Nothing.
We didn't get anything extra.
When other countries were getting thousands, and like Australia and fucking Canada and America, they were getting money when we didn't get not one fucking single penny.
Yeah, but they don't have the same system as us, Andrew.
Yeah, I know, but we're the 5th richest nation in the fucking world, and we didn't even get a fucking penny. This is what the government is like. They're fucking absolute fucking
Andrew, they paid you. They paid you the same money. You didn't get furloughed. You didn't get 80% of your benefits. You got the full amount of your benefits every week, right? And I think I've already told you, Andrew.
What, you think I can live off £125 a week?
I didn't think that, and that's not what I'm saying, and that's not what you were saying either, if we're honest, right?
Well,
yeah, you think you should? Andrew, I didn't get any extra. I didn't get any extra money, Andrew. I just got paid. I got paid my benefit, right? That's what I got, right? My disability. No, Andrew, two ticks, Andrew. I got paid my disability. I didn't get any extra, but then I didn't sit in my house. I went out and did what I wanted, so I just got paid normal money for being my normal self and being out and doing my own thing and making the choice to go out, right? And no using COVID as an excuse for anything else. I just said, fuck you. I'll do my own risk assessment. Rule 101 of any health and safety course I've ever did is rule 1 is you make your own risk assessment. So I did that every time I've thought about going outside. And my risk assessment said, go outside, enjoy the sun, and think about nice, happy thoughts, Joe.
Yes,
so I did, right? I didn't get paid extra. I didn't expect to get paid extra. And that's the way I look at it.
I got suckered in because I was going through enough shit before when the fucking COVID and all the fucking restrictions hit. And then I fucking sitting this fucking shit out for the last 2 fucking years, mate. The only time I went out was go down the fucking shop to buy food and beer.
No, I get that, and like I say, everybody's different.
That pressure, and other pressure, and on pressure, and on pressure, and I got fucking debt collectors, and I got all this shit.
What Joe's saying though, Andrew, is that you chose to comply.
Well, good on Joe. Good on him for fucking not. Good on Joe for not, giving in to the fucking government. What they were trying to push on the people and.
We chose to, Andrew. In the end, we chose to live our life how we normally did.
Well, my life.
Going out and doing our normal thing.
Yeah, my life. I was on antidepressants, 50 milligram a day, mate, for 10 years because I knew when I didn't take them, I'm suicidal thoughts and shit, and I fucking.
Oh yeah.
6 months ago.
I can believe it. It more than likely did hit you. Yeah. It more than likely did hit you. A lot of people it hit because they couldn't handle the pressure and everything. You know what I mean? But some of us actually decided, no, fuck it. We're going to carry on with our normal lives as possible as we possibly could. And that is what me and Mary Moon did.
Good on Joe. Good on Joe for doing that, and probably you yourself, right? I mean,
Andy, like honestly, most folk I ken were the same as you, mate. Like I ken folk that have been cupcaked in that. I've had 3 cupcakes in that. You know what I mean? And they all thought I was after that. They were all like, "Well, what are you doing?" I'd be like, I'm in the bus. I'm just touching all the handles and that. You know?
I've been demoralized by all this fucking shit for the last fucking 2 years. And I was going through enough shit just before that. That's why there's a note on my door, mate, because I don't want to go back on the street. Says,
I know, like, look, Andy, I get that, Andrew, right? Andrew, I get that, right? I really wish you'd actually watched that video tonight in Jason's, Andrew, right? See if you'd actually just sat and watched it all, the whole thing, you maybe would have understood how I am like I'm what I'm like. Aye. You know what I mean? You maybe would have understood, because that video was actually showing you how emotions account for everything, basically, aye? And that's how you were kept under control. You were kept negative. You were kept in a low vibrational field, aye? They used fear to control you, aye? You know, at the end of the day. But that's all a choice, whether you let it get to you or not, or you don't do your own research to reassure yourself. If you just listen to the big propaganda box that sits on your wall, yeah, or blasts out in your car or whatever, right? Then, you know, that's only one way of failure. You know, you could do your own research and still end up in the same position, because you might do research and think, well, it's even worse than what I thought. But these are the chances that you have to take, and you have to take your chances up for yourself and make your own informed decision. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, I know. I remember me and you and thinking about Anarchy TV. Anarchy, we having a chat in the background, and I was saying about, you know, about government and shit and the pressure, and you know, I don't know. It's because of my mental health issues and the fucking conditions that I've got. It stops me from being a normal person, I guess. You know.
What's normal?
That was their point. That was what they were planning. That was the whole point, is to put as much fear into people. The more fear they give, the more compliable you become.
Yeah. That's about the size, yeah.
It's a vicious circle, mate. You know, it's a vicious circle. You know,
which you have to break.
Yeah. Well, you know, it's easy to say, Joe, isn't it? It's easy to say.
No, I get it. Listen, you're talking to an autistic guy.
You know, my best mate's autistic. I mean,
exactly. So you comprehend what I'm talking about, yeah? You say it's a vicious circle. I'm in that circle. I didn't have a good day every day. There's days that Joe, you'll see because he's having a bad day. You just won't see him. You get what I mean? If that makes sense, what I'm saying. It's day by day you have to do it, and it's the same with all the stuff that you got put through. We had to deal with it day by day.
Another ways, Joe. Like, you know, I mean, Joe, Master Ron's got Maria, and his kids. Vincent Vegas, we've got his kids. You've got your kids. You know, I'm a fucking single bloke. I'm 36. I'll be 37 in July. I'm probably never gonna have kids. What fucking?
I'm a single guy. I didn't see my kids. What are you talking about? I've got a dog and a cat.
You've got kids, so well.
Yeah, I didn't see them. I didn't see my kids, so that doesn't count. What are you talking about? I've got a dog and a cat.
Andrew, I'm pretty much in the same situation as you. My son is abroad, so I don't get to see him as often as I would want to. I'd want to see him every minute and every second of every day, you know. So I'm like you in this country. I'm a very frustrated sort of man on his own, really.
Yeah, basically, yeah, and it's I've got no family, and I've got nothing to, you know, give me any boost, morality, confidence.
Andrew, I'm sorry to say this, but this is something I was taught at a very early age, and it's something that's present in my mind, and that is nobody will ever help you. Nobody will ever lift you or pull you up. You need to do it all yourself. It's down to you. You're the only person you will be able to trust as well.
Yeah, it's sad, mate. It's very sad, mate. I mean, my life's very sad, and I see other people struggling day in, day out, you know, and going through the same fucking shit, and it's hard, mate. It's a fucking.
And I'm sorry to hear that.
And I'm soul destroyed, mate. I'm soul destroyed, like, you know. Like,
and I'm aware that people have spoke to you on this, rightly or wrongly, and they've offered you kind assistance and help and so on. But ultimately, Andrew, what you have to remember is it's in you. It's not in anyone else.
I mean, that's when my mental health and other things come into it. It stops me from doing.
Yeah, I get that.
Like, you know, that's what my mental health is there about. You know,
Yeah, I get that.
It's
But only you have that ultimate power.
Yeah, I know all that, but I know all that. Yeah, I know I'm the only person who can do it. It's all on my shoulders. You know, I understand.
But do you know what the good thing is, Andrew? There's 100 people in this community at least that would stand and talk you through it and guide you and give you advice whilst you do it. There's nobody else can do it for you. But there's at least 100 people would make sure, you know, you were doing the right things if ever you
like
come
I
to
said
that
to
decision.
someone earlier, when you like to be muddy cuddled and fucking, you know, being nurtured again, like when you were, you know, when it's not going to give, well, when, you know, when your mum and dad, or, you know, when you like.
But maybe that's what it takes, Andrew. I'll be honest with you. My life's been upside down, and I've had to go back to basics in some way. You know, my head was proper muddled up 2 years ago.
Yeah, I have heard about, you know, I don't want to pray on. I have heard that you said you don't speak to your ex-wife and your son's in Czech Republic or somewhere, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's you know, I mean, we all left in different shoes, mate. I mean, me, Joe, Vincent, Martin, and everybody in the lobby, we all in different different shoes, isn't it? And you know.
Yeah.
Oh man, I'm gonna break down in tears again, for fuck's sake.
No, don't do that, Andrew. We had tears the other day. That's enough for 1 week. I did sense with you the other day that you hit a point where it was like that realization. And I did wonder if, you know, you are starting to possibly consider changing things for yourself. And if you are, that's a good thing. You wouldn't have to make very much change to see a difference. And there's loads of people that will support you.
I'm gonna break it down again, man. Fuck it.
No, don't, Andrew. Start telling me to fuck off. Call me a cunt for a little while. That'll make you feel better.
I call you a cunt, you dickhead.
There we go. A dickhead as well. Didn't even ask for that one.
He's a hermaphrodite then. Just call him a hermaphrodite. He's got a cunt with a dick.
How can I call you?
That a hermaphrodite you're saying there, Ron?
That's it, hermaphrodite. That's it.
Aye. That's
you big up XP. Big up XP's go for a lot of shit as well. I know it because I can sense it as well.
That Lady Gaga's supposed to be one of them, isn't she? Or isn't he? I'm not too sure. What pronoun would you use?
Which is it?
Which pronoun would you use? Or would it matter? Like, would it matter? Like, when you think about the pronoun thing, if it was an hermaphrodite, would it matter what pronoun you used?
Yeah. Yeah, don't wish to offend.
So do you think they would prefer it?
Watch out, the snowflakes are going to come out.
Oh, Danny. I'm just curious. Like, it's not a word you hear very often, hermaphrodite.
Yeah, I think the instance of it is incredibly low, isn't it? But I was talking to, I don't know if you know Sandra Martin.
I've never seen one.
Are you sure? Have you had one, Joe?
Joe. I've never seen one. I've never ever seen one. Honest, I've never.
Did you do a reach around?
Did I do a reach
Not
around?
that you've known of. Come off a guy.
Terrible.
Come off one. How would you know? Unless you.
I can see it. No. Like I don't think I'm ugly, so I sometimes have the light on, so I think I'd see it.
Well, no, you wouldn't know until you had to actually do the feel around, like Vince said.
Got
that close, then you'd know.
Oh. So Ron's,
okay,
Ron's,
Joe. Joe, here's the question.
Telling everybody there's no foreplay in Ron's bedroom.
Joe, here's the question. Here's the question, Joe. You take yourself out for a beer one night. And in your local pub, you just happen across the most beautiful woman you've ever seen in your whole life.
Yeah.
And after a few drinks and lots of conversation, she says, "Are you going to take me home then?" So there you are, back at your house, having a cup of coffee or whatever, and things progress. And then when you get to the bedroom, she strips off, and she's a normal woman, apart from a very small, inconspicuous penis hanging off the front of her as well. What are we doing?
Remembering the Crying Game is a movie.
I know all there is to know. It's a great film, and it was reenacted in the Jim Carrey film Pet Detective.
I never knew that.
Yeah.
I never knew that.
No spoilers here, but yeah, it's reenacted in Ace Ventura: Pet Detective to a very funny level as well. But originally a great film, wasn't it? Crying Game.
It was different.
It was, well, it was Channel 4 offering, wasn't it? So
it was as pivotal as Midnight Express, realistically.
I never watched Midnight Express. I know the premise and just not really into prison sort of films like that. I know
it was quite a hardcore film, for what I remember.
Yeah, I just never got around to seeing it. Never sort of been on my
think
list,
if I've seen it. I've heard of it, but I can't think if I've seen it or not.
X3 is firmly convinced I'm about 90 years old now with all the references I keep coming up with. I also like Casablanca as well, X3, and I wasn't around when
Whose life panel was it earlier when None Your Business was on?
that was mine last night, Andy.
It was yours. Yeah, I thought it was. None Yours is a good guy.
I was quite honoured when he came on. It was funny. He said, "Oh, I didn't know if he did lives," and I went, "Fuck off!" And he went, "Yeah, I had watched it a bit."
He's a good guy, man.
Yeah, he's a proper nice guy.
I deleted my comments in somebody's chat earlier on yesterday.
Oh, yeah, he deleted your chat and the Film Boys, I think.
He did that. Film Boys, that's right. It was Film Boys. He deleted it all, didn't he?
Yes, he did. I was never bought on Film Boys, and I was looking at the fucking. I said, "What the fuck did Joe do wrong?" Joe said anything, and he said, "No, it's a mistake." Sorry.
No, it wasn't a mistake, man. It was on purpose. If you'd read the messages, you would have got it.
I didn't read the messages, and you didn't actually say anything. And
No, I honestly didn't care him though. I've seen him on panels and that, I think, but I didn't think I've ever heard any politics. I didn't actually care who he is. I mean, I've got no idea. So.
Mr. Deegan thinks I'm 57.
I think it's higher than that, isn't it, Vincent?
No, I believe I know how old he is. He's younger than me. I know he's younger than me. But about, I think you said that you're around about 51.
What?
I would say about 47.
Well, put it this way, by your picture, you look about 51. Put it that way.
Do you think so?
I'd say about 40.
Let me see if I can put my picture up. Oh, I can't do it without. I can. Hang on.
Because you put your picture up once with your son, didn't you? Because it was mostly, wasn't it? That
Yeah,
time
let
when
me,
you had to do with mostly.
Yeah, he's a fucking idiot, mate.
Why were you show mostly pictures of your boy?
I wasn't.
No,
I totally misheard that then. Sorry.
I wasn't. I don't know how to do my
Wasn't that
avatar.
of you then?
Wasn't it?
Yeah, it was. Of course it was.
All right.
You're not that young.
I'm not sure. I can't do my avatar on my phone for some reason.
That'll be the GCHQ, Vincent.
Well, I normally can, but no, I can't do it. It won't. I don't know. I'm normally able to do it. I don't think I look 57. Let me see if I can do it. I might be able to do it here. No, I can't.
See, 57, guys. You're good with the tech.
That's what it is. Yeah.
I know he's younger than Tony.
Who's Tony?
Fucking 56, isn't he?
No, Tony.
Oh, Tony P.
Tony P.
Oh yeah, he was on. Andrew tried to say about it, but Tony P turned around and said that he was the one who took it down.
Me? What do you want about Ron?
No, you was on the panel last night when Tony P was on there, and you tried to say that you've seen the video and everything.
Oh yeah,
but you didn't get to say it because Tony P kept on talking over you, so you couldn't say what you was trying to say.
Yeah, Dino fucking put me in the background, and I just left him. Fucking.
So yeah, he turned around and said again that he was the one who took it down.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
Well,
okay, are you ready?
He said it to me anyway. He said that to me after the SG comment. But if you paid attention to the SG comment, there was 2 questions that were asked quite quickly, and I think he answered the first question with that answer.
Right.
No, the second one.
Joe, how old do I look? You ready?
Probably about 43 or some shit.
43. I'll fucking take that all day long.
That's a fucking small picture. Oh, there you go. Hang on a minute.
Ron's having to put on his Coke bottle end glasses to look at this one.
Actually, I might have looked at it without my glasses. I'd say around about 48, 49.
What do you reckon, chat?
47.
Getting closer, better.
52.
I didn't expect much from Rally Ali, but he says 55. And then he changes it to 58. Rally Ali, you're not helping here. If any of the ladies would like to comment, I also want to add that I'm single at the moment.
I was about to hit you up with that. I was asking, is this your way grooming folk? Is this your way grooming folk, Vincent? I've seen Crinkles. It's offering trainers. That's how he grooms the ladies.
I can't give much to a woman, I'll be honest with you, Joe. I've probably given all I can to women in my life. I'm done. There's nothing more to give.
You having a sex change?
No, I'm still going to hang on to my original gender. I don't see any reason to change that now. It's too late.
So you're not fully committed then?
I reckon 47 or 46. 47, 48. Oh, it could be about 50 though.
Ron was the closest.
Who, Ron?
I can't remember. I said 51 to begin with, and then I thought,
bastard.
okay, then I'll go 48, 59.
I tell you what. I'm going to end this now. I'm going to go with whoever said 43. I'm going to stick at that. I'm happy at that.
I said 48 or 49.
Well, somebody
Second
else said
time.
43, Ron. So that beats your 49. Okay.
You definitely ain't 43.
Well, I am according to somebody. So,
It's bracketing,
yeah.
Ron. Bracketing, Ron. Bracketing. Remember the bracketing trick? Remember the bracketing trick?
I think it's 40. It's 48 to 49. I don't think he's just reached the 50 mark just yet.
Ron, it was pick a number, no pick fucking 3, mate. I picked 43.
So, what's the magical age then, Vincent? Brother?
I don't know. I'm perfectly happy now, and I have been for the last 10, 15 years. You know, they say there's certain parts of your life where things are good, and I've been on that for the last 10, 15 years. I've done everything that I wanted to, traveled, had a son. I can't complain at all. I'm a bit miserable, I'm a bit lonely, and I live on my own and stuff like that. But apart from that, I can't complain about anything. If you were to see me now, I'm eating well.
Does Joe get a lollipop?
Yeah, Joe definitely gets a lollipop. I shall always remember Joe.
He's the winner. Fuck off. It's Joe. Joe.
Well, he took 10 years off, so it made Vincent feel good.
You've got to cheat, guys. You've got to cheat.
To get a lollipop, you got to.
Yeah, X3, I remember that. I'm sure your original quote, you've probably changed your mind now since I've revealed myself fully, as people keep saying I'm a wolf in sheep's clothing, and I'm slowly revealing myself.
X3 is never slagged.
He's a snake in the grass, is our Vincent.
I am a snake in the grass. Rally Ali hates me. Rally Ali hates me because I'm still subscribed to BuzzTex on YouTube. He's going to hate me forever for that.
Are you really?
I am, yeah. I like Buzz.
Oh, Buzzpod.
Oh, don't stop picking on people that aren't here, Joe.
Let's be honest. Let's be honest, right? I don't think that's a bad word. And I was on a panel once, and I called somebody a buzztard in the chat. And then it wasn't until a week later somebody said to me, "You kind of all 5 folk on that panel where you were the word that you used." And I was like, "What do you mean?" Like, he went, "You called somebody a buzztard." I went, "I can." It was a joke. It was funny. And they went, "Yeah," and everybody else on the panel that was with you was a buzztard. So they were all his mods.
I kind of understand when people have their alliances with a YouTuber. That's understandable. That's what we search for, you know, people that we identify with, people that we probably want to be or think we are, you know. But when you hate somebody for all of those opposite reasons, I don't understand that. That seems like a fruitless exercise.
Hang on. Rewind that. I didn't say I hate him.
I'm not targeting you, Ron. I'm just saying in general.
All right.
I didn't say you hated anyone.
I didn't hate him either. And I only used the buzztard analogy because I found it funny, to be honest. That's what it
was.
Come on up, SG, please. I'm not going to be
so
here
you're
for
one of these
ages,
Buzz fan people. Ooh, I'm with Buzz.
Well, I like Buzz. I've spoken to him a couple of times on here. And I kind of knew him as a person through his YouTube before that. And, you know, I'm not particularly judgmental. I've got no right to be judgmental, but I felt that it was unfair treatment that he was getting. But I felt BBA got unfair treatment, you know, in the same vein. And they're polar opposites. They were enemies. They're no longer enemies, but...
I subscribed to that guy. I subscribed to BuzzTex, and I thought, like, after 2 weeks, I didn't hear a word what anyone said, and I thought, I don't like this guy. He's a wrong one, and
I unsubscribed after his 4th video.
Yeah, I subscribed after like 2 weeks, Master.
So it was about 4 weeks, yeah.
About it. It was before I joined any live panel or anything.
But That's everyone's privilege to do so. I unsubscribed from quite a lot of auditors when all the crap started in December. You know, I'm subscribed.
No,
back
don't
to
worry
most
about it,
of them
Vincent.
now.
Vincent, I'm not holding it against you.
I didn't say you were on.
And you know, you've got a relapse. You're getting old, mate. You know what I mean? You're trying to cling to your youth. So I understand.
Yeah. I identifying with 30-year-old men to try and reclaim my youth.
I mean, I see a picture of Buzz and I see a fucking wanker.
He's just another guy scraping along, Andrew. He's just another guy scraping along, putting the food on the table, and trying to find his way through, you know, a complicated life.
Vincent, you said you kent him in that a wee bit, right? Yeah. Now, I didn't really know BuzzTex, and I didn't really watch any of his videos. I think I've seen a couple of them. I didn't really like them, right? And one of the comments I put on all three of them was, "That'll lose us rights." Yeah. Given the context we were talking about before, right? But I did hear like a wee thing about, like, I thought he was quite cool when he
like a fire station.
Two ticks, Andrew, right? 2 ticks on it, right? So, like, I heard that he collected £40,000 for a deceased child, but then I heard there's 37,000 questions regarding that.
No, I'm not here. I'm not going to start defending him. But if you want to listen to my 2 talks with Buzz, you'll get the entire story on that.
Because I didn't know
evidence. There's evidence to back up his story as well.
Like I say, I only know snippets, if you get what I mean, because you do catch bits and bobs when people are, no offence, but they're bitching about folk or they're arguing. You didn't get everything. You get snippets and all that kind of stuff. I've got snippets.
There's a story going around that Live Free either kicked a cat and killed it, or kicked a cat and whatever, you know.
No, I didn't know that.
And I would class both of those in the same category. Anyway, my favourite YouTuber has just entered the room.
Wait. Hello, SG. Just want to clear that up. I'm not sure you said he kicked cat or he kicked a cat.
Apparently.
Yes.
Apparently.
What? Hold on. I don't know what.
Feline cat.
Yes. That's
right.
The story.
Okay.
I don't believe it because I've seen no evidence of it.
Right. Hello, SG.
Yeah, hello, guys. What's going on?
Time to join, SG. Time to join, mate.
Yeah. Well, I what I actually did was I'm just like trying to get to sleep now, I suppose. And I thought, like, I'll just like join a live stream and I'll have it there while I fall asleep. And then I messaged something and then went, oh shit, I've messaged.
Mm-hmm.
I've given away that I was here. Hey, you'll be all right. Yeah.
My laptop's fucked. So I tried to join my laptop and then I was like in bed and I'll get up.
I noticed you were on Dino's earlier, SG. What was the subject tonight in Dino's?
We're just having a laugh.
Okay, no specific.
Well, it was topic. When I got there anyway.
Excuse me. Rally Alley thinks I'm BuzzTex's shill. I don't know what a shill is really. I understand the concept.
What is actually a
not
shill?
When it comes to a YouTuber.
Do you Google? I don't really care what a shill is.
Somebody told me what a shill means about a week ago, but I forgot what it fucking means now.
Well, I can tell you the standard definition, and that would be somebody who, for profit.
You said you didn't know.
Well, I do know. I know it in its basic form, but I don't know how Rally Alley understands or thinks that I'm a shill. That's what I said I didn't know.
Something to do with media or something.
Well, somebody who will push a person or agenda for money. So you're shilling.
Yeah, but what gender?
Agenda.
Yeah, I know you separated it.
I know it's your humour. There's 57 to decide from, so just pick one. Let me hold out the gender cards.
I thought there was 157.
Probably are.
There's one born every minute.
All of a fucking government, a fucking shill.
I'd like to be recognised as a red dragon, thank you.
Yeah.
Wow.
Red
That's a bit evil when you think about the film Red Dragon.
What would you like to be identified as, SG?
A red dragon. I only said it because of Andrew's red dragon.
That makes sense.
I only said it because of Andrew's red dragon, yeah.
And only because the Sassenach in the corner all kick off.
Oh.
Scotland.
And then, of course, for me as a proud Irishman who lives in England.
Oh.
Yeah.
And this one's for Under a Blood Red Sky.
Mr. Deegan.
And of course, it would be wrong of me not to forget Ron.
Yeah, that is Ron because it's a back to front flag.
Can I just say this, by the way? Just now you've reminded me of something I heard earlier off a friend. Her 10-year-old daughter was asked if she wanted to join the LGBTRXYZ club at school.
Wow.
Like
adventure
and she said, why would I want to join that? I'm the only one in this place who is straight.
How old is she?
10.
10, and they're trying to...
She was told by school friends that she should be gay.
Yeah.
Wow.
Because she's not.
Because she looked gay.
No, because she's not gay, so that she should be.
Also, she can fit in.
She's the minority now in her school.
So do you think the gays are causing peer pressure in schools?
Well, they are, because it's been pushed on them, and they are then kind of pushy with it. It seems.
Yeah.
Just the way just the way I heard it. Anyway, it doesn't mean it was the way I was told it, but it's kind of the way I heard it.
I had a conversation with a parent of a child.
10
I didn't know her, and she told me that.
Yeah, we know that, Andrew.
She told me that where her son went to school, there were children who kind of thought it was fashionable to be gay, so they would be. And there's this push against being normal. Cis is being sort of shunned as normal.
Well, you got no rights if you're cis.
No.
And I do not have any problem with any community. What I do have a problem is with certain communities when the elites take over that community and then push their own agendas or their agendas for whatever reason they have. It's not about the people anymore once they take over, is it?
Yeah, it's brainwashing.
Yeah, it takes away the actual community, right, from the people who it's supposed to be for, and does something else with it. It's absolutely immoral.
It's like what most of the insects, right? It's like what most of the insects said. Like, I don't know whether I should say this or not. He said that
you probably shouldn't say
it. Yeah,
if you think he said it, there was some public knowledge. He's got a 12-year-old boy who is probably autistic, like you, Joe, and he reckons he's gay just because he's autistic.
No, that's not what he said.
It was.
That's what was run away with.
No, that's what he said out of his mouth. That's what most of the insects said. That's exactly what he said, mate.
That is exactly what he said, but it's not the way you are.
Well, that's what he said.
Implying it.
Well, that's where he implied it when he said it. Well, how did you imply it? How did you comprehend it then? or whatever.
I comprehended it exactly like I saw it, but it doesn't really matter how I see it. It matters how
How did you
people who
comprehend?
see it and then comment about it see it, right? That's what matters, it seems.
He said it on the live panel, mate.
Yeah, I saw it.
Yeah, so how do you comprehend what he said then?
Oh, look, why are you holding me in some kind of contempt, bollocks? Like fucking grilling me because of something somebody else said. I'm sick of this shit. I'm not having it.
I'm not grilling you. I thought that was really weird because surely you can't judge a 12-year-old being gay, straight, or fucking lesbian, bisexual, or fucking whatever, surely.
Well,
I personally wouldn't.
Because he's a little bit different because he's got.
Yeah, I personally wouldn't, Andrew. That's my difference with it, right? But if he says that, what the hell's that got to do with me? And what opinion do I even need to have about it? I don't need to have one, do I?
You just said you heard what he said.
At what age does a child decide they're straight?
About 11. Well, I knew that our daughter was gay about 11 or 12.
Did she?
I never openly turned around and said, or nothing. But I said to Maria Moon.
Did she realise, Ron?
I don't know. I never had that discussion with her. I just had an inkling that she was going to grow up gay.
She told us.
Oh, she told us when she was around about 13, 14.
So,
start puberty. Isn't that when you'd find out your sexuality or something? When you're like 14, 13, 15? Or...
Just going back quickly to what you said, first of all, SG, I would be concerned that my child might be shunned from a fringe group, as we're told. They're a fringe group who hold the majority. Do you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
If that one child is the only one who's not part of the alphabet community, then I would be concerned that they're still pushing this whole, we're a minority. We need
if we're not careful, it becomes a mass formation, though, doesn't it?
It does, yeah. Well, a fringe group holding all the power is a very dangerous thing. Very dangerous thing. That's something we fight against already with government, and with councils and with authority. So.
And I like it when his missus come on the panel and Shady, and she actually spoke to me for like half hour, an hour. And she only came on the panel to speak to me about what he fucking said the night before,
That's what I'm saying, UBRS. Most people's shit is nothing to do with me.
Yeah.
So why do I have to have an opinion on it unless should I say, why do I have to be forced to give my opinion on it when maybe I've refused to even consider an opinion?
Don't you think it's a bit weird why you'd say that?
You see, you're doing it again. You're trying to force me to have an opinion about it, right?
But in fairness, let me jump in here. In fairness, it was Andrew that brought up Mosley under A Blood Red Sky, not SG. SG hadn't made any mention to Mosley. Yeah, it was Andrew that brought him up.
Yeah. Well, Mosley injects is a weird fucking piece of fucking shit, if you ask me. I wouldn't trust that cunt as far as they get through.
I think you love him, really, Andrew.
Oh, mate, what? God, right, Vincent.
I think we know the truth, Vincent.
I don't mind
Andrew
him.
moved his beer away from his mouth.
I don't mind mostly. He can.
Fucking there's one word to a wrong. That's mostly internet. That's all.
It's all right. But I have found
mostly insects, Andrew. Mostly. Oh, I didn't catch him before he drank.
Yeah.
Is it gone cold for you where you are, Andrew?
Yeah, it's fucking freezing, mate. When I
Yeah,
woke up.
you look a bit cold with your hood up.
Oh, yeah, I got a heater on next to me, mate. It's getting quite warm.
No.
Oh, fucking nice heater there, mate.
Yeah, no, I like most people.
That's one of those old 60s heaters, isn't it? Yeah.
Oh, it's a fucking electric heater, you daft.
Yeah, no, a 60s electric heater.
No, you daft fuck. It's a fucking. It's only a year old, mate.
No, it's a 60s style.
Yeah.
Old electric heater. It's the old style.
No,
it doesn't mean it ain't any good.
Yeah.
Look,
Yeah.
Electric.
Yeah, I know.
Look at that can collection there.
Oh my gosh, was that a can collection?
Yeah.
Oh my god.
I'm not even
Andrew's running the local offie.
Yeah, bro.
Andrew, you know what you need? You need a little bowling ball.
Your fridge.
You need a little bowling ball.
Yeah, I used to have a dartboard up there, but I had to take it down.
Yeah, I had a dartboard, and the problem is people don't like the.
No, it's fucking. Well, it's because of the. Oh,
I can imagine him right. Hey, get the fucking.
There you go.
Fucking do the darts thing.
There's 3 bullseyes for you, bro.
Yeah, and I did 3 bullseyes myself, like I said.
Oh, SG, I have something to show you.
I had to take it down.
I don't think you were present here yesterday for this. Do you remember the
Don't
conversation?
know what.
Do you remember the conversation we had with Tony P when he came onto my live, and I kind of grilled him and other people did.
That's actually what I heard when I first joined. It was like about 3 minutes before I messaged, because I started typing a message and it all got a bit convoluted and I couldn't say what I needed to, so I deleted it. But I was trying to actually address that.
I start messaging when I'm about 10 minutes behind the entire stream, and then I realise and have to sort of catch up.
It was really cringe for me to hear you on that other stream when I played it back. Just happened to be doing that today because I was not able to join because I was doing stuff. So I had some previous streams playing in the background because they were less dramatic than what was happening. Yeah, and well, cringe because I don't like the sound of my own voice, and you kept playing my voice. Asking
Oh, so you have seen the little recording
like 4 times or something, and I was like, "Oh, fucking hell!"
Well,
Vincent, have you noticed?
Let's play it again for you right now.
No,
Hang on, Andrew.
Don't.
I was being truthful.
I'm going to say one thing, right? Tony's taking his video down, right? The live stream down.
Yeah.
It hadn't been removed by YouTube.
Yeah, they are.
So there was nothing wrong with.
Yeah,
It does sound right. Hold on, Andrew. It does sound. Obviously, you went over it quite enough times. It does sound like he answers instantly, right?
Yep.
But it does also sound like he's answering the previous question quite late.
Because he was smoking a fan.
Yeah, to be honest, Tony isn't the quickest of persons when it comes to answering questions over the internet.
And he was also smoking.
Hold on, Andrew knows better. What's he saying?
Hang on a sec, Joe. I defended Tony P, and I went on Dino's live a few hours ago or last night, and I got kicked off. I got put in the background because Tony P was there, and I only asked a simple question, and he put me in the background.
Oh no, you can't do that, Andrew. On Dino's, you can't ask simple questions.
He's a harsh mistress.
I'm joking. I am joking. Dino is not. Well, I know is harsh.
For Tony. No, God bless his soul, but I think he's not a bad one. I said he's very blunt when he says, "Shut up, Andrew, you twat! Shut up!"
Shut up, Andrew. Like that, you mean?
Yeah, but you don't say it in a blunt way, SG, though, do you?
No, I know. I just said it how he said it. Shut up.
Do we all hear the same thing when Tony
nasty
says what he says? Yes, they have.
It's very nasty.
Right?
Nah, I hear him answering your first question because you put two questions to him quite quickly. The first question, he's actually smoking a cigarette. Later on, because that's before I come in on that stream, I believe, SG. Later on, I ask him specifically closed questions. It takes about 3 minutes, and he answers them specifically. And the easiest way to find out, right, is we'll just get Tony to put the video back up for 5 minutes. If he took it down, it should be easy, eh? If YouTube blocked it, he won't be able to do it. That's the next logical training for. But if he's deleted it, then he's not going to be able to do it, and then he'll just get hounded at the end of that anyway. It's the kind of oxymoron in a circular argument. And I did say that to you last night, Vince. I did grab, when you made that active, I've got the full 10 hours now.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Yeah. Okay.
That's why I grabbed it, because I know for a fact that the video you're showing, there is closed questions asked by me, no that long later. And it's answered by him, eh? He just said it. YouTube never took it down. It was him that took it down. And he was asked 3 times by me. You know what I mean? And it was done.
Yeah.
Closed question. And I even got the rest of the panel like, wait, because this is important. Because it was at that point, I pivoted on to, so what's the real problem here? Is it the potty mouth?
Yes,
or the
exactly.
Of their age, right? And that's the reason why I asked it closed and Pacific. And I'm sorry if I come across as being like out of order here, you know what I mean? But your video, Vincent, that small little hit job, because that's what it is. That makes it look as if no offense, right? Like, well, people are now.
Let me defend that.
Two texts. Honestly, Vincent, I'm not having a go.
No, I know.
It's just that last night people changed their opinion based upon that video, and you can't turn around and say anything otherwise. Yeah, right. That's why I did say I grabbed it. Right, and the only reason I grabbed it is because I know through personal experience. I never saw that video. I was the part of the live, and I was the viewing the live when that happened. I do remember SG specifically saying to me when I came on, and that's the questions I was asking earlier on, Joe. I think that's what you said round about that, SG. Yeah, right. And I'm not saying it was a hit job that you were doing on purpose or you did it on purpose, Vincent. I'm just saying that it could be perceived as a hit job because it's a one-sided 5-second cut.
Joe,
I don't like the idea of. Oh, sorry, Andrew. Go ahead.
The guy had 80 friends. He had 80 odd people, probably 100 people trying to tell him, and he just wouldn't fucking listen to nobody. Absolutely nobody. And when I got chucked off Dino's for last night, because he's like, Andrew, shut up, and he's really nasty.
Andrew, you've told us that already. Let SG respond, please. Stop putting in, please, Andrew. It's infuriating.
Sorry.
I'm not sure I know what I was going to say now, sir.
It's gone. Okay, let me respond.
I'm not
Joe.
good with being interrupted myself.
Joe, whilst I appreciate your comments on it, it wasn't intended as a hit piece. Now, it definitely wasn't intended as any form of proof. But I was aware that he said that at that time, and I didn't sort of explore that area. Because I'll be honest with you, in the conversation, we were in the thick of Andrew. Hang on, in the thick of the conversation, kind of saw it as a reveal, so I didn't want to do any more with that. But if you do listen to the previous 5 to 10 minutes, I covered. I'm gonna Andrew. I can't speak when people talk at the same time. Nobody else does it. So I asked him about would he have a boy on to do the same conversation, and I also asked him another question which I repeatedly asked in a slightly different way every single time. And by the time I was just about to ask him the same question SG asked him, it wasn't going to be in the same way, but I was going to try and structure it so that he might just come out with a, well, YouTube removed it. I wasn't going to make it so easy for him as to say I removed it, i.e. him, you know.
Yeah, no, fair comment. Like, and Vincent, like I say, I comprehend. You know what I mean? Because you ask the same question 5 different ways. If you get 5 different answers, you know they're lying. Eh? It's a tactic, isn't
exactly.
It's an investigation tactic, whether you like it or not. You know what I mean?
Where's Andrew gone?
Oh, I'll bring him back. Andrew, I'm so sorry. It's just I was trying to make a fairly half decent point there. So sorry, mate.
I was just.
I don't like putting Andrew in the back because he'll leave if you're not careful.
I was just pointing out, Vincent, that I had asked similar questions, but closed questions. You know what I mean? And we did get the answers. But honestly, the only way we're at a stage now, right, whether we like it or not, right, that you'll never get to the bottom of this.
No,
and we don't need to anymore.
You know, even asking them to put the video up, which would prove that YouTube never did it, right? Yeah, even asking them to put that up, you could just turn around and say I didn't have the video anymore. I deleted it. You know what I mean? And that's that gone. You know.
I've always stood up for Tony P. Right? I've always stood up for him. And
Andrew, I think Andrew, just hang on, Andrew. I think Joe was making his point there.
You're saying the same sentence that you said before, though, Andrew.
No, Tony. I've known Tony for 6 months. And what happened that day, it was an absolute shit show. The guy didn't listen to like over 100 of his friends.
You're still saying the same sentence that you said before, though, Andrew.
We're processing another part of it now, Andrew. Just listen in and then comment when you get the opportunity, please, man.
I know, but Joe, you don't even know him. But,
No, I didn't, and that's why I don't make assumptions.
Yeah.
And presumptions.
You were the kindest with him, Joe. I thought you came in to attack him, but you were the kindest on that live.
Well, I do realise, right, whether you like it or not, I've touched on this in various sections. There's certain words that get brandied about that lose their power and it desensitizes the rest of the people to what these words are.
That's the most dangerous part about it, isn't it, Joe, right?
Yeah, that's the most dangerous thing because it desensitizes you to the fucking word. I remember when I first heard on Xbox 360 that the word beast meant good. And I went mental when I was playing Call of Duty and somebody said to me, "Oh, you're a beast at this, mate. You're a beast at this game." And I went, "What the fuck are you talking about, you crazy cunt? Who the fuck are you calling a beast?" No. And then I got told, "No, that means good. It means you're good at it." And I'm like, "What?"
It does mean that, yeah.
What?
It does on Xbox anyway, yeah.
This is how words are losing their power. You're getting desensitized to shit, and that's my biggest worry, right? You know, it's one thing to say potty mouth was out of order, right? I get that. You know what I mean? It's another thing to say you are that P means this in your name because of a perception, and that's why I thought it was important to comprehend how the video was done, if that makes sense. Because the only time I ever heard that YouTube took it down was after the live, basically, if that makes sense. That's why I was like, well, how did it go? Because it was up for ages, over a week. It was up,
something like that.
And I didn't believe for 1 second with the complaints that were put in,
yeah,
with the C word and the P word, it would have been up for a week. That would have hit the algorithms. That would have flagged the system. That would have been checked whether we like it or not.
I mean, because I'm who I am, I asked Tony the question, but really, I was probably in the mindset that, like, what the fuck, Andrew? That's a hell of a toilet seat. Sorry, yeah. But yeah, I'm in the kind of mindset that, like, you know, I have to ask. Hold on, Andrew. I have to ask, but so I did because I'm respectful. But the point is, I probably didn't need to ask myself because I'd considered the same as Joe. You know, no way that they'd taken it down because it had been so long with the amount of complaints. So, but I'm still me, so I ask.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't. I've said categorically that like it's not up to me to dictate to anybody what they have on their panels. I disagreed with Potty Mouth. You know, I've already stated I would have tried to steer the conversation. If I wouldn't have on the second after 2 attempts, she would have been booted. But like I've obviously said, Ken, it's no for me to make assumptions about how. Well, it is for make assumptions, but you've got to make the assumption based upon, you know, logical facts or how things work. If you know what I mean. You know, if you know people complain about these certain things, they're guaranteed to get looked at, and if they're not removed, it can't be these certain things. You know, and to brandish somebody with these certain names because of your opinion, no facts, just opinions, is one of the scariest things that can happen in a world where if you are that, nobody's going to miss you.
That's what I was trying to say all day, right, Joe? He's right. I said to Ronnie London, the guy's got, and Master Ron was on the table. Master Ron London, right? I said he's got a brain injury. You know, God bless him, mate. But he can be a very nasty bastard at the same time, right? And Ronnie, Ron, you can fucking back me up on this. I went against fucking London Ronnie earlier because Ronnie questioned me because I've known Tony for like 5-6 years, 5-6 months, or about 5 months, and you know, people are calling this, that, and the other, and I don't think it's right. And I sat on the fence and I've let it all, you know, go on, you know, because I don't feel comfortable speaking to him. I haven't since that day, to be honest with you. And you know, I don't know about shit, or how old the girl was, or the woman was, or whatever. Like, yeah, it was his fucking fault, and the guy didn't listen for fucking, you know.
Well, I put it this way: I wouldn't use the P word. Yeah, I wouldn't use the P word or the N word on Tony because I don't know what I may think. What I may think, what age she is, totally two different things. You know what I mean? She could have been younger. She could have been around about 18. I'd say no more than 18. Yeah, that's just my opinion.
The first one to say that you were.
But I would turn around and say that he hasn't. I know he's got a brain injury, but it wouldn't affect him on his knowing what was going on.
But would it though, Ron? And this is why I had an argument with Ronnie London earlier.
No, he hasn't got a mental disability.
Well, you know, brain injury. I'm not going to stick up for the guy. He's made his bed. He lie in it. You know, I've sat on the fence for the last 2 weeks since it fucking happened. To be honest with you. And
yeah, but he hasn't got a mental disability because if he can do computer programming and things like that, you know what I mean? He hasn't got he's got a physical disability and everything, and he more than likely suffers with migraines and everything, just like me and what have you, through the injury. You know what I mean? But on the mental state, no, I wouldn't say that he's got he's disabled mentally. So in any shape or form.
Why
that's just my opinion.
Why did he listen to all of? There's like 80, 100 of us. No, there's so many of us trying to tell him, and just he's enjoying it.
Yeah, well, but there's certain factors to what was going on. Yeah, one was that he was enjoying the amount of views which he was getting, the amount of people which were viewing it and everything. He could see it all ticking up and what have you himself.
I don't think
he noticed all that. He liked. I completely believe that he was enjoying the attention that he was getting.
Master Ron, he said, "I've got over 100 subscribers from all this." And he was quite chuffed about saying that. He's quite happy about
that's what I'm saying is that he looked at the amount of people which was viewing. He's around about 20, maybe 30 people, but it is over 100. in the end. I think it's nearly 200. I'm not sure, but he was enjoying seeing the numbers were going up rapidly.
Yeah.
He was getting a lot of attention, more than what he's ever had in his life, more than likely.
And that's why
he was enjoying the conversation.
Yeah.
That's for certain. He actually added his own little bits into the conversation. If you've watched it, then you know that she isn't just the one who's doing the talking. He's actually doing some talking back on the nature as well. So you know, but to say if she was honestly underage, I could not turn around and say that. So to use those words, nobody should use those words unless you've actually got facts.
I mean, that's what I said, right? And that's all I said to Ronnie London last night, and same about Tobes. Until you actually know the facts, I mean, you know, it's wrong. It's wrong. It's totally wrong. Same as Tobes is totally wrong. Doing what he's done to say that about Filmboy Baby. I don't know what the shit's going on. I did actually speak to Bear, and you know, it's just it's that's totally wrong as well. Like, that's a different subject basically. But Lonnie was having the right pop at me, and I already knew what he's going to say. I already knew fucking what he's going to say 24 hours ago, actually, when I jumped on Vincent's panel again. Jesus,
Andrew, can I make a point here? Can I just say something here? Take, for instance, BuzzTex, who is, I believe, registered disabled and has spoken openly about his mental health issues in the past.
I don't know.
Why? Hang on, Andrew. I'm going to ask you a question. Andrew, I'm going to ask you a question, man. Just hang on. I'm going to ask you a question, Andrew. Hang on. So why aren't you paying BuzzTex the same level of understanding that you are Tony P?
Because I know Tony P, and I've spoken to Tony P many a time, and I've spoken to Tobes many a time. I've never spoken to BuzzTex. I don't like BuzzTex, and I'll never ever speak to that fucking BuzzTex.
So you've got less reason to dislike somebody if you haven't spoken to them, because a rational sort of idea of somebody is based on conversations with them.
If I don't like a person, I'd rather say I don't like you. Like same as most of this say, if I don't like you, fuck off. You know, it's the same fucking subject. You know?
It was a point that I thought might hit, but obviously.
The other thing is that because the not knowing, and this is just me personally, with two daughters and everything, and without the knowing and what have you, and the advice, it wasn't nasty advice that people were going up on the panel and saying to Tony, not at all nasty. It was friendly, honest advice that he decided to allow that to go on. And how people were saying it, you know, you just cannot be sure if this girl is underage or not. But even then, he would rather have booted them without going, yeah, maybe they've got a point. Then for me to go up on a panel with Tony there, thinking, do I want to? And it's the same with if he comes onto a panel, I'm already on there. I've got to think myself, do I want to be there?
And the way I look at that, Ron, right?
But that's just me.
No, I get that.
You're the first one, Master Ron, said I'm unsubscribing. You were the first one to say I'm unsubscribing. I can't be dealing with this. And you were the first one to say it, Master Ron. And I seen it because I actually ordered food. I just ordered food from my local takeaway, and it was like 2:30 or 3 o'clock in the afternoon. You know, and I just fucking sat down, got my burger and chips, and I'm fucking sitting down there, and I see Tony P's gone live, and I'm watching Tony P, and this fucking girl, Jazzy Whitey, and this other fucking nonce, that other fucking piece of shit, that post text actually called that cut out for being seen.
Andrew, hang on, Andrew. Please, first of all, language again, man. I don't want to lose my YouTube channel, and if I have to, I'll stop people who are just going to repeatedly swear. It's no good for me, man. Secondly, we're on a particular subject. We can slag people off and everything else. We can do that afterwards. But Joe was going to respond.
Post text. There was another guy.
Oh God, Joe, make your point. Sorry, Andrew. It's just pointless you looping on something.
The flip side to that, Ron, is right. I think that lassie was 21, 22-year-old. I think she said she was 22-year-old and her birthday was coming up, but she's 21, right? There's a couple of things I picked up on. She said when folks said she was young, I think she's had that problem before, right? Yeah. I think she looks really, really young. And you do get people like that. We've all seen that kind of stuff, right? When we were growing up, right? There was always somebody in the class that looked about 4 years younger than us all. Sometimes it was a boy, sometimes it was a girl. It just depends. Luck of the draw, right? They would generally, I think, like experience difficulties, but they would usually have advantages when they're 21-year-old. They're still getting on for the half. Yeah, they would utilize that shit. Yeah, you know what I mean? But she said something specific. She said when she was getting ripped, she was getting hosed on. She destroyed every one of them that came on. She batted them. She debated them, and she belittled them. Right? I'm being honest, right, with what I saw on the replay, no live on the replay when I'm going back through it. And then she actually, when folks started calling her young and all that kind of stuff, she says, "Well, if you weren't stupid, you'd know I was quite bright for my age, and I had an opportunity to have a partnership." Do you know what the partnership is, Ron?
Go for it.
A partnership's when you get to go to university paid for because you're bright and you get to do it way before everybody else does. And it's got a specific thing. It's called a partnership. And the fact that she knew that, for me, was only one of two things. Logically, she had a big sister if she was that young that had a partnership, or she physically was that bright that she got offered a partnership. And I think that, to me, was a telltale catchy thing in the whole thing. And I think most people aren't bright enough to even know that a partnership exists. To be honest, there's loads of little snippet telltale times in there. Like she held her own against no. She held her own against fully grown men and belittled them. So she's not a child. She's not a 15-year-old Wayne that can carry herself and actually get grown men that angry, being belittled, that they're shouting and bawling at her. And then turn it round on them in an instant and going, "Well, if I'm a Wayne, do you speak to children like that, do you?"
No, our 14, our middle one, who was 14, she could have done that.
Does she know what a partnership is?
Hang on a second, Joe. What I was trying to finish, right?
No, what I'm saying is that she could close.
Oh my God, Andrew! Somebody's talking, man. Come on.
Of her older age and everything, so she would find it naturally that's how she was. She was a very strong young girl at the age of 14, 15 and what have you, on that side of it. So, but I get what you're saying, but also I'm taking into account her mannerisms.
Taking context out all wrong. Right, we're not interested in how she was smoking a fag. She was getting accused of being a Wayne. She was taking the piss out of you. The words she used was very adult. The way she held herself was very adult. The fact that she even knew about a partnership means she's fucking bright, Ron. You didn't even care what a partnership was when I tell you. You had no idea.
That she knew about a partnership.
It doesn't mean that.
No, but it means, Vincent, one of two reasons. One, she was telling the truth, or she's got an older sister. And that's how she knew about it. Because most people out there won't even know that word partnership exists and what it means.
True.
Right? So in the context, when you take everything in context, I ain't saying anybody's right and I ain't saying anybody's wrong. All I'm saying is, I honestly do believe she's a very young-looking 21-year-old who's about to have a birthday in 3 weeks like she told you.
But Joe, you're concentrating on her age. I made it very clear at the start of my discussion with Tony. I don't see that as an issue. Because I feel that she was 21 years or older.
Yes, but Ron just made that an issue.
I'd feel the same way.
Ron said it was an issue for him. He said categorically, having young daughters, I need to think about moving forward.
Yeah,
he said it was an issue for him, and I I said to Ron, flip side of that, Ron, is this. Yeah. People make their own conscious decisions. That's it.
That's it. I'm not trying to sway people how they want to be. I'm talking about myself, how I look at it and how I feel about if I'm in a certain situation. You know, like I said at the beginning, I haven't got a clue what her age is. For me, I'd said no more than 18. How she was, her mannerisms, how the way she was talking, as if she's trying to big herself up to be somebody that she wasn't, and everything. That to me sounded childlike.
Yeah, 15-year-old.
I get what you're saying, but she's been accused of being a child. Why would she not play up to you? Look, listen, you have seen me, you've all seen me date. You've seen me date, Vince, right? Somebody insinuates something, so I'll give them what they want so I can rip them later.
Of course, that's what we do. We bait.
We bait.
We're fishermen.
She baited. She baited and she reeled them all in.
But you know what, Joe? But you know what, Joe? You can have somebody who's of upper level intelligence for their age, but also be incredibly vulnerable. And I didn't have any issue with her age. My issue was with her vulnerability. She looked troubled, Joe, and troubled doesn't mean thick.
No. I get what you're saying. Like I said before, I honestly think she's one. Like, I've met exhibitionists in my life, and that is what the word she was using and her mannerisms reminded me of the exhibitionist people that I know in my younger days. It reminded me really of so much of that, right? And that's probably where I'm formulating my opinion on, right? But as I agree with you wholeheartedly, Vincent, I thought she was a potty mouth little shit.
Yes, she was. And there was one sentence which defined completely her childhood and upbringing to me. And that was when she said, "My mother is as kinky as I am."
Yeah,
that told me everything I needed to know about her childhood and upbringing.
Yeah. You forget, right, guys. You're spot on, right?
Yes, vulnerable girl. But it still doesn't change my, way of thinking and everything. You know what I mean? If there's a shadow of, if there's one little inkling that there is a possibility. See, if it's a 30-year-old, I'd have kicked the person anyway. It doesn't matter what age it comes down to.
Of course, I would have.
But when it comes down to on that sort of subject, but when it comes down to if there's a possibility, and there was, you could see it that there could be a possibility by the look of her and her mannerisms and everything, and how she was talking. To me, it would sort of go, okay, I don't want to go down this avenue.
You're forgetting one thing, guys. Buzztex, remember that other guy? Remember that other guy in the panel, Master? That guy he was drunk as fuck, drinking whiskey.
Yeah, the Yorkie guy. Yeah, that made it even more sort of weird.
Buzztex knows him from Twitch from 6 years ago, and he used to see a 15-year-old girl, and he's been called out on it, and he admitted.
Well, he said that on the live. He said that on the live itself. Yes. He admitted that he once was dating, but obviously he may have been. I don't know what age he was when he dated a 15-year-old. I don't know.
Mate, that was 3 years ago. So he was 27 or 26 or whatever. 27 or 26, mate. And that girl was 15 in the United States of America. 15.
That just added to the oddness of it all.
Yeah, exactly, Vincent. That's what I was trying to say. I didn't mean to keep butting in.
That was really strange to have. And that's why I have actually thrown in that were they part of a unit?
Exactly, mate. Exactly. I mean, why does that fucking Yorkie turn up when she's coming on the panel with Tony P? Okay, you might have wanted somebody to speak to when his missus is at work or whatever, right? And you know what Tony P is like? He talked to anybody, when he talked to anybody, basically.
Well, Tony said he came out of nowhere. Tony didn't know Yorkie before that either.
Yeah, exactly. Where did he come? Where did he spring from? Where did that?
Exactly. So that's why I say they come as a unit. Are they part of a couple? All sorts of things. You know what I mean? It just seemed surreal. It seemed, yes, it seemed like they knew each other. He was sticking up for her and everything. You know what I mean? It just seemed a very odd pairing at the same time on somebody's stream who has got how many subscribers at the time? Under 200, I think it was. You know what I mean? Why would you, I don't know, find somebody with that less subscriber? I don't know. It just seemed very, very odd. The whole thing.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. It was all odd, man. It's all fucking.
Yeah.
I understand Tony, because I know Tony. Like I said, like the last 5 months since I first come to panels. You know, he does talk to anybody. He's a bit simple in the head, but he can be a very nasty bastard at the same time, which what I've learned a few times on Film Boys channel.
I don't think he's simple in the head. I will have to disagree. He isn't simple in the head. He's a very intelligent bloke.
That's what I thought. And I seen it on Film Boys when he's like, "Shut up, you know, you can't shut up," and he's very fucking nasty. But he done it to me on
but he's got this problem where he will deny that he's drunk when he's drunk.
Well, you know, he wasn't even drunk. Sometimes he's not.
No, I know he wasn't at that time, but what I'm saying is that when he was on Film Boys and everything, and you know that he's been drinking during the day wine, and then he's on the spirits and Baileys on the evening time and everything, but he says he's not drunk, but his wife will come downstairs and say, "You're pissed again," but he'll deny that he's drunk.
Maria, you must have hit it nail on the head earlier what she said. She said something earlier. She told us to bring it. It's all she said something earlier, and then Vincent keep putting me off, so I couldn't fucking help.
Sorry, Andrew. You keep putting us off.
I know. I get. Well, I'm like fucking. I know. I get fucking. I get.
Right. What Maria Moon put? He told her to bring it on and talk to her about his sexual past too, etc.
Well, no, before fucking Thingy keep putting me off. I thought she was in it too, but proceed.
So it wasn't just her leading him; he led her a bit as well.
I made the chat back. Yeah, that's the one. Andrew, it's because he knew what you were going to say. Yeah, that's the one I was on about, and then I got booted off.
Sorry, Andrew. But I'll do it again.
By what we've got so far, for everything that happened, he's blamed her. He hasn't accepted real responsibility for himself. He always says, but when there's a but in there, then it means not really. It's somebody else's fault.
You know, since he was a nasty, well, I know he's been nasty to me before. I know Film Boys as well. He's been nasty to me and other people. I've called him out on that 2 times before. Actually, on Film Boys, he can be a really nasty fucker when he wants to be. You know, it's his attitude, but you know, says shut up. You know, he's shouting at you.
Yeah, I know.
You know what I mean? You
know, yeah. He sticks his middle finger up when he turns around and says, "I don't swear or anything." And I put in it. I said, "Yes, you do. You stick your finger up at people. You tell them to fucking shut up and all sorts of words."
Really nasty.
Thought, yeah, you do.
I mean, Vincent told him to shut up. He just bit me. He didn't say, "Shut the fuck up, man, you twat," or whatever. You know, he didn't fucking. You know,
but he denies that he does that as well.
Yeah. And I tried to stick up for him against London Ronnie, Ronnie London, and Ronnie was trying to say that I'm sticking up for Tubbs earlier on, and that's why me and Ronnie had a little falling out earlier. It was because of that.
Yeah, that's completely. I know nothing about that. I cannot comment on that because I haven't watched the videos. I haven't been in the chats about it or anything. I just saw the aftermath, so I know nothing about that talks. Nothing. I know nothing.
And Ronnie London was on about, you didn't see the live saying he was, he's on fucking meth and all this shit. And Ronnie London had we had a bit of an argument all day. Well, it was on Vincent's again. Every time Vincent's on the panel, it's always Vincent's channel, mate.
What are you implying there, Andrew?
Vincent's the snake, though. He does it on purpose.
A wolf in sheep's clothing. I think the meaning there, Ron.
Vincent's a snake in the grass.
And whilst you're on my mind, let's see how you're getting on with that pudding that Maria Moon gave you.
I know. I keep on telling you, it's a GoFundMe. That conveyor belt is going to break soon. I really need the money.
We're not finished it yet.
No, it's a conveyor belt, mate. I've got food keep on going around me. One of these Japanese sushi bars. I've got one of them that keeps on going around me. It keeps on popping food on it.
Andrew, I'm starting to think Crinkle was right when he called Ron Fat Ron. I think he was right.
Yeah. No. You got to get it right. Get it right. Vincent, snake in the grass. It's Fat Monk.
Yeah, Monk.
Fat Monk.
Monk.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
If you're gonna label, if you want to call me who I am, then I'm a fat monk.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Yeah, I thought that.
But I'm in his fucking head. This fat monk is in his fucking head. But yeah, if people want to talk to Tony, I'm not going to hold that against him. If people want him on his panel and everything, I'm not going to change my mind about those people and everything. I'm just talking about how I feel. Other people make their own decisions and everything. That's going to not change my mind about those people. That's just it.
Well, it's like Maria Moon, your missus, said earlier, she said, "Well, Dino kept me off because I was just asking Tony P a question. I wasn't being rude. I wasn't being vulgar. I wasn't being anything. I was just asking a simple question, and I get booted off, man. It's like, wow, okay, whatever. So, okay, fuck you too.
Yeah. No, it was what it was and everything.
You see that, Maria?
What did Crinkle call Ron, Andrew? What did he call him? A fat what?
A monk.
That's about right. Actually, I take that as a compliment, mate. Buddhist monk. Too fucking right. I wouldn't mind studying Buddhism. That freaked my sister out. That freaked my sister out. That did. She
on YouTube.
No. This is my sister when she come over from America. She's one of these people that Bible basher sort of person. And she's saying that because we haven't got married and everything, you should get married and blah, blah, blah and everything. So I said, to be honest, I'm really leaning over to Buddhism. That freaked her out.
Do you know what? Actually, one of my brother's best mates is James. His name's James. Well, I'm going to say the second name. James. He was a bouncer. He's a really nice guy, right? Really good guy, man. He's loyal as a fucking lion to hell, yeah. And he went to this camp. He's a Buddhist, right? He's a martial arts expert and all this shit. He went to camp in China, in Buddha, and when he went to Buddhism camp for a year, and I seen him like 8 years ago, and he's walking with a fucking kilt and a fucking big walking stick, and just don't give a fuck about no cunt. He's a bouncer about 12 years ago, right, on White Street, and he's up in Pembrokeshire Woods. He's got a massive Pembrokeshire Woods is a massive woods in Swansea, and like he teaches people like Buddhism and how to live off the land, how to just live off the land and just to be a real human being. You don't need money, you don't need shit, you don't need jack shit. You just that's what I want to do, man. I just want to.
I wouldn't want to, all because I'd want to join Buddhism. It wouldn't be to learn martial arts. It would be more to serenity and well-being inside myself and everything like that. I'd like to actually have that experience.
It's more self-defense. It's more self-defense and attack, like martial arts.
No, I wouldn't be interested in that part of it.
No, self-defense, or it's.
Yeah, I know you can. I know if you want to go into Buddhism, you can go into the martial arts side of it as well. But I wouldn't be going in it for that. It'd just be for.
It's about peace. About your inner self. It's like it's about your inner self. It's about peace. Man, I love to do it. So shit.
It's a natural. By what I've heard about it, and I've seen a few things on it. It's like serenity and but the martial arts side of it, I wouldn't care about that.
Well, the martial arts side of it is about defending yourself, and it's just it's about defending yourself.
Well, I used to always say you've got the body of God. Shame it's a Buddha.
Yeah. Put that thing up, that monk. It's Joe now. It's Joe. There you go.
See, and I'm happy.
I tell you what I have got as well.
It's all about.
I have got some footage of Andrew when he manages to make it through my stream without being put in the back room.
Wales! Was that when we beat England, Vincent? Was that when we beat England and Scotland?
I'm not too sure, Andrew. It's just a GIF that's available.
I know it's. I think it might have been England or Scotland.
And I've also got exclusive footage of Joe when he goes off on one of his intellectual rants. Oh, Mr. Nesbitt.
That's the wrong coast. That's the wrong coast. That's the wrong coast. That's the west coast. I'm on the east side. You'd be better putting my red.
You look all the same to us English, you Scottish people.
I'm train spotting. I'm train spotting country. Get it right.
Edinburgh side. Is that what you're
come
saying?
On, then. SG should be easy. Tony Blackburn.
Tony Blackburn. I would have said Tony Blackburn.
Radio 1 DJ.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah.
Shawara.
Radio 2, isn't
it? Radio nothing new, I think.
Right here.
Or Radio 4, actually. Radio 4 would be about the right. Radio 3, Radio 4.
Yeah, it's radio. Radio something. Radio. Pembrokeshire Woods is.
I don't know any Radio 3, Radio 4 DJs. The only Radio 2 one I knew of was Nightingale. What's her name? Thingy Nightingale.
Florence.
Florence. Brilliant, Andrew. Brilliant.
That's I can't remember her first name. Can you remember her first name, anybody? Gladys Nightingale, was it, or something?
No, No, he's
She'll be on Radio 2 on a Sunday after Top of the Pops on Radio 2 when she played some really good music.
Okay, I've got
Annie Nightingale. Annie Nightingale.
I've got SG. Give me one second.
Look at the date, guys. Second of the second of second of the second of the second.
No, that's Andrew.
I know that's Andrew when he makes it through a
I
stream.
don't wear a daffodil on my head though, but
Okay, here's SG. SG's probably asleep, thankfully.
I don't wear a daffodil on my head. Is that recording me?
Coming up.
The king of the radio host shows.
I don't know whether I'm drunk or tired.
Right, so now all we have to do is find a video of a snake going through grass.
Slowly.
Well, the best one I have is
Bruce Willis.
The Demise of Vincent Vega.
Yeah, man. I said that a couple of times. Vincent Vega, the guy who died on the toilet.
And of course, we've got Crinkle.
Actually, I like Ronnie's one, the gangster baby.
There's Ronnie. There's Ronnie.
That's it. There's Ronnie.
There's Ronnie London.
Yeah, big man, Ronnie.
I'm gonna cap your ass.
Ronnie's been bad. I did say this to him earlier, so I'm not doing him over. He's been bad for a couple of days. He's I don't know if he's in the mood for it, but he's been quite sort of vocal on the two guys at least. And he's not held back, you know.
Well, I don't know. I'm not holding back on him anymore, but he said his piece and I'm going to finish it. So.
Oh, Andrew, be quiet. He's your mate. You know he is. Stop bleeding. Finding people to hate, man. He's a good lad, and you know he's your mate.
I've got to say something though in Ronnie's defence when it comes down to obviously the certain person, which all the drama was about 2 nights ago. I do know that he did have a go at Ronnie just over a week ago, and he was putting him down because of the way how he speaks and what have you.
Yeah,
you know what I mean. So that's resonant underneath. I think that's boiled inside of him. So I think that's sort of come to surface now.
Yeah, and then it
came out. You know what I mean?
It was on Vincent's channel again 24 hours ago. Then we had this mad conversation went around in circles for 3 hours. 3 hours or 4 hours. None of your business is like going around and around. It's like this story about not a story, but if your choice to give to charity or a person on the street. I mean the guy.
What the hell are we on now?
I don't know.
Well, you were here, Ron.
Oh no!
Ronnie.
I'm not getting involved in that conversation again, please.
No, I know.
Oh, fucking hell. Oh man, that was 3 hours or something of talking about fucking PayPal and donations and all that. Oh man. Oh fucking hell, that was an headache in the end. I had to leave. Every single new panelist, it was, well, what do you think? I thought, oh fucking hell, I'm going to shit off.
I was trying to help Ronnie to understand.
Yeah,
but
I
in
know.
the end, he just started calling. He says, "I'm not a dickhead, you know. I'm not a dickhead."
And he got really upset when I said, "I know what you're going to say next."
Yeah, the worst aspect to me is I can't shift my position. I will never accommodate anyone. You know, I'm quite simply not that snake in the grass, Ron. If I feel strongly about something, I'll say it and stick to it. You know. And for Ronnie, I couldn't help him. Couldn't have had my fix for you, and there's something going on there. He's got some.
I don't know. He gets too
thing
involved.
with.
Can you hear that?
He gets,
Can you hear that?
Is that a snake in the grass?
Can you hear that?
Are you?
It's around there somewhere.
Are you tricking me back, Ron? Don't start taking my power and using it against me.
Oh, you're just you, Vincent. I know. I don't mind it, mate. I really don't mind that one. I don't mind that one either. I do like my pies.
Mr. Deegan,
have a quick drink, Ron.
Don't you wish that you had a body like that? Also, I was going to say to Ronnie that I know he wants to, he likes a human buffet and everything, and he did say a couple of weeks ago that he does. He partially likes pork belly. So fuck it, he's going to love me then, isn't he?
He's going to eat out on you for weeks.
Yep.
To be honest with you, Ron, I think he's going to have to roll you in flour to find the wet spot.
What was that? He's talking about theme. I did look about the live, which obviously I'd left and everything, and you started having painted women on and everything. And what did he say when it come down to the muscle women? Did he find them attractive as well?
No, he didn't like them either, did he? I asked
Nunya,
are there any women that you like?
Yeah.
I don't give a fuck if you believe Ronnie Deegan. My point of view is the guy got upset. He's trying to fucking call me out. Well, I'm just going to stuff it and sit back in his face. And I don't have a problem with the guy. I think he's a nice guy, mate. So,
right, guys,
Ronnie is a nice guy.
I've got a video here that Under a Blood Red Sky would like me to play. It's called Hypocrisy at its Finest, and it's the Tony P thing. Hang on a sec, Andrew. I'm going to try and play it, and then I'm going to finish off because I'm going to have to get some sleep. I've got a really full day tomorrow, so I'll play this, and then we'll have a 10-minute chat after it, and then. So let me see if I'm not really that good with sharing videos unless it's a file on my computer, so just bear with me that I can.
I might go live.
Do this one.
I'll run you up full master on, Joe. SG, said I would.
Yeah, well, I'll more likely get a quick shower. But yeah, then I'll pop back on. Yes, Andrew. Yes, Andrew.
Yeah, I'll start a live.
Yeah, well, I'll more likely get a quick shower. But yeah, then I'll pop back on. Yes, Andrew.
Right, if everyone wants to mute themselves,
but yeah, then I'll pop back on. Yes, Andrew.
Right, if everyone wants to mute themselves, I'm going to play this. If everyone wants to mute themselves. Sorry, guys, I kept hearing you talking, but it was just repeating because of me. Everyone mute. I'm going to start this video and then, because I'm going to mute myself as well, or else it all feeds back, so it's horrible. So I'm going to do that now.
I'm not keen on the Americans. They're too patriotic for me.
I was gonna say that about you guys.
How can you say that?
Are we not patriotic? The Americans, they're too patriotic for me. I don't think they should be bordered.
I was gonna say that about you guys.
To be honest, I think people should choose where the fuck they want to go.
Yeah, so are we patriotic?
Americans, they're too patriotic for me. I don't think they should.
I would have hoped so.
No, well, I won't.
I mean, you guys live in the country, right? That's
so are we patriotic?
Are we patriotic? I wouldn't
I
say
would
so.
hope so. Alien's not from here though.
In that case, stick your
I mean, you gotta love
arms
your country, right?
up your rectum and kiss your fucking liver goodbye because you've been known.
Jesus. Alien's not from here though.
That's me. I just, you know, I don't. I never swear. Well, occasionally I'll say something naughty, but only when I'm with friends.
Jesus.
But never insult, never point swear words at any person. Well, don't insult me. Don't be only when I'm with friends. That's me. I never, you know, don't. I never swear at any person. Well, occasionally I'll say something naughty, but only when I'm with friends. But never insult, never point swear words at any person. Well, occasionally wasn't
That's when she was a princess.
But never.
They're pointing at the sun. There's probably the eclipse going on.
No, that is the Nazi salute.
It's a dance, you prick.
That's a Nazi
That's when she was a
It's
princess.
a dance, you divot.
They're doing the fucking probably the eclipse going on. So
No,
don't
that is the Nazi salute.
don't see
No,
the square dance.
I'm saying no.
They're doing the fucking
I think it's being a div and don't just stop because otherwise you are fucked for life. That's me. I just
too many echoes, mate.
Yeah, it sounded awful for me. I don't quite know how to.
I know. I wrote
Well,
out.
I'll tell you what. In that clip, there's an answer to another thing that was discussing about two nights ago.
What was that?
The golden
Yeah, sorry
ticket.
guys. I knew it was bad, but I could kind of hear it, so I figured you could kind of hear it. I've got to work out how to play these YouTube videos or download them.
Yeah, we could. Yeah, it's just echoing.
Everyone was muted as well, so I don't know why that was doing that.
So? I don't know.
Sorry, Ron. Say what you were saying.
Remember I said about golden tickets?
No, I do sort
You,
of.
you don't. Oh, you ain't got a very good memory.
Well, I kind of remember somebody saying about golden tickets. Don't remember the reference.
Yeah, I'll let you go back all through your live streams.
Don't fuck me about, Ron. Don't make
Hours
me do
and
that.
hours
Bad
and
enough.
hours of trying to find what I'm on
Bad
about.
enough doing it as it is.
Mm-hmm.
What does Tony P say then in reference to that?
He just kept on getting mumbling because it is echoes upon echoes upon echoes. So it's really hard to.
I tell you what, I had one of the best streams last night. Me and Bear and everybody in chat. I was just pumping music for 6 hours. Well, what, 4 hours? It was me and Bear and the fucking panel and everybody listening. That was fucking awesome. Bear was loving it. And Mrs. BBA and Midnight Soldier and Talia. Fucking incredible. Fucking great. That's what life should be about, enjoying it, not all this fucking drama bollocks.
SG's got a golden ticket.
I've got a golden ticket.
Joe's got
Okay,
a golden ticket.
I'm downloading the file, so I'm gonna play.
Andrew's got a golden ticket.
I've got a golden ticket. Where can
Bear's
I
got a golden ticket.
Where can I produce it to?
Jason's got a golden ticket.
Can you stop being so cryptic with us, Ron? Stop toying us like we're.
Mark
we're
Kelly's got a
catnip.
golden ticket.
What does that mean?
You've got a golden ticket.
Yes, I don't care what a golden ticket anymore is. I've got one.
SG's got a diamond golden ticket.
Did you say Andrew's not got one?
Dino's got a gold. Yeah, Andrew's got a golden ticket. Dino's got a golden ticket. Ray's got a golden ticket.
Has Tony P got a golden ticket?
No, Tony P hasn't got a golden ticket.
Why do you think that is, Andrew?
Well,
Twinkle hasn't got a golden ticket.
You're going to have to tell us, Ron. We're all a bit thick around here.
Remember, there was 8.
Spanos.
Have a golden ticket.
Spanos.
No.
Are we talking about Willy Wonka here?
I'm going live. Joe, SG, Ron, Jason.
Hull's got a golden ticket because I've got a golden ticket from him.
Oh, this Gamer got a golden ticket. Gamer's always got a golden ticket.
Honestly, Ron, you're going to just have to dumb it down just a little bit more.
Right, I'm gonna go live. I don't know how many people we got here. 57. No, 57 still. And this time we won.
Michelle C's got a golden ticket.
I'm getting jealous of my golden ticket.
Can't find the UK's got a golden ticket.
Well, you said there was 8. Do you mean 8 people that can't get onto your live?
Yes.
Have I not upset you enough, Ron, to still be able to get onto your live?
No, mate. I don't think you ever could.
No, I'm not.
I don't even can you didn't.
Really?
A snake in the grass.
Not even if you're a snake in the grass.
Am I welcome, Ron? Am I welcome?
Of course you are, mate.
Yeah.
Right, it's about 1 minute in this video
I like
will be
people
downloaded.
that are up front, honest, and what have you. You know what I mean? That's what I like about people. They speak their mind and what have you. They don't beat around the bush. You know what I mean? All that bollocks.
Yeah, he's beating on.
Mr. Deegan wants to know if he's got a golden ticket.
Oh, Mr. Deegan, yeah, of course he's got a golden ticket.
Be too honest, Ron, in life.
He also wants to know what the fuck are you on about?
Can you be too honest, please? No, this is a question.
If that helps.
If I ever go live, yeah, what it means is that there's X amount of people I definitely wouldn't have come on the panel.
I know, but
I would block them before they even tried to ever enter backstage.
I wouldn't let no dickheads in my life. Fuck off. Only people I like coming in my life. If anyone's going to slag any of my friends off in the lobby, they're fucking gone as well, so don't even bother. Just a heads up to you fucking gobshites if you want to try.
Being honest.
Yeah, but you can't expect all of your mates to get on with me, Andrew.
Why?
Like everybody that I like, you know, I don't mind mostly. I don't mind mostly, but you don't like mostly. But I'm not going to put that against you.
Would definitely not be coming on my panel or in my chat. So don't worry about
No,
that.
that's what I'm saying. Yes.
You know what you want to do, Ron? Invite mostly BuzzTex and Ronnie onto your live and see if Andrew wants to go.
Of course you do, under Blood Risk guy. Of course you do, mate. You're an honest guy. You say what you got to say. You don't hold back. You're up front. Anybody that's up front.
Ron, I'm going to have to point out here, you are just handing out golden tickets willy-nilly. You don't seem to have any real criteria when it comes to handing them out.
Just people that are up front about themselves and everything, you know what I mean? But I don't like bullshitters. That's one thing I cannot stand is bullshitters.
Well, this is the internet. You get lots of them.
Yeah,
right.
so that's what I said. Certain people I wouldn't have on because I don't get on with them. So I've got no familiarities with them or anything. So
yeah, I get that. I have this video. I'll play it now. I think it's 5 minutes or so. This is the one Under a Blood Red Sky wanted me to play earlier. So I'll play it in its entirety. I can't fast forward or rewind because it's just a file that plays.
I'm going to jump off and I'm going to go live. If you're
okay, Andrew. I'm going to finish up after this video. So literally maybe 8 or 10 minutes and I'll be all done. So I'm going to play it now, guys, unless anyone wants to say anything before I start it.
I'm going
to... I'm not keen on the Americans. They're too patriotic for me.
I was gonna say that about you guys.
Can you say that? Are we not patriotic?
I don't think there should be borders. I don't think there should be borders, to be honest. I think people should choose where the fuck they want to go.
Yeah, so are we patriotic?
I would have hoped so.
No, well, I want...
I mean, you guys love your country, right? That's
alien.
Are we patriotic? I wouldn't say so.
Oh, alien's not from here, though.
In that case, stick your ass up your rectum and kiss your fucking liver goodbye because you've been numb.
Jesus.
That's me. I just, I never swear. Well, occasionally I'll say, something naughty, but only when I'm with friends. But never insult, never point swear words at any person. Don't insult me. Don't be a prick. Shut up.
Yeah.
That's me. I just, I never swear. Well, occasionally I'll say, something naughty, but only when I'm with friends. But never insult, never point swear words at any person. That wasn't that silly.
Yes,
that's when she was a princess. They're pointing at the sun. There's probably an eclipse going on.
No, that is the Nazi salute.
It's a dance, you prick.
That's a Nazi salute.
It's a dance, you divvy.
They're doing the fucking
still frame.
So do-si-do. That's square dancing.
Honestly, no. I think it's prick face. Alien who's been a div, and don't just stop because otherwise you are fucked for life. That's me. I just, I never swear. Well, occasionally I'll say, something naughty, but only when I'm with friends. But never insult, never point swear words at any person. Don't talk shit. You're getting me tits. Fuck off. That's me. I just, I never swear. Well, occasionally I'll say, something naughty, but only when I'm with friends. But never insult, never point swear words at any person. Oh, somebody said I need to read a book. Fuck up. 150 IQ, stick it up your fucking ass. That's me. I just, I never swear. Well, occasionally I'll say, something naughty, but only when I'm with friends. But never insult, never point swear words at any person. Massive errors. But thing is, we don't hold on to land that's not ours. Give it back. Shut up,
you guys took Japan for 100 years.
Prick. Oh, prick. That's me. I just, I never swear. Well, occasionally I'll say, something naughty, but only when I'm with friends. But never insult, never point swear words at any person. Come on, carry on, Israel. Carry on, prick. Carry on.
I thought you were a nice guy.
Guess what? I am, but you're being stupid. That's me. I just, I never swear. Well, occasionally I'll say, something naughty, but only when I'm with friends. But never insult, never point swear words at any person. Come on, use your brain, man.
I am using my brain. I'm trying to tell you stuff. But you're just not. You're just not
using
listening.
it very well now.
Well,
that's me. I just, I never swear. Well, occasionally I'll say, something naughty, but only when I'm with friends. But never insult, never.
Yeah. I think we get that. It's just looping, isn't it? So
I'll tell you what, he's used nastier words than that with me.
Okay.
Yeah, and that is the first time I come across him, and that was on Cop Watchers, and somebody said something to me in the chat. So I went up on Cop Watchers to refer to the question, and he went full on. I just said to Cop, "I'm leaving, mate." I was only answering a question. I thought it'd be easier to come up on your panel and answer the question. So yeah, I've had the brunt of him. You know what I mean?
In my experience with intelligent people, the way that Mensa set out their IQ test, and that's the only fully ratified way to measure somebody's IQ level. So you set, I think it's 3 individual tests.
What score do you have to get to be a member?
I don't think you have to score over a threshold to be a Mensa member as such. You can apply to Mensa.
121 is the answer you're looking for.
Oh, is it? Do you know what? I was going to present to you, Joe, and say, I wonder if in these days of non-discrimination, anyone can be a Mensa member, is what I was going to back my original bid up with.
It's a valid point, because if somebody's got 120, they're just too thick.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Basically.
But in my experience with people who do or have stated or are very intelligent or high on the IQ level, it presents in quite a few aspects of their human being, not just. I think this myth or fallacy about sort of the gifted child but can't sort of, I don't know, open a fucking tin of beans is a long drawn out myth. I don't think it's very accurate. So with that, I've never really put much sort of evidence to Tony's claim that he's 150 IQ, which is 10 points behind Einstein. Let's sort of compare it to. What do you think, Joe?
I don't really know, because Einstein might have had 160, but he was unique in certain aspects.
Well, he struggled with basic maths as a child, but then we all know about windows of opportunity with children. He didn't necessarily adhere to the standard timing structure of the education system that he was applied to, which is Israel, wasn't it?
That's why some people believe that he might have been contacted by aliens and whatnot, because of what he said on how he formulates his formulas, the common dreams.
But he became a government advisor. He became the head of some scientific group and contributed to that. He wasn't just a one-trick pony. I know he's got those people who tried to prove him out of the industry on many occasions through his life and after as well.
Yeah.
But he was fairly accomplished.
He was fairly accomplished. He wasn't a one-trick pony, but a lot of people could turn around and say it's the reason why we don't have free energy. It's the reason why we didn't take Tesla's weapon systems, which probably would have propelled us into a much better life, realistically, rather than the atom bomb. Because that's what Einstein sold the American government. When Tesla was
so are you saying we swerved or avoided Tesla's concepts?
I don't think Tesla's concepts would have brought us to where we are now. I think we probably would have had a much better life with free energy. Most of the wars which were built upon resources probably wouldn't have happened.
Do you truly believe that Tesla had free energy?
I believe right now there is ways of getting electricity for free out of the atmosphere.
But the harvesting technique is incredibly expensive and difficult.
But if you applied the same what we applied to the atom bomb, I mean, how cheap are nuclear weapons nowadays? Pretty cheap.
Even if they exist, Joe, and you know what I mean by that.
Yeah, I get that. But if we're talking in the construct of the whatever, right? You know what I mean? But if you think about if they had applied the same resources towards Tesla's theories, we'd be living energy free. It's a bit like how I've said before. It's a bit like how I said before. They talk about white coal power stations and that now, yeah, the carbon capture and all that stuff, and how to get white fired coal stations, like no environmental damage in. Yeah. Well, Scotland had that in the 80s, almost on the precipice of it at Longana. And that's what we just blew up only a month ago. Took the stack down.
Yeah, because they have a life cycle, not to do with closing it down. They have a life cycle.
Yeah, of course. But that same power station, if Maggie Thatcher hadn't decimated the coal industry in Scotland, that would have more than likely had what they're now ploughing money in to get. It's just it wasn't politically viable at the time.
No, the structural integrity of a coal-fired power station is very limited. They melt.
Yes. What I'm saying is, right, no, but Vincent, you're missing my point. The coal power station would still be going down. It would still went down, yeah, right? It would have ended its life cycle. But the fact that they were on the precipice of a white-powered coal station,
right,
no environmental power pack and damages way back then. The only reason that technology slowed down, yeah, was because it got ripped apart at the coal mining industry side. Yes. Right? If they had left the coal mining industry as it was and left our energy stuff as it was, we would have had greener energy through a consequence of the investment that would have been stayed static, at least static, yeah?
Yes.
You know what I mean? We would have had what they now as concept. We would have already had it. It's the exact same with Tesla. If they had invested the same resources and money into the atom bomb and his laser weapon, if it was he was wanting basically, wasn't it? You know, Flash Gordon style, right? We would have had free energy. The fact of the matter is, the only reason we went was a DC direct current, was because it was easier to transmit it and so that they could make money. Tesla's way of doing that was free. There was no money making apparatus. There was no way in metering it.
Do you know how it transported it?
I believe it was through the airways, but it wasn't fully just that. It could only be transported in very local systems as well. That's why they changed the different current, because it was easy to transport. But at the same time, if we had all the pylon things, they didn't really have to be as big as what he was making them. I mean, he later found that stuff out when he was delivering that hotel, which was basically the same as his, generator, basically, wasn't it? With like the poles going into the ground, that hotel was the same, And then obviously all the suitcases went missing when he died. But the bottom line is, whether people like it or not, we'll never know how history would have been, how it would have turned out. We can always envisage and imagine that it'll be better, because the grass is always greener than what it is. We'll always think things could have been better, or they should have been better, But at the end of the day,
I don't buy into the Tesla thing at all.
As in
all of his concepts, basically, because that's what they were. They were ideas. He never quite proved much.
No, that's true. That's true, and that was down to the fact that certain bankers that were backing Edison fucked him up the ass.
Yeah,
it was a Bush banker. You know what I mean? I mean, that's what happened realistically. Edison was propelled forward because he had a business model that would make that banker money, and that banker then proceeded for the next 3 years to discredit, pull funding, and fuck them up the ass. And that's historically, factually correct. So I don't know what you're talking about, Vincent.
Well, I'm talking about his transmission was called near field transmission, and it relied on a network of senders and receivers. Effectively, they had a technical term for it, but it's pointless saying it. So it was so unreliable and plus so unregulated. That's the reason why they decided on direct current, because DC at least had a high level of regulation.
It did, and it was more dangerous to the humans as well.
Of course it was, because they knew nothing about safety back then. Hundreds of thousands of people died switching their lamps on. But then that eventually was made safe. It's like gas. As soon as they introduced gas into the homes, people's houses were blowing up left, right, and centre.
Yeah.
It's like any early adoption with technology. But Tesla, I've not really read a lot on him, but I've never found anything compelling enough to think that's interesting. Go further.
There's lots of information that's missing. His family came out and said that as well after he died. They reckon there was about like 10 or 15 suitcases worth of data that's missing. And that came from his family, who turned up to get his stuff and who had been in his hotel room and had seen the stuff.
Does it not trouble you, Joe? Does it? You're like me, probably. You know your stuff. Well, not like me, but you know your stuff, and you research well as well. Does it not trouble you that Tesla didn't enter the mainstream until about the 1990s, probably even as late as the early 2000s? There's no mention of him across most historical books until the 90s, at the very earliest, and the 2000s at the latest.
You could look at that one of two ways, Vincent, right? You could look at it, like you say, like with a little bit of apprehension, or you could look at it and say, well, the 90s is when the data started to become more free and free flowing, with the internet, and that's the reason how things started to come about, But it could also be like literally, if the FBI did steal all that data out of that hotel, and that is the basis of a lot of our technology that we've received since then. Yeah, because bearing in mind that it might be DC direct current coming here, but it's AC once it gets here.
Of course, yes, alternative.
So they're converting it. So they're utilizing inside the house exactly what Tesla was doing realistically, and they're now, most of your products are based upon Tesla's theories on electricity, because that's how it's actually getting used, not how it's transported, but how it's being used. So it could just be that, after a while it becomes obsolete. There's no more royalties to be paid. There's no more of that shit. And at that point, there's no real requirement not to hide it for you anymore. If that makes sense, hide it for you.
But with Tesla's ideas, the actual current was incredibly limited. There was no resistance to be found on it as well. You can only have resistance with physical wire, physical copper wire. Once there's no infrastructure, there's no resistance. So therefore, it's just hugely unregulated as well.
Of course, and that's how they make money, resistance.
But plus, well, of course, the feedbacks. But of course,
your meter works.
Of course. Yeah. That's how they tell. The resistance tells you everything in a current. But I've lost my point now. They couldn't create the right amount of voltage to carry for what they considered or dreamt to be the future world. Because if you look at three-phase commercial units now, there's no way that ever could have happened on a wireless system. And also most homes these days are using far more than any wireless proposition from Tesla could have supplied. I think he was probably under 100 volts entire load.
Which is a fair comment, right? But as you well know, you can turn with inverters and various what is it when you do I can't remember what it's called, but you reverse polarize it. It's when you do the free hang, which boosts all your voltage. You know what I mean? And if we take into effect and into account what we now know about technology and applied it to his stuff, his shit would work out the box.
But how do you invert current?
Oh God, I
increase the amps.
Aye, but you do that.
It's the only way you can do it, which is the amps are the amps are the delivery system, the capacitors of the houses. So the amps push and the capacitors regulate. With no physical infrastructure, how do you capacitate and regulate?
That's a fair comment. I mean, I don't have all the answers because I'm no Tesla, for example. You know what I mean?
No, I know.
Well, and I've read missing documents, but it is a good. What you're saying is quite. You know what I mean? I get what you're saying, but it's the same analogy where we lose that much energy with pylons going over the thing. If we actually fucking buried the pylons, it'd be much better, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Think about it. It was free energy after the infrastructure was in place, not before, which is effectively the system we run now.
Yeah, I suppose, but Tesla's theory was based upon things like the theory about like how Egyptians possibly had power with like the ley lines and all that kind of stuff, that the Earth's natural shit. Aye, so if the infrastructure realistically, like as we're now beginning to learn, probably was there way before we were. If you know what I mean, the obelisks and all that kind of stuff, the ley lines. And if you utilise that with Tesla stuff, then I'm assuming it probably would work a little bit better. But the biggest issue with Tesla has always been the same, which is getting it from A to B. That was where the limitation was. But I'm pretty sure if we had applied the same kind of resources as what we applied to the atom bomb, which came from Einstein, realistically, the nuclear bomb, you know what I mean? That was what he had suggested, that they invested the money in rather than the death ray, technically. Then we probably would have whatever. It's hard to say, Vincent. It's kind of oxymoron, really, when you think about it, because what if, could have, should have, didn't they? And we are where we are.
Have you read any books on Tesla?
No, I only know very limited information on Tesla. You know what I mean?
Maybe none.
But I know wee bits here. I've done a bit reading on him. I've done a wee bit. But it was, for me, I only really got into him because of the FBI connection, if that makes sense. Do you know what I mean? The stuff that went missing. That then took me to a few other rabbit holes at the end of the day.
I think so.
And they made a movie recently as well. Did you watch that?
No, I've not seen that yet. I didn't even kind of was one made. So. I literally didn't watch telly, if I'm honest. Any movie.
Same here, but I do watch the odd movie.
No, I watch movies, but it's normally somebody has to tell me about it first. I didn't see them getting advertised. If that makes sense.
No, I get you.
But I've not seen it anyway. So I think it's called Tesla. I take it.
Oh, I think it's just called straight Tesla. I think it's Ethan Hawke or Ethan Hawke, however that's pronounced. Ethan, I suppose.
Aye.
Tesla has never piqued my interest. Kind of just not really. You have to remember, nothing was conspiratorial. When Edison was doing his thing, there was probably about 4 or 5 other world-leading scientists, if you would. I mean, they weren't scientists; they were blokes in their sheds,
pretty much
putting together ideas. None of them were scientists. They were all doing the same thing. Not one of them came up with any concepts for wireless or energy or anything like that to do with it. Nothing. And Tesla just came out of nowhere. And I think it's just a romantic vision. It's another one of those sort of red herrings that we have in society just to keep us guessing.
You might be right, but we'll never really know at the end of the day, because they'll never.
Here we are now, well over 100 years later, and still not anywhere near close to any effective near field transmission of electricity. You can wirelessly charge your phone, but that's largely vibration. It's more vibration than it is voltage. I think it's called the waffle field or something like that. Waffen field or something. I can't remember the name.
You may be right. Waffen.
Something like that, and that basically warms up the wires which charge the capacitors, which charge the phone. So
it's the heat. It's basically the friction, the vibration causes.
Yeah, kind of. Yeah,
it's the heat that transfers into the power.
Yeah, which has no transmission rates whatsoever. I don't think they've scaled it up too much, but it doesn't travel any further for any larger, if you know what I mean. It stays the same near field. The clue is in the name.
Okay. But when you were talking about resistance, that's how most people think their smart meters charge them extra. It's because they didn't have a decent chip in them. 7 out of 10 smart meters, they have a shitty Samsung chip instead of the $60 Philips chip, which actually calculates your usage 3 ways, including resistance. The other smart
it knows roughly what all of your devices use. You can fool it. You can fool it into saving money on it using a washing machine and things like that, just by having the signal being disturbed.
Well, a smart meter?
Yes.
Well, see, I was under the impression smart meters that don't have the good chips, right, that use the resistance, then sending the electromagnetic pulse up from the closest socket does no longer work.
No, you can deceive the smart meter. Okay.
Ah, so you have a telly on, but it thinks it's a fucking washing machine.
Well, you have a washing machine on, but it thinks it's a telly.
Ah, right. Okay, that makes more sense.
I don't know anything more about it other than I know people have successfully sort of reinterpreted the message back to the smart meter.
I was always thinking it'd be more beneficial to attack it via the RFD. Kind of contactless, since the contactless is kind of more vulnerable in various other ways on other platforms.
Probably, but this conversation is probably really boring to everyone listening. Probably, but you'd have to compromise the unit then, and they're a sealed unit, very protected unit. You can't get in there without compromising it, and they know when you've compromised it as well. And the RFID only is to the transmitters that they walk around with. So,
well, it's also
heavily encrypted.
It's the RFD also so they can switch your meter off by accessing somebody at the beginning of the street.
Yes,
and so they can also take
and they can read your meter.
Read the meter as well. I just thought it'd be to cut this conversation because hacking electricity boxes is probably no YouTube appropriate content.
Is this how you earn your living, Joe?
No, I'll be honest. Anybody that goes on the dark web, you can just go and look for a thing called Meter Beater. You can build yourself a product for about 20 quid, and that'll do exactly what I said. It'll send an electromagnetic pulse back up to the standard meter. You turn the dial round. You can just set your meter at 10% if you want and do what the fuck you want. If you've got a gas
you can
meter,
disturb the signal on the RFID.
No, that's a standard meter, dry meter.
Right. Okay.
That's the meter beater. That's why they want to change everybody onto the new meter system, so that doesn't work, basically. Yeah. And if you've got a gas meter, well, the easiest way to do that is if you find an empty building, take their gas meter, stick it at your house. They'll get your gas bill. Or allow yourself to get a quantum meter installed, and according to the Kite Mark folk, there's a little valve in that quantum meter. So if you've got kids, because they use the cards with the chips in them rather than the keys, there's not that many places you can get that topped up at the weekend. So after 8 o'clock Friday night, as long as you're not in your emergency, and it's 8 p.m. on Friday, you then go in your emergency after that, you can use as much gas as you want to 8 o'clock Monday morning. In case you've got a kid, in case you can't actually get some shop that's open. Well, that, my friends, is a little butterfly valve. So if you take your meter off, open it up, snap that valve, leave it inside, put it back on, it'll just give you gas forever, even though it's pay as you go. And the key thing about it is the Kite Mark folk, the British Standard Agency, well, they know that that's a common fault on meters, and it can happen within 6 months from a new meter. So if you ever get caught, just delete it for 6 months and do the same thing. Still can't do you for it.
Wow.
There's more than one way to skin a cat. There's more than one way to skin a cat, at the end of the day.
There is. But despite the fact that Under a Blood Red Sky is gripped, we should probably end that conversation there because it just gets even more boring when we start talking about star forts and star lines and all sorts of things. Oh my God.
Yeah, I'm like I know boring stuff.
Yeah.
I need to get out more.
Let me just see if Andrew's gone live, and then I'll post his link if anyone's still looking for. Yeah, he is. If anyone's
Why
looking
do you
for any
think, that they don't use one of the most powerful forces that we've got on this planet to
Are you talking about my ex-girlfriend's voice?
electricity? To generate electricity.
And what's that?
The ocean.
Well, they kind of do. They have those floating generating barges. Obviously, we've got hydroelectricity in this country. It's quite a cheap method as well, but it's largely it's very expensive to sort of maintain it, because you have a sort of you have a saving at night and then a payment during the day with it to pump the water all back up. So
Yeah, but it's constant, isn't it? That's what I mean. It's a constant source of power. You don't have to rely on anybody else. We're an island surrounded by water.
The problem with sea generating electricity is two factors. The first one is it's very, very difficult to predict. The water flow will keep the turbines running because of the position of the craft in the sea, plus as well the movement of the water, the current. Sometimes you can have opposing currents in the same body of water. So that disrupts the signal greatly. They've tried it, but you have to actually power it along to get it to be sort of a stable supply. The second issue, and it's the biggest one, is actually capturing and storing the electricity that comes from that. You can't have a massive cable because over time the electricity just sort of peters out on the line. You know, it doesn't survive long distances. And secondly, you can't transport massive batteries. Again, they would still have to be linked to a grid, or else it just doesn't work. You know, you have to be connected to the grid to make it a usable or a viable option, because you can't store electricity and use it for later. It's there or never.
It's why Scotland joined the national grid.
Yes.
Because it was Earth, 30 to 35% of its electricity generated back then. It was Earth that it was just getting rid of it. It was like
pissing it off because it was surplus, quite simply.
Basically.
Yeah.
And we now live in a country in Scotland which, back in them days, was surplus energy requirements for electricity by between 30 and 35%, which we know because that's why they joined the grid. And Nicola Sturgeon, when she just took the £700 million for the companies so they could make profit on generating water on the seabed and the sea on offshore stuff, she said that we were doing that so we would be energy efficient, so we would be able to be in control of our energy.
So by what you're saying, then you wouldn't think they have the technology at present to be able to do it that way.
Using the sea.
There is wave technology where it's like almost like, do you remember that? Remember you used to get the plastic toys, Ron? They were like they would move in like links. It was like a snake, and they would all link together, right? Similar to that, with that movement and that snake on the sea, loads of wee weave like hinges basically generate. But as far as I'm led to believe, it's nowhere near as effective as like wind power or like offshore wind farms or anything like that. It's no generating of it. It's just they're hoping that with investment will come changes which bring benefits, but it ain't going to happen. I mean, the wave one for me, I didn't see much getting generated via that unless you were
when you have a wind turbine and it moves uniformly, then at some point it creates positive energy. But if that turbine was to slow down, the resistance on it sucks back all the energy. It doesn't create enough for the resistance to compensate. So the energy will dissipate. This is why on some days the turbines don't move, because they can pretty much calculate what wind will bring a positive current and what won't. And it's the same when it's on the sea with these hinge barges, I think called, and then you've also got the turbine barges. The sea is so unpredictable. When the blades stop spinning, all the electricity is lost in that moment. And then when they move again, they move in the opposite direction, and they'll actually draw electricity.
Yeah.
You can't create what's it called, the dynamo effect, to always predict which way the blade is going to go and harness that way. If you had a massive waterfalls and you had one of those sort of an outside turbine on it, so to speak, like a hydro, then yes. But by and large, where the waterfalls are, all the environmentalists would tell them to fuck off if they wanted to build an external hydro unit to harness energy from. So it's never possible.
That's why folk divert water, take it up higher levels, and then fuck it onto a water wheel, basically.
Yeah. But the actual the sunk cost, it means you don't get a lot from it by the end once you pump water back up. It's, yeah. But they are effective. Some of these hydroelectric power units do entire villages, you know.
We do entire countries here, in Scotland. Scottish Hydro, Scottish and Southern Hydroelectric.
They don't do an entire country.
We're 100% green energy now, Scotland. Don't you know?
Of hydroelectricity.
We seemingly don't do anything coal-powered anymore. We're 100%
You ship in
green energy.
electricity, same as we do from the French grid. You ship in electricity from the French grid.
Well, we just opened up. I actually had a conversation with somebody again, and I was like, "Fuck off! That's not true." Norway, there's a pipeline for Norway.
Yeah, there is. Yeah.
Electricity just getting turned on now. It's getting turned on now. That was the first I heard
cheaper
of
than
that.
the French.
First I heard of that, I was like, "No way, no way, no way,
Yeah.
no way."
I saw that about 2 months ago. The cable, not being built, but in the newspaper, the map sort of thing.
It was about 6 weeks ago. I had the conversation with the person there. I was like, nah, that's fucking bullshit. Because I hadn't heard of that, and I used to work in the gas and electric market, so you know what I mean.
Yeah.
I didn't hear it, and I was like, nah. But it turned out it was true. I was gobsmacked. I was like, holy bloody hell! I was like, that's not normal, because we were energy efficient. We were energy dependent. We didn't have to rely on anybody.
You mean energy independent?
Well, we were energy dependent. Independent, aye. Yeah, I mean, apart from the gas, because we could always store in the height of our gas storage days, like 6 or 8 days worth of winter.
Yeah, it's not a lot, is it?
It was nothing. And we didn't have these big gas storages anymore. They're all gone. They're like flats. They're not there. So,
well, that's because you've got a pipe straight from Russia now. That's fine.
No, of course. Right, but that ain't going to last forever. You know what I mean? And Germany's
Russia has no chance. Russia has no chance of launching any war on anyone if they want to stop supplying gas to the West. It's their greatest source of income.
At the end of the day, the Germans already told people what will happen. Aye, they said, "Oh, we'd rather give them sanctions. We'd rather charge our own people more money to get the gas."
Of course.
You know, Biden says he would shut it down. Germany said, "We ain't sniff here. We'll put tax on it."
Yeah.
At the end of the day, so it is what it is. First, I only see a big war of attrition where, like a Cold War again, as every country starts their protectionism, and then maybe possibly in about a year and a half time from now, if it's not working out too good economy wise, then we'll be slapping people to generate what we need to generate.
Yeah. Well, what we do know is the ability there is to do it when we have to. You know, people worry about the gas supply going, or they worry about the electricity going. We have more than enough ability to be able to produce it ourselves with the investment. So it's not a concern of mine.
No, I get that, and even Bojo stated when he did all his de-restriction speech that the next stage of the plan is manufacturing processes to bring back manufacturing to the UK so that we can be self-efficient and not relying upon everybody else. Because whether you like it or not, China ain't going to keep supplying us if we're not nice to them. Yeah, they're going to put tariffs on everything regardless when the minute they start doing their protectionism, which means it's going to get too expensive to bring the products in anyway. It's already too expensive to bring them in if you can get a shipping container that they actually dock. You know, most products are still sitting out at sea, no coming into docks. They're just sitting there. You can track them all around the world. They're just sitting there doing nothing, no moving, and they're filled to the brim with products.
Well, yeah, but that's your point of sale products. It's not the ordered products. The ordered products still move very well, and I know that because I order very frequently from Alibaba and AliExpress. It's the point of sale shite that's still sitting out in the boats.
All right.
So it's not such an issue, you know. It's your plastic dollies and your I don't know, whatever toys.
Well, I just saw that they were sitting there. I just thought they were sitting there because the fire sale that we've been experiencing to get rid of all our corporations stopped. You know.
Well, no, it is to stymie the Chinese economy in some way, but it doesn't slow down at all the sort of the retail commerce side of things. We just have a lot of Chinese shite sitting out on boats now, have been for about 3 months, 4 months. There's not that much of it really, but it's a power move from Western governments to try and get China to sort of ease off on other things. China did do the tariffs thing, but they removed it again. I don't know if you're aware of that.
Well, I did hear there was tariffs happening. I did hear that because we were shouting about it as well. I didn't hear if it got implemented or not.
Yeah, they implemented it and then they removed it. My prices went up for about a month and then back down again.
Much did they go up by?
Well, I pay tax now. I pay about 4.5-5% tax on each purchase, and that's the sort of the tariff. But that's implemented by this government now, not by the Chinese. So our government forced the Chinese to stop doing it, I think, and then we implemented about the same cost again.
It makes sense.
Yeah, of course, yes. Of course. So, right, I'm going to finish up, guys. I'm going to get myself a little bit of sleep before the day. Thank you, everyone, for being on the panel. I think SG is fast asleep. I'm sure he is. Ron, thank you to you. Joe, thank you to you, as always.
Thank you for having me on, mate. As per normal.
Man.
You know, I do like snakes, so you're not going to have a problem.
Let's just have a check on Ron. I'm concerned. Let's have a check on Ron, see if he's finished that pudding yet. He's still going.
I'm still going, mate. You ain't
Yeah,
getting a good
listen,
away from me.
When you laughed there, Ron, honest, when you went ha ha, like honest, that matched up with the boys laughing.
Yeah.
But anyway, enjoy your night, guys. All right.
Yeah, you take care, Joe. And if SG, if you can hear us, boo.
Boo. I'm gonna chuck him out. Cheers, guys. I'll see you again. I'm just going to say my goodbyes.
Take care, mate. Bye for now.
Cheers, Ron. Thanks a lot, chat. Still 29 of you here. Let's just say goodbyes. Maria Moon, goodbye. Nigel, I didn't realise that you weren't a moderator here. My apologies. I'm sure I modded you up the other day. Landraver, Auditor Auditing, NC Girl, Ant, Spunkfish. What a name. Under a blood red sky, my fellow Irishman, thank you very much. Did you change your mind on whether I'm right wing or not? Because I do come across as right wing sometimes, and rarely I come across as left wing as well. So I'm a bit in the middle. And that's it. Cheers, guys. Thanks for coming out. I look forward to seeing you again. And that's it.